or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is March, and the madness will get underway tomorrow with 2 of the first 4 games. But Arizona, the number 1 seed in the West region, will play 16 seed LIU on Friday morning as Tommy Lloyd and the Wildcats will start what they hope is a deep tournament run. ASU women's basketball and Molly Miller earned an at-large bid. The Sun Devils, a 10 seed, will play in a first 4-game Thursday against Virginia with plans to advance to the round of 64 against Georgia. The Suns will look to get a big road win tonight in Boston after dropping Friday night's game in Toronto 122-115. The Celtics and Suns from TD Garden will tip at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the United States held off the Dominican Republic last night in the World Baseball Classic after Geraldo Perdomo's epic at-bat ended with a questionable strike 3 call. Nonetheless, the 2-1 win gets the USA to the final, where they will wait for the winner of Venezuela and Italy. This report is brought to you by Blue Aspen Marketing, experts in SEO, PPC, and web development. Schedule a free growth audit for your business at blueaspenmarketing.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Mr. Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Monday, Valley sports fans. You can hear the excitement in Sammy Cebulka's voice. March Madness has arrived. The Wildcats with a number 1 seed, a first-round game against Long Island.
Long Island.
You know there's also a team in the tournament from Queens? You've got Long Island and Queens.
Not Queens, New York, however.
No. But
it's not.
No.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
From North Carolina, aren't they?
Queens, Jamaica. Of course it's not.
Jamaica is on Long Island, though.
Yes.
But I didn't realize that. I misinformed my father-in-law is an alum of Queens College. I thought that. Oh well.
Jared Facts. Yeah. I'm sure your father's perfectly used to it by now.
Father-in-law.
I'm glad we're not the only one subjected to the Jared Facts.
Hofstra also made it. That's a Long Island.
The Flying Dutchman.
Yeah. I once went to Tommy Lasorda baseball camp there.
Really?
Yeah.
I used to drive by. I remember on routes, we would always drive by Hofstra.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go to school there someday.
Uh-huh.
No, I'm not.
So it's technically called Queen's University of Charlotte Royals, whatever that means.
Wow. How are they going to fit that on a jersey?
They're not. That's why it's just Queens.
Queen's University of the Royals, yes.
Their mascot looks to be a lion with a crown.
A very regal sounding school.
It really is.
Very, very regal sounding. They are the Royal Blue and Gold.
Yeah. Okay. There you go.
It'd be real sweet if they could beat Purdue, you know.
But still, pretty good turnout for the New York teams, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
St. John's, college sports capital of the world.
That's right.
St. John's getting snubbed with a 5 seed.
But what's weird is that in years past, the bracket would get revealed. There'd always be some noise about somebody who got robbed.
Yeah.
Is there anybody screaming? I don't. There doesn't seem to be any.
Oklahoma, Auburn, but it's once they went from 64 to 68, just those extra 4 teams kind of made the bubble a little bit.
Yeah. Auburn's best argument was we were in the Final Four last year. They lost 16 games.
Yeah.
You can scream a little bit, but it's going to get muted pretty quick.
See, I don't know any of Miami, Ohio people, but if I were one of them, I would be a little frustrated that I was a first 4 game, not actually in the field.
But they have 0 quad 1 wins. 0.
They have 1 loss. And it's not really their fault.
Listen, I know that 1-loss record looks like how can you rob that team? But their schedule is terrible.
Well, the thing is, they tried to schedule teams. Like, there was an article written about Miami of Ohio and the teams that they tried to schedule, those teams just saying no.
That's like Jared saying, I tried to book these guests and I didn't get them.
You're not getting credit for that.
You don't get credit for that.
Now that you say that, I'm starting to agree with Sammy. That's fun.
You can always play in holiday tournaments and beef up your schedule that way.
So I guess the point is, couldn't they have just given them like a 14 seed, something like that?
No, they couldn't.
That would have been worse. No.
Those are for the auto qualifiers.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. You can't do that.
The lowest you can get as a at-large is an 11.
Is an 11. Okay.
So they got the very last spot of the at-large.
They did.
Yeah,
they did. They are the last team in the play-in.
So we'll see. I mean, they're gonna play a power.
Prove it.
Jarrett, our good friend Sean Miller's still alive.
What a hump.
That's ridiculous.
Can't believe that either.
All right, that's partly what we're covering today. Lots more to come. Start the show, Jarrett.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Yeah, the Arizona Wildcats, Big 12 regular season champs, Big 12 tournament champs. After a thriller Friday night against Iowa State and a solid 79-74 championship game win over Houston on Saturday, Braden Burries, Koa Pete each had 21 for the Wildcats, who yesterday, not surprisingly, earned a #1 seed for this year's NCAA tournament. Wildcats, the top team in the West region. They will take on 16th-seeded Long Island University Friday in San Diego. Duke is the overall top seed as the ACC champions there in the East, defending champion Florida, the #1 seed in the South. Michigan, #1 in the Midwest. First 4 in Dayton gets underway tomorrow. It'll be 16 seeds UMBC and Howard, followed by 11 seeds Texas and NC State. Then Wednesday, it's 16 seeds Prairie View, A&M, and Lehigh, and the aforementioned Miami of Ohio and SMU as 11 seeds. In all, 8 Big 12 teams are in the field: Arizona, Houston, Kansas, Texas Tech, Iowa State, BYU, UCF, and TCU. Molly Miller and the Arizona State Sun Devils in the women's field as the 10th seed. They are in the first 4, taking on
very
Virginia.
ASU of them.
Yes, it's not in Dayton, though. They get to go to Iowa City to take on Virginia on Thursday. Should the Sun Devils win, they would advance to face the 7th-seeded Georgia Bulldogs Saturday in Sacramento. I'll say this, and I know ASU's been on the men's side and now on the women's side, participants in the first 4. I still hate it. It's so dumb. You can't pare it down to 64.
I can't stand it.
I hate it that the 16 seeds have to play in it. If you win your conference tournament, you should be in the real tournament.
I'm with that as well.
I would agree. The Suns' road trip continues tonight in Boston against the Celtics. Suns' win streak came to an end Friday night in Toronto against the Raptors, 122-115. We'll get into that game and the disappointing fourth quarter. Suns are looking for win number 40 on the year. They are still without Dylan Brooks and Mark Williams tonight. Celtics won't have Nikola Vucevic Tonight's game gets rolling at 4:30. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 3:30. In the NBA Sunday, SGA eked his way to 20 points to keep his streak going. Thunder topped Minnesota 116-103. SGA now at 128 straight games with 20 or more points. He broke Wilt Chamberlain's record last week. This morning, some news from the NBA. Shams Charania reporting that the NBA will hold a vote at the Board of Governors meetings March 24th and 25th to explore adding expansion teams exclusively in Las Vegas and Seattle.
Wow.
With the two franchises targeted for the 28-29 season, sources tell ESPN.
Wow.
So,
well, good. Seattle definitely deserves it, and Las Vegas be great as an NBA town.
They're going to be the last sport there. Who would ever thought that?
Yeah, exactly.
No.
Well, who knows if the A's ever actually...
Well, if the A's actually get there.
Yeah. It's been talked about for so long.
Yeah.
Cardinals made another move on Sunday. They picked up return specialist Devin Duvernay on a one-year deal. Duvernay, 6-year veteran who spent last season with the Bears, averaged 26.7 yards per kick return and 11 yards on punt returns in 2025. Not much in terms of numbers as a wide receiver. Interesting note, Devin Duvernay, the cousin of former Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray.
Come on.
You got rid of your cousin. Now you
Come on.
It's true.
Wow.
Diamondbacks pitcher Merrill Kelly made his Cactus League debut on Friday night. He allowed 2 runs on 6 hits in 1 2/3 innings in an 11-5 win over the Royals. Kelly said over the weekend he is not going to break camp, but the club will likely start the season on the injured list. Team USA playing for the championship of the World Baseball Classic after a tense 2-1 win over the Dominican Republic last night in Miami. Gunnar Henderson, Roman Anthony each had solo home runs in the 4th inning to power the win. Dominican Republic had the tying run on third with 2 outs in the 9th. Mason Miller got D-back shortstop Geraldo Perdomo looking to end the game on a pitch outside the strike zone. We'll get into that today. U.S. will take on the winner of tonight's Venezuela-Italy matchup. Championship game will be tomorrow night. D-backs made some roster moves yesterday. Right-handed reliever Dre Jamison optioned to AAA Reno. They reassigned John Curtis and infielder Lucan Baker to minor league camp. They tied the Padres, did the D-backs yesterday, 4-4. The highlight, Brandon Pfaadt's performance. Brandon Pfaadt? The right-hander pitched 5 no-hit innings, striking out 6 in the process. D-backs host the Reds today at Salt River Fields. That game gets underway at 1:10. And Cameron Young, the winner of the Players' Championship at TPC Sawgrass. Young made a birdie on 17 to tie, then won after Matt Fitzpatrick missed an 8-footer for par on 18. Young finishes 13 under par, 1 stroke better than Fitzpatrick, 2 shots ahead of Xander Schauffele.
Remarkable ending. Remarkable ending to the golf tournament.
I saw the longest drive on 18 in TP Sawgrass history.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
375.
Just down the center.
Yeah.
That was from Young?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
375?
375 on 18 after birdieing 17 to tie.
Gracious.
And he's one of the weirdest, awkwardest guys on tour.
You would have thought, so he won, and he just, an absolute payday, over $4 million, and you would have thought he just won, like, the Valspar, which is this week. It's like, it looked like he didn't even care.
Yeah, he's different. He's different.
You would have thought he would have won the Valspar, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a Valspar reaction.
That's the first thing I thought.
I got it. I understood it.
Yeah, I know.
There is your splash for this Monday, March 16th.
It's like when me and Vinny make, like...
Yeah, Sandler jokes. Yeah.
Right.
There's a war going on within the show. Coming up next, the brackets are out. The madness is about to begin. We'll give you our initial reactions to the field of 68. Next, it's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday, live from the Casino, Arizona, and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out of here, gone.
D-backs fans, win a 4-pack of tickets to either the March 30th or March 31st D-backs game. Text the word OPENER to 620-620 for your chance to win. Text OPENER to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're thinking about upgrading your television set, your entertainment center, your viewing status, and your fandom as a sports fan, Waltz TV in Tempe has got some ridiculous deals going on right now. How about a massive 110-inch Hisense television, normally $15,000. Right now you can get that for $99.99. That's $5,000 off for a limited time on a gorgeous high-end television. And if you want to go big without going that big, you can get a 98-inch TCL television for just $12.99. That same television is $14.99 at the big box stores right now. Proof of what I've been telling you, Waltz gives you a great experience, all the major name brands you're looking for, great selection, big screen televisions, all the way up to 115 inches, but they're also very competitive on the pricing. And with that in mind, why would you go anywhere else? Waltz will give you great expertise, same-day delivery, 7 days a week. You can get your installation done by a pro without any worries whatsoever. And when you're at Waltz, drop my name. You get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. You can find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. Shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Hey, it's Jesse, or maybe you know me as Rick. Can the Phoenix Suns beat a tough Boston Celtics team tonight? We'll be previewing Suns Celtics at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Good morning. A shout out, a thank you to our audience in Queen Creek, the QC. We appreciate all the support coming out from the QC this morning. Brackets are out for the NCAA tournament. The field of 68 revealed yesterday. And yes, the Arizona Wildcats took care of their business over the weekend. Got a little spotty, a little tense
wonky
on Friday night. Jaden Bradley bails them out with a last-second shot to beat Iowa State in the semis, and then they hang on for the win. against Houston in the championship, 32-2. They are the top seed and one of the favorites to win this whole
They sure
thing,
are.
Dan Bickley.
They sure are. I thought the game against Houston, after that win against Iowa State, I'm thinking, okay, you know what? It really doesn't matter what the Cats do in the final. But the way they almost coughed that game up, that's exactly what you would not have wanted to do going into a tournament. Just to have that, that cloud over your heads had you coughed that game up. But, look, Burries he's got that dog in him, and he basically shrugged off, 60 bad minutes of basketball in the second half against Houston, and because he was not that good against Iowa State.
No.
He wasn't that good in the first half.
All I'll say is never a doubt, right, guys?
Okay, never a doubt. Yeah. So, So it's going to be very interesting because this team, they feel a bit different than a lot of recent Arizona teams. They do not shoot 3-point shots a whole lot. In fact, they're one of, I think, the 3 teams in the tournament that rely mostly on 2-point baskets, and they've so far held up fairly well to high expectations.
Yeah, well, when you have that many guys adept at making shots around the rim and the size that they have and their penetrating guards, I still don't think that's an issue. I only think it'll be an issue until it's an issue. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, no, it does.
Because we talked to Seth Greenberg, and he said, look, it's not like they can't make those shots. Their offense just doesn't revolve around it. If they get into a situation where they need to make threes, they can. Their path in the West, they start out with Long Island, the 16th seed, coached by former NBA guard Rod Strickland, by the way.
Yeah, former DePaul Blue Demon.
Yes.
Rod Strickland.
Second round, a potential matchup between Villanova and Utah State. I think nothing really to fear there.
Not really.
Everybody's pointing at the Sweet 16 potential matchup, which would be against 5th seed Wisconsin, playing really good basketball. It's been a bad matchup historically in the tournament for Arizona. Jay Billis talked about that subject.
I think this is a difficult draw for Arizona. Look, they're all difficult draws, but some paths are easier than others. And look, Arizona's clearly the best team in this region, and I think they're going to make it through to. I happen to think they're a Final Four team, but having to go against either Wisconsin or Arkansas in the Sweet 16, I think the one you really don't want to see is Wisconsin, because they can rain in 15 threes in a game. That's when they did what they did to Michigan, and they've got great guards. Nick Boyd, John Blackwell, they're big-time guards if they wind up playing them in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, the Arkansas matchup, too, with Darius Acuff, maybe the hottest player in the country right now. I mean, I look at number one, I look at Duke's path as the top overall seed, and I think Duke's path in the East is a lot harder to get to the Final Four than Arizona's is.
Which, very odd, is always traditionally seems to be the case.
Yes.
It's very, very odd, but I would agree with you.
I mean, Duke's got Kansas in their region.
A lot of blue bloods in that region.
UConn in that region. UCLA in that region. St. John's is a hot team going in as the Big East champs. I think that's a much tougher region than what Arizona
It's also always weird how it works out. Duke was the number one. Arizona was the number two number one. And it seems like they got the 2 hardest regions. I don't know.
Well, it's just hard when you know you're going to get Wisconsin and or Arkansas, not the and, or Arkansas, because those are both very, very good teams.
I was talking with Tommy. Tommy?
Were you? Tommy Lloyd?
Tommy. I said Tommy. No, I was talking with Sammy.
Okay.
Some of the same letters in the name, so it wasn't that big of a mistake. U of A to me, and you know how guarded I am. U of A, to me, is the best team. They are the best team in the NCAA this year. So it doesn't really matter who's in their region. They should be able to beat anybody.
They should be.
So what's the difference? And they're going to have to play really good teams at some point in the tournament, so whatever.
This logical thinking takes all the fun out of the discussion, Jared.
No.
Of course, that's the path for every team. You have to beat the team that you go up against.
If they lose to Wisconsin in the Sweet 16, they're a bunch of losers.
Yeah, it's a nightmare.
You're a bunch of losers, and Tommy Lloyd, you're no better than Sean Miller, except a little less sweaty, and you look like a Cabbage Patch Kid. But other than that,
Well, see, this angst is all coming out of you now. You just vowed that
wait a minute. What happened there?
Yeah, you just vowed that if we're that good, we'll get through these teams. And now you're already reverse engineering your anxiety and your impending disappointment.
If you have a season that is this good, that have beaten U of A should have been the number one. I have no idea how you could rank Duke ahead of U of A, but when you look at their resumes. They're the best team. If you still can't do it this year, if you still can't even get to the Final Four, if you lose to a 5-seed Wisconsin,
you're a bunch of losers.
They're a bunch of losers. So I'm trying to be. So instead, I'm just being positive, and I'm not being worried.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
You being
what happened there? Wait a minute.
So we haven't had, a West Coast champion in the NCAA since 1997, right? We haven't seen one since then, have we?
Yeah.
So Arizona's title in 97 was the last West Coast champion.
And they're not even on the West Coast, to be fair.
That's true. Man, they're kind of
last Pacific time.
They're not in the Valley. They're not on the West Coast.
Where are they?
They're a team without a region.
They're in that vast wasteland.
They're in the dirty tea.
And they haven't even had that many chances. Like in the last 25 years, there's been UCLA made it once. Gonzaga made it once.
Times.
But there really hasn't been that. If you look at the former Pac-12, only U of A and UCLA out of the entire former Pac-12 made the tournament this year.
What's weird, too, though, and people don't realize this, the Big Ten hasn't won a title since 2000. So it was Arizona in 97, Michigan State in 2000. Big Ten hasn't had a title in forever either.
Wow.
Look it up.
That's crazy.
Well, I thought Michigan, I guess they didn't.
So I was working my jinx angle on Saturday, but
fully jinx.
I was watching the end of the Arizona-Houston game, and it was spurred on by the absolute prayer off the backboard late in the shot clock by Karchenkov. I was like, I sent Sammy and Jared a text. Multiple late shot clock bank prayers answered. Arizona is blessed, winning it all without breaking a sweat. I said, Jared gives me the happy face but the straight mouth emoji. The Iowa State game was the only close call they'll have. And then he gave me the one with the straight eyes, straight face emoji. And then Houston made a run. And I said, my jinx is trying.
You guys know how I get with this team of destiny angle with some of these like tournaments and stuff. After Jaden Bradley hit that shot with about 0.1 seconds left on the clock, and I know the Cats only have 2 losses, so they're not exactly anyone's underdog or anything, but they kind of feel a little team of destiny-ish. And again, they're not an underdog by any means, but from all the U of A teams that Jared and I talk about, this one actually feels like it has some serious smoke behind it.
Yeah, I think so. But I think Duke is probably talking about being a team of destiny. Florida is. Michigan is.
Yeah, but those teams have won recently. Like, they've won national championships in the last couple years.
True. Be a part of the legacy in every stride. Enter to win a family 4-pack for Pat's Run on April 11th in Tempe. Celebrate with us, honoring Pat Tillman's life as a Sun Devil, Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter to win race entry passes. Coming up next in the World Baseball Classic, Team USA won by an inch, depending on who you ask. We'll get into that and more next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Green getting grabbed by R.J. Barrett on the perimeter, able to get through it. 5 on the shot clock. Green still on the dribble. Crosses over on Barrett. Step back 3 on the way. He got it again. How about Jalen Green feeling it right now as he flexes going into the backcourt with 34 points on the night.
Suns at the Celtics. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30. 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150. Now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Ready! Hi, this is Brent with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. If you ever find yourself in need of any help in your home as it pertains to your plumbing or air conditioning, there's only one name to think of, and that's Ready Services. At Ready Services, we treat our customers fairly, we give honest pricing, and honest assessments of your issues. We'll never leave your home without you feeling satisfied with the job that was done and your experience with our technicians. To learn more about how we can help you at Ready Services, reach out to us at nofeeemergency.com.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
The target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight from Boston, where they will look to get back in the win column after a Friday night loss to the Raptors. The Suns and Celtics will get going at 4:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Let the dancing begin. The bracket is set, and the Arizona Wildcats earned a number 1 seed in the West region, where they will get LIU on Friday, and with the win, get either Villanova or Utah State in the round of 32. Molly Miller and her Sun Devils got in on the bubble as a 10 seed, but will have to beat Virginia in a first 4 game on Thursday to get to the round of 64. And it didn't come without controversy. The U.S. beat the Dominican Republic 2-1 last night to advance to their 3rd straight WBC title, where they will get either a rematch with Italy or see Venezuela for the first time. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No reader's glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Hey, it's Jesse, or maybe you know me as Rick. How did Merrill Kelly look in his Cactus League debut? We'll be talking D-backs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
To Perdomo. Here it is. Oh, the champion!
USA is able to win this whole thing. That slider right there that was below the zone. And one team reacted.
Yeah, there's a little controversy about last night's game. Final pitch, Mason Miller facing Geraldo Perdomo in a 2-1 game semifinal match of the World Baseball Classic. Geraldo Perdomo of the Diamondbacks at the plate for the DR, doing Geraldo Perdomo things. Having one of those at-bats that we all marvel at during the course of the season and doing it in a big spot. And he took a pitch that was below the zone. It was relatively close. If there was ABS and they had a challenge, it would have been overturned and the game would have gone on. We don't know what would have happened.
Right.
But it doesn't come down to one pitch ever. But a game like that was that tense, with that on the line, for it to end that way is very unfortunate for this event, in my opinion.
Well, listen, it's because it not only happened to Geraldo Perdomo, who is a member, obviously, of the Arizona Diamondbacks, and you don't want bad things to befall any of our players, but it happened to Juan Soto an inning prior. So there were a couple of times during this game when the home plate umpire completely robbed the Dominican Republic. And the oddest, weirdest thing is they're playing practice games at the same time in the Cactus and Grapefruit Leagues with the ABS system intact.
Yes.
But the World Baseball Classic is going on, and they don't have it as an option.
Because
that make sense.
They did not have the technology in all the ballparks that the World Baseball Classic was being held at. Internationally.
There
in America,
you go.
they've got it,
There
but
you
all the
go.
games not in America.
Now, it does make sense.
Yeah, the manager of the Dominican Republic team, Albert Pujols, was asked, hey, would this game have ended differently if this tournament had the ABS system?
When you see that last pitch, do you think at all in 10 days with ABS that game ends differently?
I just said it in Spanish. I don't want to focus in the last game, in the last pitch. Obviously, it didn't go our way. Disappointed about the way that the game ends, but I don't want to criticize any of that. It wasn't meant to be for us. I think both teams pitched well, played well. Our bullpen really did an outstanding job. Severino did a great job as well. So I don't really going to focus the whole game, especially a great game like it was tonight, on that last pitch.
It was a great game, and it's a classy response from Albert Pujols because, again, that was 1 of 27 outs. And the American pitching staff did a great job of holding down a completely just murderous lineup for the Dominican Republic. They set a World Baseball Classic record with 15 home runs in the tournament. But you hold that lineup to 1 run, you deserve to win the game.
Some people were calling the Dominican Republic's lineup the best lineup in the history of the sport. I don't know if I agree with that, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, but
and that the bullpen for Team USA, man, impart that bullpen right here to Arizona.
Can you do that? You want to know?
Can you?
You want some numbers on Mason Miller?
Sure.
Finishing last year and going into this tournament, he's batters are 0 for 50 against him in their last 50 at-bats.
Wow.
39 strikeouts. The last time he gave up a run was to the Diamondbacks last August 5th.
That's incredible.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. was still healthy and hit a home run, a 2-run home run to tie a game against the Padres.
That's incredible.
San Diego went on to win 10-5, but 20 straight appearances without a run. He's given up 1 hit since then.
That's wild.
All right, that last pitch, in show prep, I said that last pitch looked good. Now that I'm seeing it a few more times, it was a little low.
Yeah.
Jared's like, it was a strike, and we all went, it was?
But it was close, and Perdomo, 2-strike count.
Okay,
with
all right.
Everything on the line, you got to protect the plate.
You are going down the same lane as that yo-yo on ESPN radio this morning, who instead of blaming the umpires, validated Team USA's win by saying, I was taught in Little League that you've got to, with 2 strikes, you've got to swing at everything close. Okay, that might be
Starting
what
to
you
like
grew
that
up.
Show now.
No, but listen, Geraldo Perdomo, his whole thing is seeing the difference between the pitches that are right there and the ones that are not.
Strike zone recognition. He's so good at it.
Right.
That's what makes him a great. That's why he's on that team.
That's why he's great, because he knows the difference. He doesn't have to swing at something because he thinks it's close, because he's so good at discerning what is and isn't a ball and a strike that he lays off or doesn't. That's the shame of it. The shame of it is there's a lot of people, because once again, they don't know the Arizona sports condition. They don't know anything about our heroes. They don't know anything about player traits. Oh, that was too close to take. No, if you're Geraldo Perdomo, that was a ball, and you don't swing at balls.
That's what he does.
Yeah, exactly. And then you got runners on the corners, and that would have set up a Padre versus Padre at bat with Tatis Jr. coming up at the top of the order.
It would have been unbelievable.
It would have been very, not as dramatic, obviously, as the championship game in 2023 when you had Shohei against Trout. But that would have been
unbelievable.
Tremendous theater.
And instead, it ends up being a bad call from an umpire that ends that game.
And guess what? Now we have these umpires in Major League Baseball that are known for things that aren't positive. Corey Blazer's on that list. This follows him around. People don't forget those types of things.
Yeah.
Well, except that people don't. But it benefited Team USA. If it was reversed, it really would have become an infamous call.
Well, and this is why the issue I was having with the ESPN host this morning. It was Team USA won, so you want me to get worked up about it? You know what I mean? Yeah. And it's like, hold on here.
It's okay if a wrong was done as long as we benefit.
As long as we benefit. And you know what?
That's the American way.
Well, not only that though, but this ending adds to the idea that this Team USA has gotten a lot of breaks and may not be the most likable of international teams ever put together for a variety of reasons. Nothing major, but the idea that they didn't take this all that seriously, you can't get away from that. And then for them to advance based on a couple of very bad calls from the home plate umpire, it's a bad look. It's a bad look. I will say this, though. Aaron Judge throwing out another dude on the base. That dude is remarkable.
And he had a home run, right?
No.
Not yesterday, 2 days ago.
Jarrett fact.
He almost had one yesterday. The good old, the Spider-Man stole the Superman's home run call was pretty good.
Yeah.
From Joe Davis yesterday.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
He hit a home run yesterday, didn't he?
Are we on?
I was watching the Oscars.
I had family over, and they were all into the Oscars, so it was on the whole time, and I'm following the game on my phone. By the way, this is the first year I've not seen any of the movies.
Is that right?
Yes, and I watched the whole Oscars.
You didn't see Sinners?
I did not yet. I will. I did. My conclusion last night was I saw parts of that, not the whole thing.
You just need one word to know in Sinners.
Yeah.
Sammy.
But apparently it was a good year for movies, and I've just completely lost touch.
It was.
Are we on a collision course for a U.S. versus Italy rematch for the championship?
Yeah.
It won't be Japan.
No. How about Venezuela knocking off
Japan?
Japan?
That's crazy.
Yeah. Venezuela and Italy tonight in the other semifinal. Winner takes on the U.S. for all the marbles in this year's World Baseball Classic. Coming up next, we're entering week 2 of NFL free agency. Any other big moves and who's still out there? We'll get into that and more next. Bickley Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is my hot take for the Arizona Cardinals. They're going to have one of the better offenses in the National Football League. I say that because of Jacoby Brissett. You got a quarterback who can actually produce receivers like, Michael Wilson over 1,000 yards receiving. You've got Trey McBride, the best tight end. Now all of a sudden, if you tell me James Conner comes back and you've got Tyler Algier and you've got an offensive line that is totally new and rebuilt, and these guys come together, old and young, this offense is going to shock people.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me get out of this situation, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Why Refi specializes in helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It is what they excel in. They will work with you to build a low fixed rate payment plan that actually fits your life, not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing, they're not going to judge you, grill you with questions, make you feel bad about it. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no in your process, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for the people who have been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. You can take back control today and take that control back with Y-Refi. Give them a call, 888-Y-REFI-85, or visit YREFI.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
So my friends over at Pure Talk have been sending me customer feedback from consumeraffairs.com, where thousands of people rate and review the top wireless providers. Here, for instance, is a nice note from James in Raleigh, North Carolina, who writes, quote, after hearing Mike Rowe's ad, we made the switch to Pure Talk, and we couldn't be happier. We went from spending $1,200 a year with T-Mobile to $420 with Pure Talk. Thanks, Mike. Switch today! Exclamation point. Pure Talk is saving James $820 a year. And because he literally wrote the words switch today in capital letters with an exclamation point, I'm going to go ahead and dedicate this commercial to him. So folks, take it from James in Raleigh, North Carolina. Pure Talk can give you unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $25 a month on the same 5G service the big guys are overcharging you for. Just dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe. You'll also save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 to save an additional 50.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is only a test.
Dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On 4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On 4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On 4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, Casa Cal BC, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul. Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi, you have more energy, stamina to help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better, your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
If you acquire Kyler Murray, fine. If I was the Vikings, I would not then hand Kyler Murray anything. I think that there has to be some competition between Murray and McCarthy. And if McCarthy gets injured again, or then Kyler becomes a very cheap, very solid insurance policy to make sure that your season doesn't swirl down the toilet if McCarthy doesn't play well or if McCarthy gets hurt. Both of those things are reasonable possibilities. But to just completely write off J.J. McCarthy's career, the Vikings are liable to let another Sam Darnold situation walk out the door if that's the way they handle J.J. McCarthy now, in my opinion, moving forward.
That is the voice of Aaron Goldhammer, ESPN radio host, talking about competition being needed for the Minnesota Vikings starting job. Kyler Murray signs the 1-year, $1.3 million minimum contract with the Vikings last week. I do not agree with Aaron Goldhammer's assertion there. I think there was a reason why the Minnesota Vikings wanted a quarterback to come in and take over, because they know what they have in J.J. McCarthy, or more to the point, they know what they don't have in J.J. McCarthy at this point. This might be a 1-year stopgap thing for Minnesota. This might be an opportunity for Kyler Murray to do some rehab on his NFL resume and move forward after that, and maybe the Vikings are the beneficiaries of that. But they were so turned off, the Vikings were, by what J.J. McCarthy put out there as a first-year starter in his second year as a pro that they felt compelled to go out. If it wasn't Murray, it was going to be somebody else.
Well, listen, it's odd because J.J. McCarthy finished week one like a champion. Then they beat the Bears in week one, big-time comeback in the second half, if I'm remembering correctly.
I believe you're right.
And after that, it was just, it was like, okay, this guy is not that good. And then you got kind of a load of his personality. And I think that's really part and parcel with what they're looking at here. I think they're looking at a kid that has a real immature side to him, a real collegiate kind of side to him. My point is this. Kyler Murray it could not be handed a better opportunity or a better team to prove that Arizona got it wrong all these years. If that's what Kyler Murray wants everyone to know, that his best ball's in front of him still. After 7 years, he hasn't played his best football. Why would he say that? He's implying that the organization he played for was holding him back in some way, shape, or form.
Absolutely.
Some way, shape, or form.
The organization that made you the number one overall pick, the organization that gave you over $200 million in a contract. Your best ball was not performed in that uniform.
Exactly.
The organization that gave you two completely different regimes to try to succeed under.
Yeah. So I think when you look at this now, with that is going to come a lot of pressure. But he's got some great skill players, obviously, in Justin Jefferson, probably the best wide receiver in football. Probably. I think he still is. They've got a really good running back in Aaron Jones. They've got a really good defense that ranked top 10 in the NFL last year. They went 9-8 last year with a horrible quarterback.
Yeah.
So this is, and they've got a coach who is alleged to be the quarterback whisperer. Now, Kyler Murray might challenge that, which is the real funny thing, because if Kyler Murray turns out to be, if he makes Kevin O'Connell's head explode, then it's, a movable object meets irresistible force kind of thing.
It's also, he's alleged to be the quarterback whisperer, except for, the quarterback that they're replacing because he wasn't able to make him good last year.
And the quarterback they chose while letting two other dudes walk out the door, in Daniel Jones and Sam Darnold, of which is mostly on the GM, but Kevin O'Connell had a hand in that.
Yeah, but they don't call him the evaluation whisperer.
That's right.
Apparently.
That's right. So, look, so I think that I think this is going to be – the Vikings are obviously going to be a fascinating team to watch early on.
Oh, yeah, but there's no doubt. But on the subject of competition, there's no competition
There's
in
no
my
competition.
Mind. And I think Kyler Murray was told that. Yeah, you're playing for the minimum, but the job is yours.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
And I agree with you, too, that if Kyler Murray plays at the baseline of what he showed in 7 years with the Cardinals, I think the Vikings are going to be fine. But I also look back individually at those 7 years, and I don't think – is there one area of on-field performance where Kyler Murray improved in 7 years? His deep ball throwing was way better at the start of his career.
That's an interesting point, because all his improvements were of the personal nature, the maturity. None of them were between the lines. Yeah, he actually got worse.
There's no stat for leadership.
You're right. He actually got worse.
Late game interceptions and daffy decision making plagued him throughout his time. Glitches.
There was a time when it first sort of transitioned that they thought, like, okay, he's starting to learn how to play under center. He's starting to learn to do play action. He's starting to learn to stay in the pocket. But none of that continued. None of that grew. None of that built. By the time that they were ready to move on from him, none of that seemed like it was going to be a big positive for him. No.
So a good buddy of mine sent me a picture over the weekend. Somebody's vanity plate said "1 Kyler," and it got me thinking, oops. What are some of the really bad vanity plates that have happened over the years, where you latch on to something that you think is really popular?
Oh, no. It's not quite as extreme as the tattoo that you latch on to.
Right.
Rosen is chosen.
RSN CSN.
GR8TON.
9MSTKES.
Because the bottom line is, if you have a replica jersey, you can just hide it in the back of your closet. Once your player, if that's on your automobile, well, now you've got to go to the DMV. You've got to.
It's inconvenient. At least there's not a surgical procedure to get
involved.
And on the replica jersey thing too, if you know a seamstress, you can get a new nameplate on it. You could put something funny on there. You could put something self-deprecating, or you could just hope somebody else signs and wears that number.
Right, that's true.
Recycling isn't always a thing. New/old offensive lineman of the Arizona Cardinals, Elijah Wilkinson. He was here for a year in 23. He went to Atlanta for a couple years. Now he's back. Apparently, he was warring with Falcons fans on social media. And he was blasting the Falcons. According to Atlanta reporter Myles Garrett, not that Myles Garrett, a different one, he told Atlanta fans, good luck with that clown show over there. Y'all in hell right now. Have fun being next year. Fans are want to do. They didn't relent, according to this article from Kevin Patron, NFL.com. Continuing to badger the offensive tackle, pointing out his numerous penalties, including 9 false starts. At one point in the conversation, Wilkinson turned some of the blame for the Falcon struggles on his former teammates. Yeah, all right. And all the passes Darnell Mooney dropped and Kyle Pitts, blank off my line. Have fun rooting to lose the NFC South. 28-3, 28-3.
Oh,
laughing
boy.
stock.
Wow. Holy cow.
Apparently, he's not going to go back to Atlanta for a third stint.
How's Elijah Wilkinson been the last couple of years as a player?
According to Falcons fans in this thread, not good.
Not good.
I think we can term him a depth guy for the Arizona Cardinals offensive line.
That's funny. That's pretty good.
Coming up next, is this the year the Arizona Wildcats finally end their Final Four drought? Their path is ahead of them. We'll explore more next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gamble for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself. Do it for each other. Do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks. Brewed for every inning.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else. The power of fighting back. The power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is March, and the madness will get underway tomorrow with 2 of the first 4 games. But Arizona, the number 1 seed in the West region, will play 16 seed LIU on Friday morning as Tommy Lloyd and the Wildcats will start what they hope is a deep tournament run. ASU women's basketball and Molly Miller earned an at-large bid. The Sun Devils a 10 seed, but will play in a first 4 game Thursday against Virginia, planning to advance to the round of 64 against Georgia. The Suns will look to get a big road win tonight in Boston after dropping Friday's game in Toronto 122-115. The Celtics and Suns will tip at 4:30 from TD Garden, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. In the United States, held off the Dominican Republic last night in the World Baseball Classic after Geraldo Perdomo's epic at-bat ended with a questionable strike 3 call. Nonetheless, the 2-1 win gets the USA to the final, where they will wait the winner of Venezuela and Italy, and that's what's trending now.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we're nearly a week into the new league year, what do we make of the Cardinals' free agent class? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
I'm way more settled in, than I was back then. Hopefully I'm a better coach than I was back then. And, and I know this group is, I hope they feel the same excitement. And it'll be a good task for our staff this week to make sure that the energy and excitement is there for what's coming.
Tommy Lloyd, head coach of the Arizona Wildcats, the Big 12 tournament champions. They've checked 2 boxes: regular season champs, tournament champs. They got another box to check, and that's national champs. And they are one of the favorites to win it, the number 1 seed in the West. They will open up on Friday against the Long Island Sharks. It used to be the Blackbirds. Way better name.
What's better?
Blackbirds is better than Sharks.
I know. Then they started having all those shark attacks on Jones Beach.
Is that right? Is that accurate? Is that the name of the beach?
That Jones Beach or Robert Moses State Park.
Yeah.
The ones I used to go to.
Yeah.
But I don't know why they changed their name.
Probably just marketing reasons.
Yeah, I would think that, for
Blackbirds.
marketing purposes, sharks are probably a lot more intimidating than blackbirds.
I guess you've never had a crow peck your eyes out.
I guess Sharks is not a very common college nickname.
No. No.
Yeah.
So here's the question for the two Arizona fans in the audience here. Well, not in the audience, in this room here.
Yes.
And for all the Arizona fans in the audience. Okay, you know what the Holy Grail has been? Just get back to the Final Four. Do you feel that this year with the number 1 seed? Will a Final Four appearance be enough?
That's a great question. Jarrett?
Jarrett's already a mess. This is going to be unbelievable these next few days.
He's being very positive.
For some reason, that just really hit me there because I don't know. I won't know until it happens.
Okay.
Can I give you that?
Sure.
Because making the Final Four will be euphoric, but then once you're in the Final Four with a team this good, you want to win it all.
Yeah, I think for me, so if U of A were to get to the Final Four, would I say that's a successful season without winning the title? Again, I think it depends who they play. If they're sitting there and it's Michigan, Arizona, and it's just a heavyweight battle, and they come up short and lose in the Final Four, I'll be upset. I'll probably be pretty pissed off, but I'll be able to be like, you know what? 2 losses, you lose to a juggernaut in Michigan, and
I almost feel like the Final Four in basketball has become like the Super Bowl. It's basketball, but it's not.
Yes.
You play them in gigantic dome stadiums. The depth perception for shooters is so wonky. You don't know what kind of quality of game you're going to get, largely because of the conditions.
It's also,
Arizona, not to, poo-poo on your point, they haven't been to the Elite Eight. They haven't been further than the Sweet 16 under Tommy Lloyd.
And the fact that there's a potential rematch with Wisconsin hanging out there, oh my!
I'm glad you
then
brought that up.
Then they might have
Does
to.
Frank Kaminsky have eligibility left?
Oh my goodness!
Get Frank the Tank back on the court.
And then they might have to beat Gonzaga, which is Tommy Lloyd's mentor and obviously the
It's the Mark Few thing, yeah.
It's very weird about the Final Four in that it's the only thing in sports where getting to something without winning a championship is still an accomplishment. Like getting to a Final Four, they hang up banners. It's an accomplishment.
Yep.
It's not even the championship game. You wouldn't. And, getting to the NFC Championship game wouldn't be like something that's an accomplishment.
Well, and that's kind of like the Super Bowl analogy as well. You get to the Super Bowl, you're immortalized forever. It's always the two competitors.
And people remember who lost the Super Bowl.
Always.
Nobody remembers who loses conference championship games.
No.
Jarrett's right. Final Four is the only you remember what teams are in the Final Four, or at least most people do. That's one of my weak spots now. Is I can't remember. If you told me to name last year's Final Four, what was it? Florida.
It was all the 1 seeds.
Auburn,
last year.
Houston,
and Duke.
Okay.
I would have never remembered that.
I mean, me neither.
But
neither.
I just happened to hear it.
Here's Tommy Lloyd talking about his team's approach to the tournament.
We understand what the tournament is, and that it's an exciting thing for a lot of people. But there's spectators and there's participants, and we're participants. So, we'll let you guys have all the fun with it. We just want to play games, and the one thing I know is the better story for you guys to write. There are better stories for you guys to write the longer we play, and the more games we play. So, we're going to approach it one game at a time and go from there. We're not gonna get out ahead of ourselves.
They the thing that I've noticed about this Wildcats team is they've just got guys who seem to make the big play when it's really needed. You talked about Jaden Bradley in the shot against Iowa State. Huge offensive rebound by Krivas on Saturday when
massive.
Yeah, massive.
That was enormous.
Yeah, and they've got guys who seem to make these little margin plays. Burry shaking off a terrible stretch of play and banking in that wild shot. He just willing the ball in the basket.
I've said this before, but they essentially have 7 guys on the team who are all exactly as good as each other.
Yeah, that's a good point.
The problem is they don't have games where all 7 guys are all really good at the same time. But because they're so deep with even talent, they usually have 3 or 4 of those guys that are good at any given time.
So to give listeners an insight into Jarrett's mindset, earlier in the show today, he has declared that he's in a great spot psychologically, and then went on to say, because if they can't beat Wisconsin, they're just a bunch of losers. They're just a bunch of humps. That's all it is. So why should I get upset? Because if they can't beat a team like Wisconsin, they're just losers.
I think Wisconsin should just roll over.
That's fair.
It'd be great if High Point
Totally
could
fair.
get by Wisconsin.
This week is going to be so great for me.
We don't even play till Friday.
I know.
No, and it's a 10:30 game.
The week for you, Bick, is next week. Because if U of A takes care of business, beats Long Island and either Villanova, Utah State, then there's a couple days in between that whoever comes out of Wisconsin, Arkansas, Hawaii, or High Point, where Jared is just going to be on edge all the time.
There's no way they can lose to Long Island. But you would have said that. You would have said that about Buffalo too.
Well, it has now happened twice. So it's no longer a 16 can never ever beat a 1.
Right.
But yeah,
They weren't supposed to lose to Princeton in 23 either.
So you said it's a 10:30 a.m. game on Friday?
10:35 tip, I think.
lame. I'll still.
One of the things I love too, not necessarily just about Arizona, but for all the really successful programs, considering NCAA tournament history. This is the 8th time the Arizona Wildcats are number 1 seed. They made the Final Four once as a 1 seed, and that was their first trip ever to the Final Four in 1988.
Wow. And then famously, they won it all by beating 3 number 1 seeds.
Yes.
Which was one of the more remarkable accomplishments you'll ever see from a basketball team.
I will say, to answer your Final Four question, if they don't get to the Final Four, I'll have deemed this as a very, very, very unsuccessful season.
No, there's no doubt you've got to get there. There's no doubt about it. You cannot call it anything else but a failure if you don't get to the Final Four.
Yeah,
they're the best team in
the best team in the United States.
They have the best resume. They have the best wins. They're the best.
They've been a top 4 team since November. They've been a number 1 team for most of that time. Yeah, it's championship or bust. Don't worry about it. They're going to breeze.
Yeah.
It's over.
The heart rate's already rising.
It's over.
It's over.
My watch is telling me to breathe.
You guys should find, so the championship game will be on a Monday night, probably Wednesday, Thursday for a parade in Tucson. You guys should both put in for the day off now.
Man.
I'm going to hold my
He
own
is
parade.
trolling you guys so hard.
If they win,
I fully believe this with all my heart.
We're going to have a parade through the newsroom and the station if they win. Me, Sammy, Kellen, Kevin Zimmerman.
Zimmerman?
Yeah, Crazy KZ as he's known.
Okay.
That's another. We hire way too many Arizona graduates.
Well, what do they want them to do? Work in Tucson?
No.
Don't we have a world-class broadcasting program right down the street?
Don't sleep on the one down the Dirty T.
All right. Good luck to you guys.
Thanks. I'd love to go to that parade.
Either I'm right and they win it all, or I'm wrong and they lose and I'm the reason why.
And you relish in it.
I could take it. Coming up next, can the Suns bounce back in Boston after a disappointing Friday in Toronto? We'll get into all of it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field. This one is way out of here. Gone. It's another home run for Jordan Lawler.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Sports fans love their giant foam fingers, love celebrating who is number one. And in the automotive world, BMW ranked number one by Consumer Reports 2 consecutive years running. And in the state of Arizona, Chapman BMW, the number one BMW dealership in the state. Not surprising at all. Talking about an award-winning family-run business for nearly 6 decades. They've got employees who've worked at their stores for 30 and 40 years, which is unheard of in the industry. Proof that it's a great place to work and a great place to buy a car. Chapman BMW, great reputation for elite service and handling. You'll feel it the minute you walk into either of their locations, and those 2 locations guarantee you the best selection you are going to find in the Valley, no matter what you are looking for. Also, great reputation for making luxury attainable. They have got something in everybody's price range, and do not forget, you have got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. So here's my advice. Pick a location, go find what you like, take a test drive, then get your hookup by asking for Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He has vowed personally to hook up every member of this listening audience. Make sure you take advantage of that. Make sure you ask for him by name. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a dollar for dollar Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Have you heard about Global Credit Union? Hey, everybody, it's Dave Burns. They're helping Arizonans keep more of their money. Last year, members saved over $194 million through better rates and lower fees. Perks include early payday, access to your paycheck up to 3 days early, and 24/7 U.S.-based support whenever you need it. Join at globalcu.org or visit one of their 9 Phoenix area branches. I'm a member, and you will feel the difference right away. Global Credit Union. Better rates, fewer fees, real savings.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks incredible. And listen, spring is the time to act. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
It's time to upgrade your arsenal with the Shields Field and Range Sale Event. Save on your favorite brands in ammo, firearms, optics, and more. You'll have to hurry, though. This sale only runs through March 22nd. Plus, with your Shields Visa, you'll earn an extra 10 points for every $1 spent on Vortex products at Shields, which means you'll earn even more My Rewards gift cards. Visit Shields or Shields.com and save now through March 22nd.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hey, it's Jesse, or maybe you know me as Rick. Can the Phoenix Suns beat a tough Boston Celtics team tonight? We'll be previewing Suns Celtics at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Good morning, Avondale. Appreciate you listening, watching, viewing, following. Bickley and Murata mornings in Avondale, this and every morning.
Inbounded to Jalen Green in the backcourt. He drives into the forecourt, goes to the rim, and is blocked from behind by Scotty Barnes on the dunk attempt. Green is down on the floor, and the Raptors are taking it into the forecourt. It's a jam for R.J. Barrett, and a 6-point Raptors lead. And again, this place is going bonkers.
John Bloom, Tim Kempton on the call. Final moments in Toronto on Friday night, a game that the Suns had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter, and they let it slip away with some really, really bad late-game execution on both ends of the floor.
Yeah.
Got sloppy. They looked tired. They looked like a team on the second half of a back-to-back, which they were.
Did.
And Toronto just kind of smelled blood in the water and attacked.
I don't know if there's anything even more difficult about going to a different country for the second night of a back-to-back. I don't think charters really have to deal with much on the realm of immigration and that kind of stuff.
And that, yeah.
Right. But that's really the only excuse that you can put out there for the Suns. That fourth quarter, that game was in their back pocket, and I just when I thought Devin Booker was ready to take over the league again, that fourth quarter was
a rough stretch for Devin Booker. Here was Devin Booker talking about the late game execution against Toronto.
Not that good. I feel like the wearing down of a back-to-back definitely got to us on both ends. You got a little stagnant. New lineup out there, and just didn't work out.
Yeah, Jordan Ott, what went wrong in the fourth?
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. It's always in between. You watch the film, it's in between. Shot making, they're in. They amp their physicality up. It's always somewhere in between. Anyone can look at the box score and see it wasn't good enough. They won't. We were good enough for 3 quarters, and it just BI got going. It's the NBA.
Yeah, that can happen. Doesn't make it any less frustrating. The play that we came back with, the highlight, the block shot by Scotty Barnes on Jalen Green, who had a clear path to the hoop and went for the theatrical and went for the style points, I think. Hard not to. But by cocking that back behind his head, gave the defender one chance to make a play.
Okay, listen, I know that I've been looking at Jalen Green all season long with sort of a wary eye based on what the scouting report, that he's a very frustrating player, capable of greatness, capable of things that make you really angry. That was a moment that made me very angry. I understand the need for the style points, but as Devin Booker said, quick dunk that.
Yep. Here was Devin Booker on what he saw on Green's late dunk attempt that got blocked.
Yeah. He cocked it back. He could have quick dunked it too, but, it's definitely contact. I don't know if it was before or after the ball was hit, but that was the inconsistency for a majority of the night. But we don't. We try to up the pressure, and then it gets called. It's a tough inventory.
Yeah, style points in the final minute, you don't need them.
No, you don't. You need the bucket.
Minute.
Yeah, that's it. And that's what bothered me. It would have been a hellacious dunk, right? But time and space, man.
The stat lines. Jalen Green was very efficient again. Had a career high 8 3-pointers. Hit 8 of 16 from 3. Was over 50% from the floor. 34 points. Played a really good game overall. Devin Booker, 31 points, 50% shooting. Strange night for Book. Didn't have an assist and had 5 turnovers. That's a
very odd stat line. Yeah, that really is.
Now, is it cause for concern? No, not after one game. It also didn't help. Colin Gillespie didn't score in the game. There was, again, for the second straight game, big 30-plus point games for Book and Green, and only one other player in double figures. 2 games ago, it was Royce O'Neal. On Friday night, it was Grayson Allen. So they're not getting a lot of balanced scoring, although Goodwin had 9, and Haywood Highsmith Fleming had 9, and Goodwin had 8.
And both of those games, no other player even had more than 8 shot attempts. So it's just like really gravitating towards the two guys on offense.
And you mentioned the name, and we haven't talked about his sequence. The Suns lost, but the Rasheer Fleming sequence.
Oh,
yeah, that's right.
That was the highlight of the game from an optimistic standpoint.
The back-to-back blocks and the three.
And the three. Yeah. We're kind of on the cusp of maybe something becoming like very special.
Listen, I want to believe that, but we've seen many players for the Suns come and have a couple of really good weeks to start their careers here. I want to believe in Rasheer Fleming so badly. There is such a baby Kawhi Leonard energy to him.
Except he actually has energy to him. It's a little different.
No, listen. They may have nailed this draft with that kid.
Yeah,
which is good because they don't have a lot of draft picks coming in the future.
That is true. It also that performance in this stretch. Friday night coincided with a DNP for Ryan Dunn.
Mm-hmm.
Did not get off the bench. Jordan Ott was asked about that.
We're trying different combinations out there. Obviously, I've loved what Haywood has brought to us. He allows us the ability to go that non-traditional 5 route, especially against a team like this that does such a great job of creating turnovers on your drive penetration. We'll have to take a look. I mean, the space helped us early, I thought. In the second, end of first, into the second, then early in the second quarter. Then we went back to it in the fourth. It wasn't good enough.
Yeah, look, Ryan Dunn there was a very, very great amount of patience shown with Ryan Dunn, even when he was going through stretches, and they want it to work. He's a first-round pick. I get it. Right now, it wasn't working, and as long as you have Haywood Highsmith playing good, as long as you have Rasheer Fleming playing well, I think Ryan Dunn's going to get a couple more DNPs. He'll likely get another opportunity. But,
do you think?
Yeah, I mean, because hopefully Fleming is past the rough spots and he just becomes a consistent performer. That's the best case scenario.
Right.
But I just don't, I mean, that's not the way it's worked for young players with the Suns. So I would expect there to be opportunities where he gets in there.
Okay.
The other thing I wanted to point out that I was really frustrated by was not picking on Royce O'Neal. He's a veteran and he's a good defensive player. The defensive look shown to Brandon Ingram late in the game, I thought could have been a little bit more differentiated. Maybe throwing a different defender or a second defender at him. It was weird. There was a few baskets in the last 4 minutes where they looked like they were going to bring the double team on Ingram, and it was just kind of a tease. And then the defender went back to his player and left O'Neal all by himself. And Brandon Ingram's got like 4 or 5 inches on Royce O'Neal, and he was feeling it.
Oh yeah,
I'm challenging somebody else on Toronto to beat me in those late game situations.
That's a good call. I felt that too, and again, I think a lot of that was that fourth quarter. I just kind of want to chalk that up to the second of a back-to-back because it all just seemed to kind of follow the way that game was going earlier. I'm like, Suns they're going to win this game.
Yeah.
They're going to go into Boston with that win we talked about that they needed going into this little stretch of games.
That's the thing. It would have been really nice to have that win kind of in the back of their pocket as they go to Boston, very tough place to play.
Yep.
Minnesota and San Antonio. To get that first one of the tough, quote, 4 would have been really, really nice.
Yeah, now tough one tonight in Boston against the Celtics. 4:30 tip. You can hear it here on Arizona Sports and the Arizona Sports app. It is time for Bracket Bucks and a shot at winning $500. Text Bucks to 620-620 to fill out your bracket and be a part of the madness. Once again, that's Bucks, B-U-C-K-S, to 620-620. Coming up, all the big stories, all in one place. Sammy takes us through the reboot next. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gardner Minshew was signed to be the backup quarterback to Jacoby Brissett.
I do think in the absence of a deal for Malik Willis, I'm not sure what other options you had.
Look, I was all in on Malik Willis, but if you tell me you can't get Malik, I'm all on board keeping Jacoby Brissett because I don't like what else is out there. What are you, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith? Like, I don't think there was a good option. Just bring back Jacoby and give yourself a chance next year to go get one of those studs in the draft.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LASIK and Evo ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it is Vince Marotta here, and I did have LASIK over 25 years ago, and back then, changed my life for the better. But now what has changed is my vision. I'm getting older, and my vision is still good overall, but find myself squinting at times when trying to see something at distance, and I have had to use readers from time to time. I was wondering what was going on with my vision, so I met with Dr. King at K2 Vision. He gave me a thorough exam, and like many people who have had LASIK years ago, I am a candidate for refractive lens exchange, RLE. That's a permanent solution that also ensures I'll never get a cataract. The team of doctors at K2 Vision gave me info on my vision with options about my future without adding any pressure. The team of surgeons there have performed over 400,000 procedures. And I know from my personal experience that they will know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today. K2VisionRLE.com. That K2 Vision RLE, no glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. That's K2VisionRLE.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hi, this is Jan from Toyota. You're currently listening to my new meditation guide called Meditating with Jan from Toyota. Take a moment to find a comfortable position. Now soften your focus and visualize yourself off-roading in a rugged new Tacoma. Now, take a deep breath in. Not too deep, because that's patchouli you're smelling, and imagine taking a Corolla Cross to a music festival. Next, picture a bright light ahead. You're hitting the town in a sleek new Camry. Now engage your senses. What do you hear? A donkey. That's what you heard, because you're in a farm sanctuary now in a spacious new Grand Highlander. When you're ready, take a final deep breath in and go from dreaming it to driving it today. That's Jan's meditation.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends March 31st. Toyota, let's go places.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight from Boston, where they will look to get back in the win column after a Friday night loss to the Raptors. The Suns and Celtics will get going at 4:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Let the dancing begin. The bracket is set, and the Arizona Wildcats earned a number 1 seed in the West region, where they will get LIU on Friday. in the round of 32. Molly Miller and her Sun Devils got in on the bubble as a 10 seed, but will have to beat Virginia in a first 4 game on Thursday to get to the round of 64. And it didn't come without controversy. The U.S. beat the Dominican Republic 2-1 last night to advance to their 3rd straight World Baseball Classic title game, where they will either get a rematch with Italy or see Venezuela for the first time. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bentley and Milano Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning, 7:30 on a Monday. It's time for the Rush Hour Reboot. I'm Sammy Sobolka here to get you guys caught up with the biggest stories going on in sports. And I think it's safe to say when the calendar turns to March and the brackets come out, there's really nothing bigger that sports fans care about. And so that's where I want to start. When you look at the bracket that we got yesterday, what generally stands out to you guys? Is there a region, teams, paths, upsets? What stands out to you guys?
One of the first things that stood out to me was, we brought it up very early in the show, Duke's path in the East as the top, the number 1 overall seed. And Duke is really good. There's a lot of teams. I mean, the paths, Jarrett said it, you got to play who's in front of you. I get it.
Yeah.
But it just seems like there's a lot of teams, a lot of speed bumps in Duke's way.
I totally agree with that. Some of the things that jumped out at me was the fact that, the SEC is known as a football school. They nearly got 12 teams in the tournament. They instead got 10.
Yep.
That's a big number for a football conference.
And for a football conference who didn't really have a good year in basketball.
Yeah,
I agree.
Right?
To have 10.
The Mountain West got 1 berth.
Utah State, right? Yeah.
Yep. Which is very, very odd from a conference that generally has multiple berths. And as I said earlier, this might be the best chance for teams on the West Coast-ish to win the first championship since 1997 when Arizona did it. So
to Vinny's point real quick, you have Duke, blue blood. You have St. John's and Rick Pitino. Kansas, Bill Self.
Blue blood.
Michigan State, Tom Izzo. Blue blood.
Mm-hmm.
And again, we can say what we want about him, but Mick Cronin is a very good coach with UCLA. They're dangerous.
He's a jerk face. I'm sorry. I will not say anything else about him.
He is a jerk. Since his elite top peak jerk face moment, though, the team has played really, really well.
Yeah, they have.
And then not to mention, you have UConn and Hurley who are just sitting there.
Who's won more championships than any other school in the last 25 years.
Also, jerk face.
Yes.
Also, jerk face.
And so this leads into my next question. So we're very in wanting the upsets and the Cinderella stories in March, but are they becoming more and more unlikely in this NIL?
There's no doubt.
World?
There's no doubt about it that the back end of the NCAA tournament is now further away from competing for a championship than they've ever been. The analytics from last year, the chalkiest tournament they've seen probably ever. Yeah, I don't think you're going to get these little schools going on deep runs for whatever reasons.
If it's so chalky, why does my bracket suck so bad all the time?
I don't know.
It's a good question.
I tend to agree. Last year kind of seemed like the shift back to the favorites and the big powerhouses making it all the way to the Final Four.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of hoping that's not a every year thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we just due maybe for some upsets? Or is this going to be a trend of chalk becomes even more chalk? I hope I'm wrong, and I hope we're wrong, but it's brutal. All right, so we got word this morning the NBA is probably going to expand, all right? They vote on Vegas and Seattle next week, and they're looking at 2028 to 2029. Why is NBA expansion good for the NBA first?
Because I think Seattle really deserves a basketball franchise, number one. I think Vegas is going to be great. It's very depressing to me that Vegas is going to go and become a 4 Major League sports town when we're no longer one. That really bums me out.
Yeah, but 2 of those teams are the A's and the Raiders.
Yeah, the worst.
Yeah. Well,
and an expansion team. But you're right, though.
Who's got a better history, the Raiders or the Cardinals?
No kidding.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to have an argument about the history and the brand of the Raiders? I could do it.
You want to go? That's so funny.
There's not a question. The Raiders have had a far better.
Yeah.
history.
And I think 32. That's the magic number for all leagues. So you've got it's the math. The maths out a lot easier.
Yeah. What Bick said, I think overwhelmingly the number one reason why it's good is that Seattle deserves a team and absolutely deserves an expansion team. I wouldn't want a relocated team to be rebranded as the Supersonics. That doesn't seem right to me.
Mm-hmm.
The other good thing is, obviously, it's going to be a big influx of cash for the owners. Doesn't affect us. Other than that, I don't think it's needed.
Yeah, I was going to ask, on the flip side, why is a league expanding a product that has so many problems to begin with?
Money?
Obviously the money, but...
That's it.
It's literally... I couldn't think of anything else. Like, the league's deep, I guess, but there are teams trying to lose, and
because
they don't
want to relocate. They don't want to relocate teams. You said the argument is that Seattle and Vegas...
You've got two great markets.
Right. They want to put teams there. They get it. They don't, for whatever reason, they're desperate to keep teams in Memphis and Charlotte and these places that just aren't really working.
New Orleans.
Yeah, New Orleans
not working out great.
Yeah.
No.
All right. Last night, the United States, the DR, 2-1. United States win on what was a very, very controversial strike three call. But as a whole, has the WBC lived up to your expectations?
Yeah, I think so. There's been a lot of storylines coming out of it.
Yeah, the fact that Shohei and Japan are out of the tournament, that bums me out. I wanted to see that element on the other side of the draw.
Okay.
So yeah, to me, when you add in the Mark DeRosa not knowing the rules early on, when you factor in that there not being a challenge system in play, which really cost the DR last night. And then when you factor in the fact that Venezuela upset Japan, no, I think this one's falling short.
Okay.
I wonder why they just didn't make the determination, okay, the early round pool play games that aren't played in the United States,
That's
okay,
it.
those stadiums are not equipped for ABS and challenge system. But when you get it down to two locations in Houston and Miami that are equipped, why not have it?
Why not? Yeah, you're exactly right. Then it wouldn't be uniform. So what?
And so the buzz that has kind of come about it, again, no Japan and the Dominican lost last night, but do you think that buzz can and will transfer to the MLB season that's starting here soon?
I think it's possible, but I think it would be a very slow burn, a short burn.
Okay.
Once regular season play begins, I think the focus shifts.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, and lastly, we'll have more on it later, but Merrill Kelly, he had a tough weekend, tough go, and the news that he's likely going to start the season on the injured list. Is his health just something we're going to become accustomed to talking about all season long?
Well, I sure hope not. I sure hope that when he does rejoin the parent club, the big league club, that will be the end of this issue and that we're not going to be walking this tightrope. But it is Merrill Kelly, and it took him forever to get over the cramp. We don't even know if that issue is totally resolved.
Trending in the right direction.
Yeah.
It's been a while since he cramped up.
I haven't seen it, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, I hope not is the answer, but it's Major League Baseball in the year 2026.
Yep.
Diamondbacks fans were subjected to it over the weekend, too, with the Gabby Moreno story. Pulled him out, you hear elbow inflammation, and you're like, oh, jeez, here we go again.
Yeah.
Because that usually turns out to be something very, very bad.
Uh-huh.
Turns out it's just inflammation.
He's okay, yeah, right. But it's yeah, we've been on this carousel for too long.
Yes.
Right?
And it starts again like actual opening day in less than 2 weeks. So there we go. But there you guys go. Happy Monday,
Thank
fellas.
you, Sammy.
Thank you, Sammy. I'll reboot it on this Monday. I want to remind you, my mouse will.
You do?
Yeah, I do. This is how you remind me. I went all Nickelback. Baseball season is here. We want to send you to one of the first two home games on March 30th or 31st. All you have to do is text the word opener to 620 for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Diamondbacks, one of the first two home games. Text opener to 620 for your chance to win. Coming up next, there's one aspect of Kyler Murray being gone that I think Cardinal fans may be really happy about. Maybe more than one, but we'll focus on one to begin next. Bickley and Marotta mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This dude is different than us. Corbin Carroll is really, really talented. He's got a lot of skills and a lot of explosive, fast twitch stuff going on in his body. And yet at the same time, I think it's who he is that I enjoy the most. The competitor that he is. The predator competitor that he is. That I respect so much and love.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and more than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances. But natural gas is so much more than an essential home ingredient. It helps support economic development and growth in the community. And Southwest Gas fuels the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive. From startups to large-scale manufacturing, Southwest Gas helps business succeed. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations into the valley are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Southwest Gas helps business succeed while helping Arizona become a national leader in advanced manufacturing. If you would like more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit their website at swgas.com.
Ready to free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business empowers leaders with smart business buying tools, leaving time to focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future at amazonbusiness.com.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline full synthetic motor oil and a MicroGuard Select oil filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Every business starts with an idea. With smart business buying from Amazon Business, get everything you need to grow in one familiar place. From office supplies to IT essentials and maintenance tools. Ready to bring your visions to life? Learn how at amazonbusiness.com.
Do you have at least 1 month worth of food in your pantry? If not, you should definitely go to mypatriotsupply.com right now. My Patriot Supply is America's #1 supplier of long-term storable food. They've helped over 3 million Americans get prepared. And for a limited time, when you order their best-selling 4-week food supply, you'll get an additional week of food absolutely free. There's no catch, but act fast because this offer ends soon. Claim your free emergency food kit now at mypatriotsupply.com. That's mypatriotsupply.com.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150, now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
When you think about this team, won 9 games last year with really below average play between Max Brosmer, J.J. McCarthy. Look at this graphic and some Carson Wentz. It's amazing how impactful this move could be. If they win 2 more games, they're sitting at 11. They should win the division, and your quarterback is making the league minimum. Again, context is everything. Starting quarterbacks are making upwards of $60 million. And look, I'm not saying he should be at the top of the market, but this is incredible value with a lot of high impact. And if it doesn't work out, there's very little downside.
Mike Tannenbaum on Get Up last week after Kyler Murray signed a 1-year deal for the league minimum with the Minnesota Vikings. Of course, he'll be making a lot more than the league minimum thanks to the $36 million he's getting from the Cardinals to play football elsewhere. But there's one aspect of this all, and it really doesn't have anything to do with football, that Cardinals fans will be, or Kyler Murray fans are still going to have to deal with it. Cardinals fans won't have to deal with anymore. This morning, I did a search, an X search, a Twitter search, just on the name Kyler Murray. The first 12 results, Bick, 7 of them were short jokes. Whether it was AI videos or pictures or, a picture of Peter Dinklage welcoming Kyler Murray.
And Kyler's a foot shorter than
he's
Peter
being
Dinklage.
towered over by Peter Dinklage. I am so... I've been over those jokes for about 5 years. It's one thing to criticize the quarterback play of Kyler Murray. That's fair. But, I mean, these...
It's even one thing to criticize his work ethic.
Yes.
Because of the homework clause.
Yes.
But
And I think the Call of Duty jokes are
old
completely
too.
played out.
I agree.
But the height jokes, I mean, it's the football equivalent of a Stevie Wonder or Helen Keller joke at this point.
The Call of Duty jokes, he asked for that himself.
And the Cardinals.
Well, they did, but that quote that he gave the New York Times before that contract about how I'm blessed to see everything. I'm not the kind of guy that's going to kill himself watching film because I see so much already. You remember that?
Yeah.
That was out of his mouth before the study clause was put into his contract. And that's when people were like, okay, that's odd because you don't play like you see the field like you think you do. Yeah. Yeah, no, this is like I said, the whole Kyler Murray story. I said it last week. I'm sure we'll be talking about this for months to come. It's fraught with potential embarrassment for the Cardinals, for all of the Kyler Murray critics, because once again, what you see on most of the national shows now are Kyler Murray highlights and the wow moments. They just showed one recently, was that incredible scramble against the Panthers where he was just juking and faking guys out of their socks and getting downfield. And somebody posted on social media, this guy's potential is unbelievable. And somebody responded, what you don't realize is he threw an interception, a terrible interception 2 plays later. And that is not part of this clip that we're all watching. So, look, it's because it's the Arizona condition. It's the fact that it's Kyler Murray. It's the Vikings. It's a team that is built to win now. And so the Cardinals are paying him to go away.
A lot of money.
A lot of money to go away. And that people don't seem to even consider why that might be.
Well, you hit on something that's interesting, too, that I don't think as a pro quarterback Kyler's necessarily dealt with. And there's expectations. A 9-win team. Oh, he raises the ceiling. If they got decent quarterback play, they're going to win the North. They're going to be a Super Bowl contender. For the first time in his pro career, from day one, let's just say there's not a competition. I don't think there's going to be a competition. I think Kyler Murray's going to be the day one starter.
So do I.
There's pressure on him. How does Kyler Murray play a full 17-game season with pressure on him? We've never seen that before. We saw bits and pieces of it because when the Cardinals got off to a good start or were in position to make a run for a playoff spot, the pressure did rise. His play did not.
Yeah, exactly. And this is such a tailor-made, great situation for any quarterback to walk into. That this is really going to be the moment of proof for Kyler Murray. This really is going to be it. And but I will tell you, it's not if they get off. If they're like 7-1, it's gonna get wonky around here.
In congruence, parallel to the Cardinals being perhaps 1-7 at the time.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be to me the biggest roadblock is that you could look past Kyler breaking out, having a great year somewhere else if the Cardinals had that next quarterback in waiting. Even if their record was bad, if they had that guy on the roster where you had hope and say like, okay, yeah, Kyler's doing good somewhere else, but we have this guy that's going to be our next stud going forward. And if they go in with Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, likely that's not going to happen.
True.
I'll say it again. I think that it's really a shame. I didn't think for a minute that the Vikings had any chance of finishing above the Lions last year. So I made the Jared fact error of claiming the Vikings were coming here next year. They are not. But could you imagine if they were?
Yeah.
Could you imagine?
That game would be sold out.
Had a tiebreaker not given last place to the Detroit Lions in that division, the Vikings would be coming here next year.
And I think the divisional rotation I think it ensures the Vikings will play the Cardinals in 2027, but we don't know what Kyler Murray's contractual status is.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. But
that would have been unbelievable.
Would there have been more Cardinal or Viking fans? 50-50 split?
If the game was here?
Yeah.
Vikings.
Yeah, Vikings. Lots of Minnesotans in Arizona, Sandy.
Tons. Well, that's what I mean.
And they're not exactly sorry about it. Don't you know?
Well, yeah, right? Right?
I was speaking of Minnesota, I was flipping through the channels last week, and Fargo was on.
That's North Dakota, though.
No, the movie was in Minnesota.
Is that
Fargo right? Fargo is technically in North Dakota, but the movie is based in Minnesota.
Oh. I've seen that movie so many times.
You going to the Gopher Saturday?
Oh, it's
you betcha.
Oh, it's so funny.
That is a great movie.
Oh,
isn't it?
It's incredible.
The acting,
it's top 5 of all time. Frances McDormand is incredible in that role.
Acting top to bottom is amazing in that movie.
Fargo?
Yeah.
Oh, God. The way you said that made me think that you not only haven't seen it, but haven't really heard of it.
See, the only thing I know about Fargo is that it's a TV show now. John Hamm stars in this.
He's fleeing the interview. He's fleeing the interview.
It was
based on the movie.
They made a TV show, not real. It's not based. It's
loosely based.
Loosely based.
It's not like a
no.
But the movie is great. You should see it.
All right, deal.
Do you know the Coen brothers are?
It spoofed how Minnesotans are obsessed with weather, which they are. They are a winter people in Minnesota.
Oh, winter people.
They are. They're a winter people. They celebrate winter.
Cold
it's
one
what
today.
bonds them. They have a winter carnival every year. It's who they are.
Yeah.
And the way they troll the police officers, it's an all-timer. It's one of the greatest movies I have ever seen.
No, it's my deal. My deal, Larry.
You betcha.
Oh, I talked to my boss, and he can give you that True Coat for $100. They put that on in the factory. We got nothing to do with it.
Oh, who's that actor?
William H.
Oh
Macy.
my goodness, he is incredible in that movie. Steve Buscemi's incredible in that. Everybody's incredible in that.
Kind of funny looking.
Kind of funny. How? I don't know. Just kind of funny looking.
Funny looking.
That's great.
Coming up next, we are at the halfway point of this Monday show. Bick's going to kick off the second half with
Fire.
the blast. Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Way out of here, gone.
D-backs fans, win a 4-pack of tickets to either the March 30th or March 31st D-backs game. Text the word OPENER to 620-620 for your chance to win. Text OPENER to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan. And in times of unrest and uncertainty, your security and your stability becomes top of mind. And the Life Changer Loan, they have always been known for how fast people can pay off and how much their interest their clients save. But it's really much larger than that. And that is because Life Changer Loan clients get 24/7 access to their equity, and there is no monthly minimum payment. So if and when life ever throws you a curveball, Life Changer Loan clients can navigate navigate those troubled waters much easier. In fact, they had a client go 5 years without putting a single dollar into their loan after the market crash in 2008. Yeah, the balance went up every month on interest due, but that client never went late, never risked foreclosure. Can your mortgage do that? Probably not. The Life Changer loan allows the freedom, the flexibility, and most importantly, the control when it comes to your mortgage. So when times are good, you can pay down and pay off very quickly. And should financial instability arise, you can manage those scenarios much easier. And remember, it's not magic, it's just math. Find out more by calling 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey, homeowners, if you're thinking about moving this spring, you've probably run into this problem. You can't buy your next home until you sell your current one, but you don't want to sell until you know where you're going. So you wait and miss out, or you rush and lose money. Carol Royce with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty has your solution. With Carol's Buy Before You Sell program, you can buy your next home, then sell your current home the right way for top dollar without carrying two mortgages. Don't miss this opportunity. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
It's time to upgrade your arsenal with the Shields Field and Range Sale Event. Save on your favorite brands in ammo, firearms, optics, and more. You'll have to hurry, though. This sale only runs through March 22nd. Plus, with your Shields Visa, you'll earn an extra 10 points for every dollar spent on Vortex products at Shields, which means you'll earn even more My Rewards gift cards. Visit Shields or Shields.com and save now through March 22nd.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at earnhardtbuickgmc.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited to GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is March, and the madness will get underway tomorrow with 2 of the first 4 games in Dayton, but Arizona, the number 1 seed in the West region, will play 16 seed Long Island University on Friday morning as Tommy Lloyd and the Wildcats will start what they hope is a deep tournament run. ASU women's basketball and Molly Miller earned an at-large bid. The Sun Devils a 10 seed, but will play in a first 4-game Thursday against Virginia with plans to advance to the round of 64 against Georgia. The Suns will look to get a big road win tonight in Boston after dropping Friday's game in Toronto 122-115. The Celtics and Suns will tip at 4:30 from the TD Garden right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free and eat Sonic.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Umpires are the worst. This is not a news flash, but last night in the semifinals of the World Baseball Classic, an umpire robbed Geraldo Perdomo of an at-bat that might have been his masterpiece. Now, it's a shame that most baseball fans across the rest of the country aren't all that bothered by this travesty of justice. After all, Team USA was the benefactor, and in today's warped world, a bad call is only a bad call if it goes against your favorite team. But if you're in Arizona, this should make you kind of angry because Perdomo's at bat against flamethrower Mason Miller was epic. It was classic cold-like frog behavior, working the count full, fouling off filthy pitches, and instead of taking first base on a hard-earned walk, Perdomo was called out on a pitch below the knees and below the zone. The result was exactly why a much-needed challenge system is coming to Major League Baseball in 2026, but that doesn't help Perdomo, who was penalized for the very thing that sets him apart from most everyone else in his profession: plate discipline and batting eye, and it might have cost him a Hall of Fame moment in a rapidly ascending career. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Just hats off to our pitching staff, to be honest with you. Incredible lineup Dominican throws at you. Incredible respect for it. Just an unbelievable, that was high-level baseball at its finest. I mean, for our bullpen to come in and do the job they did, Dominican never stopped. It was like constant traffic, never relaxed. Just a game we'll remember forever, right? I think for me, Tyler Rogers coming in, getting the double play, David Bednar having traffic, Griffin Jacks on down the line, just getting it to Mason. Garrett Whitlock is absolutely nasty. So, yeah, just and on their side as well, they held us in check. It was 3 solo shots decided the game, so proud to be a part of it.
Yes, Mark DeRosa, follow-up question. Do you believe that you have punched your ticket to the championship game?
Were you really that concerned? Because perhaps if you lost anyway, you thought maybe you'd make it.
So when you watched this event live, I know you were watching the Oscars, Jared, so you probably did not see it live. I'm just curious what your reaction was. Did you feel happy that Team USA won, or did you feel like Geraldo Perdomo got robbed? Because I felt the latter intensely.
See, if Tatis was at bat and that call was made, I would have given and then seen the strike, being like, okay, that kind of sucks. But it was my favorite player in Geraldo Perdomo at bat.
Right.
And so I couldn't help but be like, oh, he didn't swing at it. That is most definitely a ball. And the United States is celebrating. I was conflicted.
Okay.
Geraldo Perdomo. My guy. Frog.
Yeah, so listen, and again, I think that there are people, and I've seen this, and even the guy on ESPN radio this morning went on this long monologue about how you're trained in baseball with 2 strikes to swing at anything close.
You got to choke up.
You got to
protect the plate.
That's funny. And I'm like, yeah, I get that. And yes, I understand that makes sense coming out of your mouth. It makes sense to you. But if you watch Geraldo Perdomo, this is what sets him apart. This is what makes him so awesome. The ability to nope, that's a ball, and frustrate pitchers.
Yes.
And again, this is a moment we all know what the Shohei moment did for his reputation in Japan. Now, he didn't need any more popularity, but these moments on the global stage, say Fernando Tatis comes up after that and laces a double and they score both runs and they win. That's a legendary moment for Geraldo Perdomo.
It is, absolutely. I mean, the likely scenario is if the correct call was made by Corey Blazer. Geraldo Perdomo takes first base, runners on the corners, and then Miller absolutely blows away Tatis.
Right.
In the at-bat.
Right. And that could have been
but people would have felt better about it. I think there was a perfect wrap-up of the feelings involved. Talking Baseball, which is John Boy's outfit.
Right.
They had like a streaming room where they had a live camera, and there was a lot of guys in that room wearing Dominican jerseys, hanging on every pitch, and they had the live reaction cam, and there's probably like 10 guys in the room. And that pitch happens, and all the Dominican supporters are just slumped down in their chairs. They don't even say anything. And there's one guy in the back who was rooting for the United States. And what he is saying and what he is doing do not match. What he is saying on camera is, and there was a lot of expletives, there's no bleeping way you can make that call. But then he's pumping his fist because they won.
Are you kidding me?
It was the perfect synopsis
of the moment.
A lot of American baseball fans felt.
Yeah. Yeah. So once again, this is going to be something that how we feel out of a sporting event is going to be uniquely Arizona. How we look at that moment. Everybody else is going to be like, all right, Team USA got by. All right, Perdomo, you got to swing the bat, fool.
And meanwhile, we know exactly that's exactly who Perdomo is.
That's right.
Just pretend.
That's what bothers me.
Just pretend Corbin Carroll was still on Team USA.
Well, it sucks
and we had
because
a guy on each side.
It does.
Well, there's Ketel Marte. We had two on.
A little thing about
Carlos
Corbin.
Santana.
Oh yeah.
A quick thing about Corbin is that you see like Roman Anthony and PCA, those guys having Roman Anthony especially having really good World Baseball Classics, and I can't help but think like that should be Corbin Carroll.
Yeah,
probably would have been. You're exactly right.
Breakout on the big stage, but he had the World Series at least run.
Yeah, but has anybody had a worse World Baseball Classic than Cal Raleigh? I mean, other than Mark DeRosa.
Are you referring to the Big Dumper?
The Big Dumper.
The Big Dumper. Okay.
Yeah.
Now that I remember.
Hasn't really done much and made one. I mean, his handshake story with Randy Arozarena made headlines.
No,
yeah.
All this
Did you see Josh Naylor trolling him in the Canada game?
Yeah.
All this being said, the embarrassment from a couple games ago, not knowing if they advanced or not, needing Italy to save you, needing a bad called third strike to advance. All this being said, Team USA is one game away from winning the whole thing anyway after all this.
True. But when this is said and done, and I don't know this to be a fact because I'm not sure Team USA has an easy win in its back pocket. But if they win this thing, it's going to be watered down a little bit. Because the way it was set up, I think people were hoping for, wow, if you beat the Dominican in the semifinal and then get Japan, those are the matchups everybody wanted to see. Last night's game might have been the championship game of this year's World Baseball Classic.
I think that's accurate.
The potential Italy rematch will have some juice because they lost to Italy.
Yes. And then going into a potential Italy game for the championship, there's no confusion on what's next for the United States. So Mark DeRosa will have a clear mind.
Right.
But again, it's what Jared said. I think is accurate. That when you add up all the little stuff, the Tarek Skubal coming, throwing 55 pitches and leaving, Bryce Harper claiming this isn't as important as the Olympics, the Mark DeRosa thing that happened, the Cal Raleigh thing that happened, which has been just the weirdest little adjunct to a sporting competition I can remember in a long time.
Yeah.
This refusal to acknowledge a fist bump from a player.
Yeah.
Okay. But the Mark DeRosa thing, more than anything, it's painted this picture like this is just kind of important to Team USA. So you factor that in, the fact that they got help from Italy, you're welcome, and then the help from the umpires, it just creates this perception that they've been given too many reprieves. For what it's worth.
I was also too many reprieves is a good way to put it because I feel the same way. But I was also thinking about it, too. If Italy beats Venezuela tonight and then beats the United States, people will talk about the global impact of this. There would be none. Do you think anybody in Italy is watching the World Baseball Classic?
Listen, I told you that little anecdote I heard. The idea is that if you're in Italy, this doesn't feel like an Italian baseball team.
Yeah.
This feels like second-generation Italians who grew up in New Jersey.
They have one guy that was born in Italy on the entire team.
Yeah.
I could tell you from experience with the Italian guy wearing the Italian baseball jersey in front of me, the entire game, he was talking about how freaking Italy 2 times in a row was unable to make the World Cup and what an embarrassment it is to their country. And this is the year that they finally bring respect back to
Italia.
The blue, what do they call the blue jersey?
The Azzurri.
The Azzurri, yeah.
Wow.
Guy went to a baseball game and talked about soccer for 3 hours.
Yeah.
Calling all Suns fans. Join us Tuesday, March 31st from 4 to 6 p.m. at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall for free Suns t-shirts. You can also sign up for the Ultra Suns fan giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns versus Rockets on Tuesday, April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. Head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details. Coming up next, are the Suns straying too far away from team basketball that was so successful this season? That and more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
This is my hot take for the Arizona Cardinals. They're going to have one of the better offenses in the National Football League. I say that because of Jacoby Brissett. You got a quarterback who can actually produce receivers like, Michael Wilson over 1,000 yards receiving. You've got Trey McBride, the best tight end. Now all of a sudden, if you tell me James Conner comes back and you've got Tyler Algier and you've got an offensive line that is totally new and rebuilt, and these guys come together, old and young, this offense is going to shock people.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and let's talk retirement, as in, are you ready? If that question makes you uneasy, if it makes you a bit uncomfortable, chances are you do not have the peace of mind you need or deserve, and that means it's a great time to pick up the phone, schedule a free consultation with Trajan Wealth. I'll tell you about my experience. When I met with Trajan Wealth, I was super impressed with their knowledge and their transparency. No sales pitches, no financial jargon, just straight, honest talk the way I like it. They asked the right questions. They showed me things I never knew existed, like ways to potentially earn higher returns. They showed me the benefits of a comprehensive and personalized strategy, from income to taxes to estate planning. They understand no 2 retirement plans are the same, and as an individual firm, Trajan Wealth, not bound to one line of products or portfolios. They're also fiduciaries, which means their advice is built around what is best for you. I walked out knowing I was in really good hands, and that's a really good feeling. Plan smart, dream bigger by calling Trajan Wealth today at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
Listen up. Desert Wind Harley needs used bikes. It is giving NADA retail value when trading for a new Harley this week. No matter how much you owe on it, Desert Wind Harley will trade anything. Bikes, cars, ATVs, RVs, and more. NADA retail value for your motorcycle. Good credit, bad credit, no credit. At Desert Wind Harley, all credit applications considered. Desert Wind Harley Davidson has the largest new 2026 model inventory in the state, with truckloads delivering every day. Retail trade value ends this Sunday. Adjustments made based on reconditioning and mileage. Any negative trading equity may be applied to the amount financed on approved credit.
Hey, it's Jesse, or maybe you know me as Rick. Can the Phoenix Suns beat a tough Boston Celtics team tonight? We'll be previewing Suns Celtics at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, good morning. Out in Whitman. I think I have family in town, and they're staying in Whitman.
Really?
I know we have a household of viewers this morning on YouTube. Thanks to my family in Whitman.
How about it? That's wild.
Yeah. Suns and Celtics tonight as the road trip continues for the Phoenix Suns, coming off the disappointing loss to the Toronto Raptors on Friday. Another weird weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Friday game, no Saturday, no Sunday, into a Monday game. Hey, take it. 2 days off. But here was Jordan Ott talking about one of the things that stood out to him in the Toronto game and overall recently with the Suns.
Yeah, you could see it at the end. We tried to go to those two guys in the middle of the floor. Again, it's something that's probably we haven't touched a ton because of the reps, but that's something that we're going to need. We know all these games are going to come down to the end of the game. You want your two best players in the middle of the floor. Just creates you an advantage, especially with some space. We just got to figure out where to screen, how to screen. This was a good test tonight to go through it because that's, again, elite defense with elite perimeter defenders. So we'll take a look. It's a little blend of both. With the pressure, it's a little bit matchup based. But yeah, I thought early Jalen had it going from three, and then we used the space for him. I thought he got downhill, even up, basically there to the end of the game.
So about Jalen Green, and Devin Booker needing to be playmakers, not just scorers. They've been on a scoring binge, back-to-back games where the duo has both had 30 or more points. Green had 34 against the Raptors. Booker had 31, but they combined for 4 assists. The Suns had 20 assists on 38 made field goals. 20 is not a good number for the Phoenix Suns in the assist column.
No.
In fact, when they've had 20 or less assists this year, 10 times they're 3 and 7.
Mm-hmm.
So the ball was sticking a little bit at times and in key situations.
And again, it illustrated just how stupid these back-to-backs are in the NBA, that teams caught up in really legitimate pennant races in basketball, if you will, that they have to deal with this. It's so awful to me. It really, really is. You get to the playoffs, they never ask a team to play back-to-back, ever.
U of A just won back-to-back games.
Yeah, I know.
To win the tournament.
I get it. Okay, so
positive Jarrett's back now.
No, I was just.
But if they don't win,
look,
they're just a bunch of losers.
They were up by 10 points in the fourth quarter in a game where they could have moved their win streak to 5 consecutive wins going into this game against Boston. That's why this one felt really heavy. And I know that the ending of it really frustrated you. The fact that the Raptors were able to score 36 points in the fourth quarter, that's a pretty big number. They shot 64% from the field in the fourth quarter. That's a pretty big number. And so, that's it. And it's real easy to say, okay, you know what? They got at the end of a second of a back-to-back on the road, in Canada, no less. Okay, I get that. That's perfectly understandable, except these are very, very immensely important basketball games. The difference between being the 7th seed and the 6th seed is going to be profound.
Well, and you win that game, instead of being a game and a half back now of both Minnesota and Denver, you're only a half game out with Minnesota in a couple games.
And on the team play and the playmaking and all that, in the last 2 games, Jalen Green and Devin Booker have taken a combined 99 shots. The entire rest of the team has taken a combined 69 shots.
Wow. You do see that dynamic at work here. It's almost as if this idea that Jalen Green and Devin Booker need to find some interconnectivity, that it's kind of moving the team a little bit away from what got them here in the first place.
True.
We'll see. I mean, again, this is one loss that could have been a 5-game winning streak, so it's silly to get too goofy with this. But at the same time, look at what they got in front of them. They're playing at Boston tonight. They're playing at Minnesota. That's on Tuesday, right? Are we another back-to-back in that situation?
Monday, Tuesday. Off Wednesday.
Monday, Tuesday, Thursday.
San Antonio.
So you've got Celtics, Timberwolves, Spurs between now and Thursday. 3 very, very difficult games, quite obviously.
And then they got a back-to-back when they get home on Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, my goodness, that's right. Then you get the Bucks and you get the Raptors again. You can surely handle the Bucks. But all of that leads into this game against the Nuggets head-to-head that's happening in Phoenix on Tuesday, March 24th. Stop rubbing your whole face, Jarrett! That game against the Nuggets, that could be... That's where you want to be in a position where beating the Nuggets at home in Phoenix on that night is going to launch you above them into the 6th seed, and then you can spend the rest of the regular season holding them off. Because after that, you're at Orlando, tough game, at Charlotte, tough game but winnable, at Chicago, eminently winnable, Houston at home, tough. Then you've got the Mavericks at home, definitely winnable. Then you finish with the Lakers and the Thunder. So, and the Nuggets, they've got a difficult schedule as well, if I remember correctly. Mm-hmm. So I think this is why the Raptors game, why it felt so heavy on Friday night. That fourth quarter, that just everything got away from them. From the Brandon Ingram making shots to the Scotty Barnes block from behind after getting schooled by Jalen Green.
Did you think that was a foul?
I thought it was such an awesome defensive play. I would have never called that foul.
The first time I saw it, I thought Jalen Green dunked it so hard that the ball had already moved away, and then I had to go back and watch Scotty Barnes pin it off the backboard, and I was like, oh man, not good.
Listen, and I think Jalen Green, again, I get the style points, I get the dunking with emphasis. I'm a huge fan of it, but you had just beaten Scotty Barnes off the dribble. You had to know that he was probably still lurking somewhere, no?
Yeah, I mean, for a defensive player as good as him, yes. In that game situation, yes. If the same thing unfolds to a T in the second quarter, nobody cares if you get it blocked.
That's true.
You got to get the bucket there.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think there was contact, but I agree with you. I was more upset with the decision to cock it back and go for the style points as opposed to the basket than I was that they might have missed a foul.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and tonight,
but again, I want to be fair to Jalen Green because he has been much better. He's got he's got his shooting percentage up to 40% on the season after a very rough start to the season.
Made 8 threes the other night.
Yeah, yeah. So I want to be respectful in that criticism, but that was not a smart play.
Well, and tonight, the Suns get their first look. Jason Tatum off the injury report tonight. Jaylen Brown. The Celtics are healthy aside from Vucevic.
The Celtics might end up with the number 1 seed in the East.
They could.
Which would be unbelievable.
In a year where Jason Tatum has only played 3 games so far.
He still only played 3.
They've been managing his, the injury management stuff.
Wow.
In a year where we want Jordan not to win Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
Hey, this would be a nice...
Probably not.
Missoula and the Celtics came to Phoenix and crushed us. It would be a nice...
Without Jaylen Brown.
It would be a nice feather in the cap of Jordan Knott to
Little
go to
payback?
Boston,
Yeah.
get him back in the
It would
Garden.
be huge.
It'd be nice.
It would be huge. I'm not feeling great about it either, but
no, but it's plausible, you know.
Tickets are on sale now. Don't miss your chance to see Darius Rucker live at Arizona Financial Theater Thursday, July 23rd. It's the Songs of Summer Tour 2026 with Austin Williams, an Old Crow Medicine Show. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details.
Hootie.
Yeah, Hootie. Better known as Hootie. I think he's trying to shake that. By the way.
Well.
The brackets are out. Arizona, a 1 seed. We know the paths for all these teams to get to the Final Four, and we'll talk about all of it next with Casey Jacobson, FS1 college basketball analyst, who joins us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Green getting grabbed by R.J. Barrett on the perimeter, able to get through it. 5 on the shot clock. Green still on the dribble. Crosses over on Barrett. Step back 3 on the way. He got it again. How about Jalen Green feeling it right now as he flexes going into the backcourt with 34 points on the night.
Suns at the Celtics. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30. 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
By now, you know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. In fact, I know you've seen the commercial of Sweet James dunking the basketball. I say it all the time. Don't know if that vertical leap is real or not, but I do know this. Sweet James and his accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the insurance companies you will be battling if you are ever injured in an accident. Here's what they're going to do for you. They're going to get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They're going to get your car fixed. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve, and they're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. They're a law firm full of extremely talented accident attorneys who are not afraid to litigate. So when they send that demand letter to insurance companies on your behalf, they know that Sweet James is more than willing to tell your story in a court of law. This is why Sweet James not only wins 98% of the time, they consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in the country. And remember this, having the right attorney by your side literally can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. If you're injured in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
250,000 people across Arizona rely on St. Mary's Food Bank every day. Your donations make feeding them possible, and you can benefit too. In Arizona, there's an incentive called the Arizona Charitable Tax Credit. You can make your donation today and get it back up to $987 on your taxes when you file. It's a great way to help your neighbors in need. For more info, visit stmarysfoodbank.org.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, Casa Cal BC, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul, and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Making an Impact, sponsored by Granger. We know about boxed wine, but what about paper wine? One California winery is going greener with paper wine bottles. Here's Shannon Baladeras from Monterey Wine Company.
It's better for the environment. It reduces the carbon footprint by 6 times that of glass.
For the ones who get it done, Granger offers the professional grade products you need delivered when and where you need them. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight from Boston, where they'll look to get back in the win column after a Friday night loss to the Raptors. The Suns and Celtics will get going at 4:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Let the dancing begin. The brackets are set, and the Arizona Wildcats earned a 1 seed in the West region, where they'll get LIU on Friday, and with the win, get either Villanova or Utah State in the round of 32. Molly Miller and her Sun Devils got in on the bubble as a 10 seed, but will have to beat Virginia in a first 4 game on Thursday to get to the round of 64. And it didn't come without controversy. The U.S. beat the Dominican Republic 2-1 last night to advance to their 3rd straight World Baseball Classic title, where they will either get a rematch with Italy or see Venezuela for the first time. This report is brought to you by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. The proof is in their reviews. If you have any AC or plumbing issues and need a second look, they're online at ReadyServices.com. Proud sponsors of the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we're nearly a week into the new league year, what do we make of the Cardinals free agent class? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Yeah, the field of 68 is set. The NCAA tournament, all the fun gets underway tomorrow. Starting tomorrow in Dayton, and then the big bracket starts on Thursday. The Arizona Wildcats, the number 1 seed in the West after wrapping up a Big 12 tournament championship. Here to talk about all of it with us, Casey Jacobson, FS1 college basketball analyst, joining us via video. Casey, it's good to see you, man.
Good morning, gentlemen. Yeah, it's early for me. I know you guys are early risers, but I got my glasses on so I can see my bracket that I filled out late last night. I'm super excited. Best time of year. Let's go. Serve it up.
All right, so let's start there. Best time of year. We had a real chalky tournament last year. I just read that all 5 number 5 seeds are at least 8-point favorites over the 12 seeds for the first time since the tournament expanded to 64 teams. Are we going to ever see Cinderellas again in college basketball?
It's a good question. And I guess, Dan, what you're asking is a Cinderella, a lower seeded team, a team from a smaller conference, making it all the way to the Final Four. Is that how you defined?
I would guess. I would think maybe just at least a run to the Elite Eight, maybe play for a final. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. I think that an Elite Eight, while unlikely, is still possible. But actually, I think that Cinderella is going to the Final Four. In this NIL era where honestly, like all the money is with these massive teams. And so when you have that, they just accumulate talent in a way that we hadn't seen before. And these lower tier teams, guys, when they develop a player, they're going to get paid. And these big teams are just going to say, here, thank you very much. I appreciate the development. We'll take it from here. So I do think it's less and less likely that we will see that. You guys mentioned last year, all 4 number 1 teams made it to the Final Four. Only the second time in the last 30 years that's happened. But I was just reading last night, evanmia.com. He's like one of the college basketball analytics websites that we all follow. Said it's twice as likely. So last year was 5% chance that all 4 number 1 teams would make the Final Four. This year, a 10% chance that all 4 number 1 teams will make the Final Four. So still 10% isn't that much, but it's double what it was last year. I do think we're going in this trend.
And that would mean the Arizona Wildcats would return to the Final Four for the first time in 25 years, Casey. What do you think about their path in the West region?
Yeah, so I have them going to the Final Four in my bracket. I think, look, there is no easy path. There just isn't. So I love when we say, like, who's got the hardest path? Who's got the easiest path? There is no easy path. But if you do ask me, I love Arizona's bracket. I am worried about Arkansas. So Arkansas and Wisconsin are both in their region. They would play them early. One of those two teams, they play them in the Sweet 16. Both of those teams are very good. Arkansas, coached by John Calipari, has one of the best players in the country. And I mean that. So, like, I think the National Player of the Year will be Cam Boozer out of Duke. I think the second best player that I have personally seen is AJ DiPanza from BYU. Arizona fans know all about him. He's spectacular as an individual player. And then the third best player to me in the country has been Darius Acuff Jr. He's a point guard who can score, assist. He's impossible to stay in front of. And the most surprising thing that I've watched him do at the end of games, he steps up big time. You guys know this. There are players who enjoy that stage, and there are some who shy away from it. He is a big game riser. He's got range out to 25 feet. Like, he's definitely a type of player. There's only a handful of them, to me, who really can take his team on his back. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Arkansas beat Arizona and ends up going to the Final Four. But he would have to be a superhuman. It is possible. And then just briefly, Wisconsin's a team that Arizona fans should absolutely be scared of. They shoot the three. They're the only team in the entire country that have two players averaging at least 19 points a game. I call it their killer bees backcourt. Nick Boyd and John Blackwell. Both of them average over 19 at the guard spots. And they've beaten they won at Michigan. No other team in the country did that this year. They won at Illinois, a top 10 team in the country, and they beat Michigan State by 21 points at their home arena. So this is a Wisconsin team that can really shoot it and is very dangerous.
I agree with you. The winner of that Wisconsin-Arkansas game, should they meet, that's going to be one heck of a challenge for Arizona. You know that they've struggled to get back to the Final Four after winning it all in 97. When you look at Arizona's team, what do you see as the vulnerabilities? What do you see as potential issues for them in terms of schematics, the way they play, that they don't shoot a lot of threes? What might be their downfall, if you will?
Well, so there's only one team in the country that I really think has been the most consistent, has not shown very many vulnerabilities, and that's Arizona. I have them losing to Michigan in my Final Four, but we're splitting hairs here. I'm not going to argue that Michigan has a better resume than Arizona, because they don't. I'm not going to argue that Arizona isn't as physical as Michigan, because they're not. I've said it before. Other analysts have said it too. With my own eyeballs, the two toughest teams that I've seen play all season are Arizona and Houston. They're just a physical presence. Iowa State, too, can also defensively get in you and be tough. But this Arizona team, they're physical. While they're not super deep, they play an 8-man rotation. All 8 of those guys are legit. We saw Anthony Del Orso come off the bench against Iowa State just a couple nights ago and have over 20 points. You're not going to expect him to do that every game, but this team has these weapons. And so you asked me, like, their weaknesses, their vulnerability. People have talked, about their three-point shooting. It's not that they can't do it. It's just that it's not their number one, their number 2, or even their number 3 go-to offensive weapon, which is just unusual. Ask college basketball fans, ask any NBA fans. They're like, wait, you're telling me that one of the best teams in the entire country, like, barely shoots threes? That doesn't make sense to a lot of people in 2026. I get it, but don't fight it, because they played in the toughest conference in America. I know the SEC got more NCAA tournament teams in, but I think the top half of the Big 12 is way better than the top half of the SEC. This Arizona team is tested in a way that any other version of the Pac-12 Arizona Wildcats could ever dream of. This team has been through it. They've been, tested by a physical Iowa State defense that traps you all over the place. playing at Kansas. They lost there, but like this team is battled, and they are ready for this moment. I can't wait to see how they do. Honestly, I was hoping that Arizona will be on the other side of the bracket as Michigan. Michigan's been my pick, but been my favorite all year. And they've really shown me no reason to back off of that. Yeah. So I'm just going to stick with the Michigan Wolverines as my team to win. But if I had a second, I'd choose the Arizona Wildcats. This is the best version of them I've seen in years.
Yeah. Casey Jacobson, our guest. Real quick before we let you go, and there might not be a quick answer to this, but non-tournament, ASU ends the tenure of Bobby Hurley. His contract runs out 11 years. We were talking about it last week, Casey. Like, some things never change, and ASU basketball is one of those things. They'll go to the tournament every once in a while. No sustained success for a school that's always termed that sleeping giant. What do you think makes sense in terms of a direction for Arizona State, or is there a clear path to success?
No, well, there isn't a clear path now that they're in the Big 12, one of the deepest conferences. It's become an even harder job if you want to look at it that way. On paper, it hasn't become a better job; it's become a more difficult job now that they're in the Big 12. Although you guys say they make the tournament once in a while, they can't sustain it. At Stanford, I'll take making the tournament once in a while, even if they can't sustain it. I'm so desperate for Stanford to make a tournament. They've made it once in the last 17 years. Goodness gracious. So, kind of back to the drawing board a little bit. I mean, I've always been, a fan of them going after Randy Bennett, who's from Mesa, Arizona. And I mean, maybe he'll never leave St. Mary's. They're in the tournament again this year. But he would have been my guy over the last 15 years to try and go after him. And he's getting older now. I don't know. Maybe make one last push for him. But if not, back to the drawing board. Maybe start over with a young guy and see if you can rebuild it. Yep. Casey, great to talk to you. Thanks for the insight. As always,
Thank you,
Casey.
Appreciate
it, man. Thanks, gentlemen. Good luck on your brackets. We'll all need it.
I definitely need it. Casey Jacobson, FS1, college basketball analyst, joining us via video this morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Coming up next, Merrill Kelly, apparently starting the season on the injured list. Big deal, small deal, no deal. We'll get into all the possibilities next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
If you're sitting there thinking, I'm drowning in private student loan debt and nobody's going to help me get out of this situation, let me stop you right there. Why Refi will. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Why Refi specializes in helping people escape distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. It is what they excel in. They will work with you to build a low, fixed-rate payment plan that actually fits your life, not a Band-Aid, a real path forward. And here's the thing. They're not going to judge you, grill you with questions, make you feel bad about it. They know life happens. They just want to help you move forward. If other lenders have told you no in your process, don't assume that's the end. Why Refi was built for the people who have been told no. Your student loans don't have to control your future. You can take back control today and take that control back with Why Refi. Give them a call, 888-WHY-REFI-85, or visit whyrefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Okay, raise your hand if you're excited about feeling older faster than you should. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't think so. If ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, there is good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, jumping back into life at full speed. The QC Kinetics medical professionals use the latest regenerative treatments backed by real science. Treatments that take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. That's how Mike is training for a marathon instead of giving up running. Patrick's golf game is on fire again. All real QC Kinetics patients. The sooner you start treatment, the sooner inflammation eases and the sooner joint damage slows down. Find out if you're a candidate for QC Kinetics regenerative treatments. Your visit and consultation are free. Call now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about everything in between. And right now, we've got supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 model. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by March 31st, 2026.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here. If you want a smarter and faster way to pay off your mortgage without changing your lifestyle, listen up. It's the Ownership Accelerator loan from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator helps homeowners pay off their mortgage decades faster by using the income you're already making. It lets your cash flow work against your loan balance every single day. Galaxy Lending Group is a full-service Arizona mortgage company, and their owner, Harold Perkins, always tells me, Tom, 30 years is optional. And once you see this loan, you'll understand why. Most of Galaxy's clients are paying off their homes in an average of about 5 years. Yes, you heard that right. 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Go to GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620. That's Galaxy to 620-620. Galaxy Lending Group, because 30 years really is optional.
NMLS ID 142766 and equal housing lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Which Diamondbacks are making a case for a roster spot and which ones are still in the World Baseball Classic? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
What's kind of your optimism level that the progression that you're on, you're ready to go for the start of the season? That's the question.
I'll say not very good. I won't go into depth on what the tentative plan is right now, but yeah, as of right now, not very good.
Is that disappointing?
I mean, obviously, anytime I think about opening day with the boys in LA with the team, the idea of maybe missing that is obviously not fun. Opening day is special, especially in LA. That'll be the first one I've missed since my debut, if that's the case. Obviously, anytime you're away from the team and not, enjoying being a part of it is obviously a little bit disappointing, but, it's part of what we do and part of what we sign up for, but hopefully shouldn't be too far after that.
That is Merrill Kelly over the weekend. Not likely to be with the team. Not bloody likely to be with the team on opening day in Los Angeles. Likely will start the year on the injured list, which would prolong the comeback from what's been a disjointed spring training for Merrill Kelly.
I guess, yeah. That's a good way of putting it.
Even though it's not a joint issue.
No.
It's intercostal, which we all learned what that is.
Yeah.
It's a bummer. I think that was probably a pretty accurate representation of what Merrill Kelly said, what the Diamondbacks feel, what Diamondbacks fans feel. They were kind of hoping for maybe the back end of that starting rotation in that first week of the season, avoid the injured list. I don't know if that was based on what happened Friday in his Cactus League start. What do you get, an inning and 2/3, 6 hits?
Couple runs, not great.
Couple runs, not great,
Yeah.
but I don't think that was the concern.
No.
The concern was getting him out there pain-free on Friday.
Yeah, and that to me is, even though it's a bummer he's not going to be with the team on opening day, if he misses one start, so what? The important thing is whether or not this issue is actually behind him, and even though it wasn't the greatest outing, he checked that box. In fact, those were his exact words. The box they needed to check was checked. That the back survived. It felt good. It didn't cause him any issues. Hopefully this thing is behind him, and now it's just a matter of building up the stamina and the endurance and all that kind of stuff.
So now it's just a matter of, we basically know who the 5 starters are going to be in the rotation to start the season. It's just a matter of what the order is for Torey Lovello. We know it's going to be Zach Gallen on opening day. Ryan Nelson hasn't had the most impressive performance in the spring. Brandon Pfautz pitched like a crazy man in the spring. He was great yesterday against San Diego. 5 perfect innings.
I know. Very, very, very impressive. I think you slot Erod third just to put the lefty in there at some point in time, because that's one thing, obviously, the rotation kind of lacks is that kind of balance. But I think that when you it's just really a matter of how long this is going to be before Merrill Kelly can kind of take the ball in a regular season game. If it's missing one start, if it's missing two starts, that's not an issue.
No, I would agree. The overall health is more important.
Yeah.
As opposed to pushing him just to have the cosmetic appearance of him being on the opening day roster.
Yeah, and I'm guessing those the Michael Soroka starts, I don't know those might be bullpen games depending on what Michael Soroka's long-term role is going to be this year. I don't know what it's who knows. But the point is, the main thing here, what's really most important is that this intercostal thing that he's been dealing with was just an anomaly, something that came and flared up and then went away, went back to sleep forever. Let's hope that's the deal.
Yep. The update on Gabby Moreno from over the weekend. He was out of the lineup one day with some inflammation. Torey Lovello says nothing serious, just that.
So with Gabby, it's good news. It's nothing structurally that's going on. Exactly. Yeah, I didn't want. I probably was a 4-alarm fire when I said it yesterday. Right, it's Gabby and he's getting an MRI, but. You guys asked, and I didn't want to lie to you, but we just want to make sure that everything was okay. We felt very strongly it was going to be okay. We just want to make sure by getting that MRI. So when you hear the word inflammation, you we all take a collective sigh of collective deep breath and say, this is fantastic news. So at the end of it, we feel very good about it. We felt strongly this would be the answer to it.
Do you think the Diamondbacks outsourced their MRI, or they got somebody on staff?
Why, you need a guy?
No, I'm just saying it might be a good business idea if they do outsource it. You could undercut the.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of business.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the more the other interesting developments now is giving birth to this idea that Paul Sewald will open the year as closer of this baseball team. Torey Lovello broached that. He said he really likes the mentality. He likes the fact that he's done the job for a long time, and he's looked good enough this spring in terms of velocity to maybe get that shot out of the gate.
Yeah.
Which would be quite something.
And it might be a rotating thing, but again, what's the goal from that closer position? To get through the first half of the season, right?
Yes.
Because there are reinforcements coming. So it's kind of a weird goal to have. Let's just stay afloat the first half of the season.
And the other
nobody else get hurt, by the way.
Well, and the other odd thing about the Cactus League in preparation now, it's one thing to have the World Baseball Classic, poach some of your players, and then they're going to be coming back. But this heat wave that's coming to the Valley at the end of the week, game times are being changed left and right in the Cactus League.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks have one coming up, I think, on Friday. They had to move it to a night game.
Moved it to 6:10 p.m. on Friday.
So it'll be nice and cool then.
107 degrees. Friday's the latest forecast.
On March?
Yeah.
What's the date going to be on Friday?
March 20th.
Oh,
that's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. I've seen we've only had 100-degree weather in March once.
I wish it were unbelievable. It's believable, unfortunately. It's just
because we're going to live through
the
it.
new normal.
Which number increasing rapidly bothers you more in March? Is it the temperatures in Phoenix, or is it the gas prices in Phoenix?
Oh, it's always the gas prices in Phoenix for me.
They will eventually go down, the gas prices.
Well, so will the temperatures eventually. It's never going to get cooler, Jared.
What I mean is year over year. It might just be in the 90s and 100s now in March.
Ugh.
Man, that sucks.
Yes,
yeah,
it does
right?
suck.
Right?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
You should have listened to Al Gore.
Everyone's thinking it. Man.
Attention D-backs fans, we're giving away 4-packs to the first 2 home games of the season. Just text the word opener to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to either the March 30th or March 31st game. Again, that's opener to 620-620. Coming up next, we hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to guide us through some social studies live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here at Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I know Colin Gillespie is considered villain junior, and Dylan Brooks is obviously Dylan the villain. And I think Jordan Goodwin is villain junior. I think he is, if Dylan Brooks is the Batman to the culture change of the Phoenix Suns, I think Jordan Goodwin is the Robin to the culture change. I really do.
Fair.
And so for him to be back, I think it adds that oomph.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, so we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and this is exactly what you will get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. If you are in the need of new windows, if you've been in your home 15 or so plus years, heads up, listen up to this. Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you're going to get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, which guarantees great pricing, and windows that are custom built for the specifics of your home, not generic sizes that are retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not at Advanced Window Products. They're going to build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. That guarantee is transferable if you ever sell your home, and that raises the value of your home as well. And that installation, by the way, done by a vetted, trained, full-time crew, never subcontractors. I had all of my windows replaced by Advanced Window Products. Couldn't be happier with how they look, and the whole process from installation to cleanup was absolutely immaculate. And their windows are also engineered for Arizona's extreme temperatures, which lowers your energy bills year-round, which means your windows will actually pay you back. And during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with zero down, zero payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When it comes to protecting your family and your legacy, whom you choose matters. That's why many Arizona families trust Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm.
Hello, I'm Tim Hall, Senior Partner at Morris Hall. I have the great privilege of helping clients design plans that are thorough, thoughtful, and built to stand the test of time.
And I'm Ashley, one of the paralegals at Morris Hall, and also Tim's right-hand man.
Which means I couldn't do without her.
Now, Tim, how many team members do you have, and what can you provide for your clients at Morris Hall?
Our team, which currently has 32 members, guides our clients through the process of creating a specialized estate plan for them and for their posterity.
And Ashley, what's your role?
My specific role is to work with the attorneys, answer day-to-day questions, keep the process moving, and make sure nothing slips through the cracks.
If you think we are the right fit for you, please visit morrishall.com. That's morrishall.com.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. It is March, and the madness will get underway tomorrow with 2 of the first 4 games in Dayton. But Arizona, the number 1 seed in the West region, will play 16 seed LIU on Friday morning as Tommy Lloyd and the Wildcats will start what they hope is a deep tournament run. ASU women's basketball and Molly Miller earned an at-large bid. The Sun Devils, a 10 seed, but will play in a first 4 game Thursday against Virginia, and with a win, they'll advance to the round of 64 against Georgia. The Suns will look to get a big road win tonight in Boston after dropping Friday night's game in Toronto, 122-115. The Celtics and Suns will tip off at 4:30 from TD Garden, but you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the United States held off the Dominican Republic last night in the World Baseball Classic after Geraldo Perdomo's epic at-bat ended with a questionable strike 3 call. Nonetheless, the 2-1 win gets the United States to the final, where they will wait the winner of Venezuela and Italy tonight. This report is brought to you by the new Sonic All-American Smashers. Live free and eat Sonic.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Good morning. 9 o'clock hour means it is time for Social Studies here on Bickley and Murata. And if you're wondering where you can find us via social media, we are at Bickley_Murata on X. We are at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And if you want to watch the show every single morning, we are at Arizona Sports on YouTube. Shout out to the 288 of you guys, or 292, just moved up, of you guys currently watching us on YouTube. All right, but let's get started with Social Studies. We talked about some Kyler Murray aftermath, right? So he's in Minnesota, 1-year deal, and he's no longer an Arizona Cardinal. So Cardinal fans, are you rooting for Kyler Murray to succeed in Minnesota? Why or why not? And the options are yes, you underpant, or no, you dunderpate. Did I get those, Jared?
Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. All right.
You read words correct. Yes.
Whoa,
What's a dunderpate?
A dunderpate.
Yeah, there we go. See.
Glad you asked, Bick. What is a dunderpate?
Oh, I thought you had it.
No,
It's a real word.
As he's looking it up.
It's like it's a noun meaning a stupid, foolish, or dull-witted person. Dunderpate. It's not just like it sounds.
How many words are there for that description? There's got to be hundreds of them.
Where do you go to get these words?
Well, that word I already knew.
Okay.
But usually I just Google synonyms for idiot.
Oh, got it. And you go and I got it. Makes sense. Okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Yes. And my name doesn't show up there.
I'm going to be a very interested observer, but I'm not cheering one way or the other. I'm not cheering for him to succeed.
Exactly.
I am not cheering for him to fail.
Exactly how I feel. I think there is a real fascinating aspect to all of this. And it could be ultimately frustrating if he does do well and the Vikings do well. Can you imagine if Kyler Murray is the quarterback to deliver a Super Bowl championship to the Vikings?
Wow.
To Minnesota of all
The
places.
psychological damage that'll do to the Cardinals fan base.
The damage it'll do to Larry Fitzgerald.
The voting was very...
Who actually legitimately did grow up a Vikings fan.
Yes.
The voting on this was actually really close. So 51.4% voted yes, you underpant. 48.6% just voted for no, you dunderpate.
Are you surprised it's that close?
Honestly, yes, I am. I'm surprised yes is winning, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah.
And then a couple of responses. Andy Bryant kind of agrees with Vinny and Big. He said, not rooting against him, but not rooting for him. I'm curious to see if this was a Kyler issue or just a Cardinals issue, which I think we're all going to see this year. And then Daylight Films, I don't wish him any ill will, but I really don't care if he does do well. If he plays the Cardinals, it'll be fun to see if he wins, to just see everyone freak out and the content that it'll bring.
Yeah, I think, generally speaking, there's a small group of athletes that when they leave Phoenix, overwhelmingly the Phoenix fan base will root for. And Kyler just never rose to that spot. It's not a knock on him. He's one of 100.
Yes.
One of 100 in that category.
All right, our next question. So, March Madness, the first 4 games, they begin tomorrow. The bracket came out yesterday. So we asked, what is your greatest NCAA bracket or what is your greatest NCAA bracket or tournament pool moment, and what is your worst?
I haven't had a good one since the early 90s.
Okay.
When I won.
What was that?
What a stretch.
Yeah. The second, when Duke won back-to-back championships, I was the only one that picked them to repeat in my pool, so I won.
There you go.
And I'm still writing that glory all these years later.
Wow.
I still have some of the winnings, too.
Nice.
I've held on to that $35.
Nice. There you go.
I would say the low light is obvious. It's when we had to sing, what was it?
Barbie Girl.
Barbie Girl, because we finished in last place, and Luke Lipinski got to pick what song we were going to sing, and he picked that one.
His favorite song.
He picked his favorite song.
Oh, man.
Before, they used to have a competition between the shows, and then there would be punishment for the... I don't know why we stopped doing it.
We should bring that back.
The worst moment was... That wasn't even the worst moment for me. Having to drape myself in U of A clothing and be followed around by an evil clown.
Oh, yeah.
That was way worse for me.
This might be why we stopped doing it. Vinny kept having to get the punishments.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't fair.
Yeah, remember when Gordon Hayward almost made that half-court shot to beat Duke?
Yes.
So I was a young child at that point. This was my first ever bracket challenge. My dad put me in a pool with all of his Vegas buddies, and the pool, 200 people deep, like as big as I thought it ever got. And if Gordon Hayward were to have made that shot, I would have been first place in the entire bracket I think I would have been 9 years old.
How'd that go? Sammy, you're 9. You're a man now. It's time to get in with the Vegas
It's time to get into the bracket. Let's go.
How it all started.
Just gather up your allowance money and let's do this.
They're from Daryl Lee, this one's good. We've all heard the stories about the person that picks based on mascots and wins. That was basically me. I'm not a college basketball fan. One year, our office had a bracket challenge, and I picked based on whether I knew the school or not. I won a $200 steakhouse gift card, so shout out Daryl Lee. And then PCA brings up a good point. So it sounds like he's a Dayton alum or Dayton fan. He said the worst was back in 2020. Dayton had a once-in-a-lifetime team, including Obi Toppin, and never got a chance to win a title because of COVID.
That was another team that got screwed by COVID. The Dayton Flyers.
The Dayton Flyers. I loved that team that
Obi
year.
Toppin was the player of the year that year, wasn't he?
Yes. Man, I love that team. Okay, let's go to... We talked about Fargo, the movie Fargo, and that I hadn't seen it yet, and Jarrett brought up the Coen brothers. So what is the best Coen brothers movie, or tweet us if the choice is not listed? Is it Fargo, The Big Lebowski, No Country for Old Men, or Raising Arizona?
I have not seen all 4. I've not seen No Country for Old Men, despite the urging of Dan Bickley.
Yeah, that's not what you like. It's not. No, I don't think it's a movie you're gonna like.
But I do like good movies.
Okay.
I like a lot of other Coen
It doesn't have
movies.
the humor that like Fargo or Big Lebowski has. It's a straight like dark drama.
Yeah. My favorite of those 4 is Raising Arizona. I absolutely adore that movie.
Yeah.
But the three that I've seen are all tremendous.
Javier Bardem in No Country for Old Men is absolutely unbelievable. I've never seen anyone play a sociopath better than that guy in that movie.
You've brought him up for like best villains before.
Yeah,
right?
he's unreal. It's spine-tingling how good he is. But for me, it's Fargo's the winner. That movie is just so great on so many levels.
Big Lebowski is my favorite. Second is actually Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? See, that's what I get for making fun of you.
There were a couple honorable mentions for that movie. But the voting was weird. It was fluctuating all morning. It ended, right now it's 34.9% No Country for Old Men, 27% Fargo, 24% The Big Lebowski, 13% Raising Arizona. And what I will say, I've only seen one of these movies, and it was The Big Lebowski. And for as much hype that my friends or people have told me that I would love it, I thought it was supremely underwhelming.
Really?
I did not enjoy it really in the slightest.
Wow.
You might not just like their style of filmmaking.
That's fair. I do want to see Fargo now that you guys have talked so highly of it. It'll go towards the top of my list, but I didn't love The Big Lebowski, which, it's all right.
Raising Arizona is still one of the most quotable movies among me and my friends.
Okay.
You wouldn't know it to look at her. She's a Hellcat. Tiger.
Jared, you were saying
Boy, you got a panty on your head.
But that's all the time we have. We had one more question, but we'll get to it tomorrow. That's social studies. We're at Bickley _Monroe.
Or 9:45.
Or 9:45.
We're gonna have a different set of questions tomorrow.
Yes, but
maybe not.
Oh,
maybe
that's
not.
One
less thing Jared's got to do tomorrow.
Yeah, I like that.
This one's the one that we left off is livable and it's evergreen is what we like to call it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So there you go.
All right, there you go. There's some social studies here on this Monday as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Who doesn't love technology, am I right?
What a way to end the game.
Paints a fastball in the high outside corner. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 9-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Springtime for a lot of people means it's time to clean things up, and that includes what's in your driveway. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Ford Truck Month still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. You can get into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or if you want, you can grab the zeros. I'm talking 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 truck month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. If you're looking for more room to fit your family, you can save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. All offers do require approved credit. See dealer for full details. These offers end March 31st, 2026. As Tex Earnhardt used to say, if you don't try us, we both lose money. So shop local. Shop Earnhardt Ford No Bull for 75 years and counting. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler, I-10 and Ray Road, or online at earnhardtford.com.
Your home would already be paid off if you had reached out to Life Changer Loan the first time you heard these ads. Instead, you pretend to love your low rate, even though you have 25 years left of mortgage payments. Stop the insanity. Take the time to learn about a Life Changer Loan and why we have all 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. This is not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey, I'm here with Tim Lee, the owner of Moving Team 6. What separates you from other companies that are out there?
We have a protocol of how we do a move. It's more of a military style, and people are like, wow, who does this? I really believe it's people on our team. I'm a firm believer it starts with the people at the top. When the people at the top believe in everything they're doing, the people will follow.
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
You haven't tried real chicken until you've tried Redbird Farms chicken. Juicy, tender, and full of flavor, it's all about the taste. Redbird Farms chicken guarantees you've never tasted chicken this good, which is why since 1949, their customers keep on coming back. Choose a healthier, vegetarian-fed, chemical and antibiotic-free, and cage-free chicken. Enjoy your food again.
Available at Safeway, Albertsons, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
Don't miss out on some of the biggest matchups of the 2026 season when the Blue Jays, Mets, and Dodgers visit Chase Field. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Jesse, or maybe you know me as Rick. How did Merrill Kelly look in his Cactus League debut? We'll be talking D-backs at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Good morning, Sun City. Appreciate you listening, watching, viewing the show in Sun City this morning on this Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings.
Miami, Ohio was not the last team selected into the field. So they came in before NC State, Texas, and SMU. And when we did our scrubbing process, those teams scrubbed above them relative to the predictive metrics and also the difference in the quality of the wins. So they scrubbed up above them.
NCAA Tournament Committee Chairman Keith Gill on the Miami of Ohio team that has one loss. They lost their first game in their conference tournament, in the Mid-American Conference tournament. He says they're not the last team in, but they still got to go to Dayton to play SMU to get into the big field. What a bummer for a magical season.
Well, listen, this whole play-in thing, the fact that there are basketball games now in front of us in the next couple of days, it's always rubbed me the wrong way. Always. And I get why it mitigates the damage of leaving somebody out. In this case, it would have been sending home a Miami of Ohio team that had lost one game all year long. 31-1. It's not a team that you would think you would leave out of the NCAA tournament yet. So I guess this year you could say the play-in is serving some kind of purpose. I just hate it. I loved when there used to be 3 days of silence or no games, and there was nothing but buildup.
Yes.
And then when Thursday hit.
It's also like not you're watching the worst of the best, I guess. So you're watching just mediocre teams play each other in these playing games.
Over the years, there's been some decent games, some good memories, and there has been teams from the first four that have gone to the Final Four. I think UCLA did it when they were in the first four.
And look, ASU has been in the first four, 2 or 3 times,
2 or 3
right?
times, yeah. But I'll say this. If I was Tennessee right now in the Midwest region as the 6th seed, I would, and Miami of Ohio can beat SMU, I wouldn't want them as an 11 seed in my first game. And I think Tennessee's got a good team.
Yes.
But you want to, at that point, they would be, 34-1?
But I guess the argument is who knows how good they actually are.
That's the reason why they're in the first four.
Right. I mean, the question with this is this didn't happen, but had they run the table, gone undefeated, they're an 11 seed right now with 1 loss. What seed is an undefeated Miami of Ohio team? Right?
Probably worse.
Wait, what?
No?
No way. You're saying if they went undefeated...
You're right, that doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
They're probably still an 11 seed.
60% of the time, it works every time.
They're probably a 10 seed or an 11 seed.
All right, we talked to Casey Jacobson earlier too, and you ran it by him, floated the idea of Cinderella's being done.
Yeah,
and it's kind of, if you root for that, and there's a lot of people that love that aspect of NCAA tournament action. If you're rooting for that, it's kind of discouraging. I think certainly diminished, completely eliminated. I think there's a way for teams to catch lightning in a bottle when they have the right blend of players, the right coach, the right matchups, and everything falls their way.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely more improbable than it's ever been. And let's go down the road. If Duke, Florida, Arizona, and Michigan are the final four teams in Indianapolis, is that good for college basketball? Is it bad?
It's always good. Seeds? No, it's good. Listen, I just think that I do think that last year's tournament was extremely chalky, as we all know. Mm-hmm. The last time this happened, it doesn't reverse itself. The odds are very likely that this is going to be the exact same way. That it's going to be very hard to pick any upsets here.
Oh man, I hope you're right.
Well, of course you do.
This is one of those years, though, that especially Duke, Michigan, and Arizona, they've been the top three teams for almost the entire year.
Mm-hmm.
Like it feels like it's them three, and then a
UConn,
gap between the UConn, Houston, maybe
Iowa State,
and obviously Florida wound up getting it. But it seems like those three, that was determined weeks and weeks and weeks ago. So if there ever was a year where, three number ones at least deserved to make the Final Four, you would think it'd be this year because they were clearly the best teams all year.
Well, and as I said before, the 5 seeds are all at least 8-point favorites against the 12 seeds. That's never happened before.
Doesn't mean there's not going to be.
No, of course it doesn't. But the fact that those odds have never looked like that tells you there's been a fundamental change in the way people look at 12 seeds.
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys this. We mentioned the Cinderella type teams are fewer and harder to come by now. What's your definition of a Cinderella team? Like a double-digit seed, like getting to an Elite Eight, or a team like maybe UCLA, who's a 7 seed, who's played good basketball, getting to a Final Four?
Double-digit seed from a non-power conference.
Okay.
Yeah, from and to me, all they have to do, I think just getting out of the opening weekend, if you're a double-digit seed, you are now a Cinderella.
Okay.
You get to week 2 as a double-digit seed, you qualify.
So you don't think a Cinderella could be from the most famous Cinderellas of all time are like NC State, Villanova. They're from power conferences at the time. I know it was a different kind of college basketball back then.
Yeah, I guess there are exceptions, but
Cinderella.
Could I consider UCLA the most decorated college basketball program in the history of the sport ever a Cinderella?
No, of course not.
I use them as
teams like Butler and Bradley, LaSalle, teams like those are the Cinderella.
George Mason.
Even though the head coach of UCLA looks like one of the mice from Cinderella, you still wouldn't count it.
That's quality.
It is.
That's good.
Spoiler alert, are we all picking Arizona to win the whole thing?
I always do. Even
in my first edition last night, I did have the Cats beating a not unlikely team in the championship, but I still like UConn a lot. And
they already beat UConn.
I know. That's what I mean.
So they shouldn't have to play them again.
I agree. We should. In fact, good point. We shouldn't have to play UConn. We shouldn't have to play Florida. We shouldn't have to play Iowa State, Houston. We already beat all those teams. Done. So get rid of a lot of the 1s and 2s. And
I don't know if you want to let your cat out of the bag yet. Cat out of the bag. So
I haven't done a bracket yet. I haven't done it yet.
Well, you know me. I'm 100%. I'm 100% behind Arizona.
Oh,
they are winning this whole thing.
This is just elite level trolling from Vinny.
Double-digit wins.
Elite level
every
trolling.
Single game. I feel sorry for the Long Island Sharks.
Jarrett, where are you going to watch the game on Friday? Because you're technically supposed to be here until 11 a.m., but I'm sure you can get a hall pass.
I usually
that
stay
day.
till around 12. I was really hoping for like a 12:30, 1 o'clock start. Go right here. Go to some sports bar. Watch it with my friends.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm going to try to get out quickly, but I might not be able to.
There's going to be a lot of mistakes on the posting of that podcast on Friday.
Yes. Don't spell check me that day.
Or any day, really.
But luckily, it's just the first round, and hopefully it shouldn't be any worry at all. Give me one of those games where they're up 24-8 8, and that's it.
I don't think it's going to be an issue on Friday. I don't think it's going to. Honestly speaking, taking off the trolling hat for a second, the second round, or excuse me, the second weekend, starting with the Sweet 16, a possible matchup, Wisconsin-Arkansas. Now you got my interest. Because I even think in the second round, Villanova, Utah State, I don't think they stand a chance.
Yeah, me neither.
Man, I sure hope you're right.
But that Acuff kid is
ridiculous. Monstrously good. What do you go, 30 and 11
in the
championship game?
He's averaging like 27 points and 7 assists per game in his last 14
He's a problem.
games. He's got a 49-point game in there and a loss.
We played A.J. DeBanza twice, and we did pretty good against him.
The problem is you play Wisconsin, that team can drop 23-point shots on you.
That is what... All year long, what have I been saying? That is the one thing that I fear, because they don't play that style of basketball, and it would be hard to keep up with that if they had to, and it would just force them out of sync.
Yeah, but I mean, who's shot the 3 well against Arizona all year? They're elite defensively.
Yes, one team has. Iowa State did it really, really well, and they still lost.
And we know they're a bunch of frauds.
Hey, Vinny, I
like them this year.
I'm with you on the fraud alert.
That's the team. Like,
really?
Yeah. Actually, you know
I like
what?
Iowa State.
I have
year.
guaranteed that Iowa State will make a run by saying the things that I've said. Yeah, I control this whole thing.
Yes, you do.
I'm the boss up in here.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
Get that in the montage. Coming up next, we'll hand out some weekend hardware. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Green getting grabbed by R.J. Barrett on the perimeter, able to get through it. 5 on the shot clock. Green still on the dribble. Crosses over on Barrett. Step back 3 on the way. He got it again. How about Jalen Green feeling it right now as he flexes going into the backcourt with 34 points on the night.
Suns at the Celtics. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30. 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Copstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores outdoors distance and near vision permanently. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision doctors have performed over 150,000 procedures and followed the outcomes. They have the experience to know when it's your right time for RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
It's time to upgrade your arsenal with the Shields Field and Range Sale Event. Save on your favorite brands in ammo, firearms, optics, and more. You'll have to hurry, though. This sale only runs through March 22nd. Plus, with your Shields Visa, you'll earn an extra 10 points for every $1 spent on Vortex products at Shields, which means you'll earn even more My Rewards gift cards. Visit Shields or shields.com and save now through March 22nd.
We're hiring at A1 Garage Doors. No experience? No problem. We provide full training, a brand new van, top-of-the-line tools, a gas card, and steady jobs with weekly pay. This isn't just a job. It's a career with real growth, great pay, and job security. Our team members go from training to 6 figures, and we're ready to help you do the same. Don't wait. Apply now at a1garage.com/careers.
A1garage.com. A1 from day one.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight from Boston, where they'll look to get back in the win column after a Friday night loss. So the Raptors, the Suns, and Celtics will get going at 4:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Let the dancing begin. The bracket is set, and the Arizona Wildcats have earned a #1 seed in the West region, where they will get LIU on Friday, and with a win, either Villanova or Utah State in the round of 32. Molly Miller and her Sun Devils got in on the bubble as a 10 seed, but will have to beat Virginia in a first 4 game on Thursday to get to the round of 64. And it didn't come without controversy. The United States beat the Dominican Republic 2-1 last night to advance to their 3rd straight WBC title, where they'll either see a rematch with Italy or get Venezuela for the first time. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home service in minutes, not days. Voted #1 15 years and running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. Something we've been talking about a lot today. How will Arizona fare in the NCAA tournament? Will they lose in the Elite Eight or earlier? Will they make it to the Final Four? Will they reach the title game? And or will they win the NCAA championship?
So according to this poll question, there's no chance of an early exit.
Yeah. See.
They're winning the whole thing.
That's the vote.
Mark it down.
That's the vote.
Well, winning the NCAA championship, only 18% of the vote. The vote leader is losing in the Elite Eight or earlier, 40%.
Or earlier. See, it says it were earlier.
40%, 35% of the people think they'll make it to the Final Four. And like I said, 18% think they'll win the national championship.
All right.
We'll see.
I've given you the answer to the test. I don't know why there's only 18 people that are picking it. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
They're going to go to the hardware store. Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware. This is how Bickley and Marotta Mornings does the award show. And I can guarantee you, well, I can't guarantee you, I think there will be less clunky attempts at humor in this segment than there were on the Oscars last night.
Oh,
there was just
better chemistry.
Just some jokes that fell really, really flat last night. Because I was subjected to watch the whole thing.
Yeah, I was not. I was watching baseball.
Me too.
All right, my first award is the Up in Smoke Award. I'm giving it to Alabama basketball guard Aiden Holloway, arrested today after authorities searched a residence in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, found a pound of marijuana, and somehow Aiden Holloway, starting in a scoring guard for Alabama, averages about 18 points per game, has been taken into custody.
Do we know the legality of marijuana in the state of Alabama?
There's he was charged with first-degree possession of marijuana and failure to affix a tax stamp. Whatever that last part means, I have no idea.
I don't know. A pound of marijuana, I feel, is too much, even if it was legal.
I don't know if it's legal in Alabama. I'm guessing it's not.
Yeah.
I guess I could find out
Does
very
that
easily here.
sway you enough to pick the Flying Dutchman of Hofstra in the first round? Not a good way to
Recreational marijuana illegal in Alabama.
Illegal?
Illegal. Something as illegal.
Not a good way to start off March Madness week there in old Tuscaloosa. My first award is that's not exactly what you want to hear, is it? Award. And I'm giving it to Julio Rodriguez of the Seattle Mariners, who before one of the World Baseball Classic games put into perspective what winning a World Baseball Classic would mean to him as a baseball player.
Winning the World Baseball Classic or the World Series? You can't choose, can you?
No. I mean, being honest though, like I love the Mariners. They know I give my best for them every single time that I step on the field. But winning a World Baseball Classic will be top of the list. You know, this is for my country, this is for my town, this is for my people, my neighborhood, like everybody in the Dominican Republic. So I would say winning the World Baseball Classic will be number one.
Okay, so I kind of respect it. The national pride, I get that. Mm-hmm. But a 2-week exhibition tournament over the team that you're spending 7 months of your year with, that's paying your bills?
Uh-huh.
That's never been to a World Series?
Uh-huh.
Sorry, I can't get on board with that.
No, me neither.
Although if you say, like, would you rather win an Olympic gold medal or win an NBA championship or something?
All due respect to the World Baseball Classic, it's not an Olympic gold medal.
It's true, but they can't win an Olympic gold medal, right? Anyway.
Until they're included in the next Olympics.
All right. My first award is the Mustang Award, and it goes to SMU basketball because on Twitter, Awful Announcing, that account, they posted a clip of Bruce Pearl, now an analyst for CBS or ESPN, one of them. CBS, talking about how he thinks that Auburn should have gotten in.
What a shocker.
Instead of SMU. What a shocker, right?
Oh,
because, of course, he is the former coach of Auburn, and now his son is the coach of Auburn. Well, SMU basketball official account quote tweeted and said, "Sorry, we can't all be named Pearl."
Andy Enfield is the head coach at SMU, right?
I don't know. It's not Andy Pearl, though.
No.
Well, just one form away from being Andy Pearl.
Exactly. All right, so you guys know me well enough. So this is the D-Gen's D-Gen Award.
Oh, no.
All right? And I'm giving it to 34-year-old Dylan Donnelly. He is your national horse player handicapper champion.
What?
So he's the best horse handicapper on the planet. And so it's a long journey, and it ends with a 3-day title chase that happened this weekend. Across the country, and Donnelly won by 84 cents over these last 3 days. He is, again, the best handicapper in the world, and it paid off for a paycheck of
84 cents.
84 cents.
That's how much he won?
No. He won $825,000.
Wow.
And a really good story. I don't have time to tell it, but he was in a car accident, and he's in a wheelchair. Again, he seems like a great guy, but he's the D-Gen of D-Gen.
But by winning, being the best, that means he won about 50.8% of his bets, right?
Yeah.
Well, in this competition, let's just say he did awfully well.
No idea such a thing existed.
Yeah, me neither. My last award is Big Weekend for Sinner, not plural. And I'm giving it to Yannick Sinner. Now, Sinner's the movie got robbed at the Oscars.
Well,
I will fight anybody who says that other movie,
One Battle After Another,
which I've seen both, was better than it was not better than Sinners. I'm curious what your son would have to say about that. But Yannick Sinner, by winning Indian Wells, he became one of the masters of the hard court, having won both the majors that are played on hard court, U.S. Open and the Australian Open, and all 6 of the Masters series, which is Cincinnati, Shanghai, Indian Wells, some other places. Toronto, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, and it was his first Indian
Paris
Wells
is
title.
one of them.
I had the same exact one, almost exactly phrased exactly the same.
Really? Sorry about that.
Oh, no, it's all right. That was an obvious one. Sinners did win Best Actor and Best Original Screenplay, though, so it didn't get shut out.
Yeah.
Did you see both movies?
Mm-hmm.
I did.
What did you like better?
I liked Sinners better until it became a generic zombie movie at the end.
What did you like better?
Well, it's no secret that Sinners, I'm not a horror movie fan, but I thought One Battle After Another was really, really good.
You didn't answer my question.
I only saw 3 of them.
One Battle After Another was better.
The only other...
All right, you guys fight. Right? Fight.
Yeah,
fight.
Did anybody see Marty Supreme?
I did.
It's an actual sports movie.
I know. They got no love yesterday.
Yeah, it didn't win anything. The only other one that I saw of the Best Pictures was Frankenstein, which was actually really good, if you like that kind of movie.
My last award is the Father versus Son Award. And it could have bled, if I had audio of it, it could have bled over to great moments in Philadelphia sports radio.
Mm-hmm.
So Howard Eskin was one of the big wigs once upon a time of Philadelphia sports radio. Had a very inauspicious exit from the scene there. He leering over some young women at a game, asked not to come back. His son, so he was on WIP forever. His son, Spike Eskin, is now one of the hosts at WIP. So Howard Eskin and Angelo Cataldi, who did the morning show at WIP for 33 years, now have a podcast together. Mm-hmm. And they spent a lot of time on the podcast talking about how much they hate what's going on at WIP. His son works for the radio station.
Wow.
So Spike Eskin came out and said, this is disappointing and embarrassing for them. This is the most talented staff WIP ever had. Our ratings lapped theirs, and we're getting all getting along instead of trying to backstab each other like they did. We showed them respect. Sad they just can't enjoy their lives. Philadelphia is such a great sports town.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. It's fantastic.
Unfortunately, we are out of time for any more awards. But that is Hardware. We do it every Monday. We'll have some final thoughts. Maybe you can give out your awards next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Geraldo Perdomo's epic at-bat ends with a brutal call as the USA eliminates the Dominican Republic. Arizona's NCAA tournament draw includes early ease but major threats later. And ASU women's basketball gets at-large bid into NCAA tournament after Big 12 tournament run. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Hey, it's Vince Murata. Thursday night is the night. If you love pizza and hoops, you got to know about what's happening at Spinato's Pizzeria, Central Phoenix location, 7th Street, Missouri. It's a Suns watch party. Suns are taking on the Spurs. It's also the final qualifier for this year's pizza competition. It works just like the game horse, except if you win this, you win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout at that Suns game to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. There's been 2 qualifiers already. This is the last qualifier, and then all the winners will meet at the championship event in Gilbert in April. Like I said, it's also a Suns watch party. Even if you're not shooting in the competition, come on out, enjoy all the great food on Spinato's menu, hang out with fellow Suns fans, and of course, watch the action on Spinato's TVs. If you want more information on locations, menus, and this year's pizza competition and how to get entered, head to SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener, like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV, but if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to it at a campsite plays acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry! This deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Murata. Song of the Day.
All right, today's song of the day, because there's never a bad time for more Led Zeppelin, Rock and Roll, which Whiskey's Quicker busted out at the Ostrich Festival on Friday night. Big thanks to the Chandler Ostrich Festival, Steve Levine Entertainment for having us out. It was awesome. Big stage, large.
You opened for Kansas.
Heck yeah. Thanks to everybody who came out and supported. We appreciate it. Had a good time.
Or what's the roster of bands that Whiskey's Quicker's opened up for now?
Well, let's see. There was Casey and the Sunshine Band. Yeah. There was Eddie Money.
All right.
Who famously grabbed my wife's backside after I met him after the show. And I got a picture of it. Hey, he was a rock star. You gotta cut him some slack, right?
Did he grab with 2 hands and then start singing 2 Tickets to Paradise? And now Kansas on the list.
Kansas. There was one other big one I'm forgetting. Who was it? Don't remember. But there was one other big one that's always...
John Gambadoro.
Look.
Have you ever actually...
So, yeah, listen. So, I was going to bring this up privately, but we've got an offer to kind of redo our show at Rock Bar.
Oh, no.
So I had an idea that maybe you could perform one of your parody songs live.
Sure.
You really want to subject the people to that?
We'll talk about it.
Is Gambo busy that night?
I was like, as someone that's been to Rock Bar plenty of times, walking in there and seeing a Jarrett Carlin song parody, I don't know what I would do on a Saturday night.
We've performed there several times.
Jared's delivered live comedy. Vinny's delivered live comedy.
We did a live mustache, not a mustache.
That's right. So if you guys want to brainstorm and create a weird night of entertainment, we can get some listeners out. Have a good time with it.
I'll bring my friends.
There you
They
go.
love Rock Bar.
You bring your friends. We're good.
right.
It's party.
Rock and roll, Led Zeppelin, today's song of the day. All right, keep going, Robert.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, what was our leftover question on social studies?
Oh, it was. Let me pull it up.
It was in honor of the end of the Dominican Republic USA game.
So, we asked, what is the biggest injustice or robbery in sports history and why? And I feel like we kind of did a very similar one last week as well.
We did, because the 72 gold medal game in the men's summer
So
Olympics.
a lot of the same answers.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of looking at... Again, the one that came up last week and this week was Galarraga's, his imperfect perfect game.
Mm-hmm.
And that a lot of people think the ump, purposefully missed that call.
No,
I know.
It wasn't malicious. It was just bad umpiring.
It was just terrible umpiring.
I don't think anything was malicious last night either. It was just bad umpiring.
Yep.
There was a very similar question to what we had last week.
Yeah.
I did text my son.
Okay.
My son Brandon, the film buff. I said, was Sinners better than One Battle After Another? His answer, I thought so, but One Battle had it in the bag all year.
Really?
What was his favorite movie of the year?
Sinners.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, I believe.
Sinners was just so layered with so much awesome stuff.
That musical, you were watching the baseball. The musical number they did for Sinners, for the original song.
Yeah.
That was unreal.
You should watch that scene.
Wait till you see the scene in the movie, because they did was an abridged, different live version of the scene in the movie.
It was like a trip through sort of like black music throughout all of history.
Yeah.
It was really
I loved, again, I didn't love the movie because of all the different things, but the music in it was phenomenal. That scene was maybe one of my favorite scenes. Easy.
Anybody going to see Hamnet?
No.
I heard it was great.
Yeah, well, I think they're all supposed to be great. Whatever that one with Stellan Skarsgård is supposed to be really good, too.
Sentimental value.
I saw Begonia, too. That one, you guys, you don't need to waste
Looks weird.
time.
I was protesting in a way because, again, Adam Sandler just completely left out of the Oscars.
Did you watch that movie, by the way?
I haven't seen Jay Kelly yet.
So we're gonna...
That didn't get nominated for anything.
Nothing, no.
And Happy Gilmore, too. Absolutely snubbed.
Had two opportunities to get nominated and didn't get...
Snubbed.
Well, Happy Gilmore was not eligible. Had no theatrical run. As far as I know. It has to be in theaters for at least like a day. Yeah.
So K-pop Demon Hunters made it to the
It
theater?
was in for 1 week.
Gotcha. Again, it was just a weird experience watching. I was like, I saw one.
So how were the Oscars?
I saw the last 5 minutes of One Battle After Another. So I know the ending. And then they spoofed the ending at the end of the Oscars. So I knew what was happening then. But until then, I was clueless.
They were fine. Too long.
Very,
3 hours
very
and 45
long.
minutes.
I could not believe how early that program started. I was stunned, actually.
Thank God.
Well, you're right. When did it start? 4 o'clock?
Yeah.
Pacific
wow.
time, yeah.
It was early. But thank goodness, or else I don't know if I could have stayed up.
Somebody posted a picture of what the theater looked like after everybody had left, and there was just like trash all everywhere.
Slobs.
And it was like all these high and mighty, hoity-toity actors who moralize and tell everybody else what to do can't even throw away their garbage.
One of the good memes that came from last night is Leo DiCaprio showed up with a mustache, and Pedro Pascal showed up clean-shaven for like the first time.
Wow.
And they were saying like there must have been some sort of mustache transplant between the two actors.
Yeah, and Pedro Pascal looked like he weighed about 90 pounds, by the way. Did you see how skinny he is? I think it's for
He
a
looked like a
role.
little twerp. Seriously, like I
didn't recognize it.
I watched it with my aunt who didn't really know who he was. And my wife kept saying, "Oh, Pedro Pascal's like this, the hottest actor. He's like a sex symbol." And she went, "This guy's a sex symbol? This little wimp?"
That's funny.
You didn't miss much, Vic.
All right, good.
But the In Memoriam was really good.
That was good. And man, did a lot of really talented people die in the last year. That was depressing. That's going to do it for us on this Monday. Thanks to Casey Jacobson for joining us. Thanks to you, as always. We appreciate it. We're going to do it again tomorrow. And you're all invited. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. Have a great day, everybody.
Way out of here, gone.
D-backs fans, win a 4-pack of tickets to either the March 30th or March 31st D-backs game. Text the word opener to 620-620 for your chance to win. Text opener to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Automation.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot stop your new clients from emailing you at 3 a.m. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you be in 3 places at once. And while we can't help you organize your calendar, LinkedIn can help you land more clients so you have a calendar to organize. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns continue their road trip tonight from Boston, where they will look back to get in the win column tonight after a loss on Friday to the Raptors. The Suns and Celtics will get going at 4:30, and you can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Let the dancing begin. The bracket is set, and the Arizona Wildcats earned a number 1 seed in the West region, where they'll get LIU on Friday, and with a win, get either Villanova or Utah State in the round of 32. Molly Miller and her Sun Devils got in on the bubble as a 10 seed, but they'll have to play and beat Virginia in a first 4 game on Thursday to get to the round of 64. And it didn't come without controversy. The United States beat the Dominican Republic 2-1 last night to advance to their 3rd straight WBC title game, where they will play either Italy or Venezuela. This report is brought to you by Southwest Gas.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Hello there, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Luke Lipinski and Ron Wolfley. John, how you doing?
I'm absolutely amazing, and I can't wait to feel your nervousness about Arizona today. You're rocking the great jersey, getting a lot of compliments on it. I know you feel good but nervous at the same time.
Had to represent the Cats in some sort of way. We got the T-Mac jersey.
Let's go.
On. For all the nervous Cardinals fans watching, I'm still an Arizona Cardinals fan. It's okay. Let's just put 2 and 2 together. Just repping my guy T-Mac. Had a wonderful rookie year. I'm nervous. We'll get into it for sure. We have plenty to get into on today's show. New Cardinals safety Andrew Wingard will be joining us in the very next segment, so stick around. We'll ask him about his role on the team, joining Arizona, and a few other things. We'll talk about the Arizona Wildcats, the NCAA tournament. We'll get to the Arizona Cardinals, the Diamondbacks. The NBA is expanding here pretty soon, but of course, we will start with the Phoenix Suns. By the way, at the top of the show, I did want to note, if you're turning on the radio and you're like, these two knuckleheads again, just to let you know, your guys will be back soon. Tomorrow, you've got Mitch and John Lunch. John Lunch is just going to stay there, folks.
Yeah.
He's even going to stay there the day after because he'll be there with Wolf. Wolf will be back on Wednesday. Then you've got Paulie and Wolf on Thursday. And then Mitch and I will be doing an Arizona Sports at Day on Friday here on the Wolf and Luke Show. And then a week from Monday, you will be getting your guys. So Jesse, don't worry, everyone, not seeing Wolf, it's tourney time. You will still get your BPI bracket pick live on Wednesday. Calm down.
Oh, BPI.
He loves it. He brings on his guy, right? His guy?
Yeah, we'll TBD on that, but we'll probably have Michael DeCourcy, one of the longtime college basketball writers, and now does bracketology as well. So we'll probably have him at some point, but I haven't reached out yet. But just look for that in the next few days.
The BPI bracket rundown and then him running down the freaks of the NFL draft are like my 2 must-listen to Wolf and Luke segments every year. I absolutely love it, so I can't wait. All right, I've been putting it off. We'll talk about that Suns loss on Friday. 122-115 to the Toronto Raptors. John, I think there are 2 ways of reacting to this loss, and maybe it's a little bit of both. You could look at the way that they played in Thursday's win over Indiana and Friday's loss to Toronto on the road and see some similarities that could get some concern. Or you just kind of shrug at Friday, being a back-to-back against a tough team that's playing good basketball and played some really great defense. What say you?
I'm an excuse and explanation kind of a guy. I think that a back-to-back is an excuse because everybody deals with it. There are explanations, there are excuses in sports. That's an excuse. You could say that if you wanted to be convenient and nice to the team because, like you said, they got outscored 36-23 in the fourth quarter. So that would say that they're tired, but everybody's tired and everybody rests. And I don't look at it like that. What I look at it as, we have concentrated so much on Book and Green and gotten so excited. Look at this backcourt. Oh, this is amazing. Well, they go 23 of 45 for 65 points, and the rest of the team goes 15 of 35 for 50. So there's another end of the court that you got to talk about, but you just can't have two guys, no matter how talented, try to carry the offense night after night after night. So that's, to me, the issue is that you got to be better in crunch time. They weren't, and it's not a two-man show offensively. You got to be better as a complete team.
The latter is where I lean and have not an extreme amount of concern, to be clear, but just a slight amount of concern. And the reason why I say this is because when you look back at the period of starting on February 1st, where Jordan I thought it was not a coincidence that he was bringing up that date a lot when we last spoke with him. And just that is a point of emphasis on okay, we've been a different team since this point, and we've got to be much better from there. And I think it was a couple of different factors that were at play. But what we have especially seen over the last handful of games has just been their ball movement not really being the same. I'm not saying that it's so much as tunnel vision and selfishness from Devin Booker and Jalen Green. I'm just saying that Book is seeing Indiana give him single coverage, and he's like, okay, I'll just try and take over this game myself. Jalen will get his own looks as well. And I think that works to some degrees and can be effective for them offensively. The problem is, especially on Friday's game, what happens here is when Book and Jalen play in this kind of way, it makes the other parts of their offense that make their offense hum almost non-existent. I didn't even notice Colin Gillespie on the floor Friday. He is one of the key parts of their entire team, let alone their offense. And then Oso Ighodaro as well was just not a factor in that game as well. Colin Gillespie, the first scoreless game for him of the season on Friday. He was 0 for 3, all 3 shots coming from 3. And then no assists and 1 turnover for Oso Ighodaro. He did get to the line 6 times, but only made one of his shots there. So when the ball isn't humming around, when those two aren't really getting into their two-man game, and when the ball just, again, is not really moving around, the assist totals are lower, it's going to bog down their offense in a way that will not be sustainable. So I think it's something that against marquee competition, which we'll be talking about throughout the show all week, I think it's actually a great time for them to be playing against a great opponent because they need to get their offense back on track. One more note I have: since February 19th, that's the last 12 games that the Suns have played, they are 29th league-wide in assists per game. There are just 23 assists a game. If you don't know the magic number, it's 25. When the Suns have at least 25 assists in a game, they are 25-5 this year. So they dropped to, I believe it's 14-23 or 13-23 now when they fail to crack 25 assists, which has happened here in back-to-back games. It's clear when this offense is right, and in the last 2 games it hasn't been. So my concern meter's a little bit up. I'm not just looking at the back-to-back. I'm looking a little bit more.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other thing, too. So you just told the offensive story. The defensive story, again, in the fourth quarter, getting outscored, you're minus 13 in that quarter.
Yeah, that's it.
And what it does is, what you're looking at defensively is they go 14-22 for 64%. But one thing that's rearing its ugly head since Mark Williams left, the lineup is points in the paint. They had 20 of those points of the 36 in the paint. Teams are getting to the rim. They're not intimidated. They're not afraid to go inside against the Suns. And so who do you have coming up the next couple of days? Well, you're looking at tonight. Boston's going to go inside. Jaylen Brown's going to try to get to the rim. Jason Tatum, I guess Achilles injuries aren't what they were because he's come back and been absolutely great. His shooting percentages aren't where they normally are. But my point is that he's still a 20-point guy. His first game back, he almost clicked in a triple-double. So Boston's going to do that. You're looking at San Antonio after that. Victor Wembanyama, he's going to go inside. So they've got to offensively. You just hit it right on the head. Defensively, you're not going to win games on the road if you give up 36 in the fourth quarter. You're going to go up 64%, and you're going to let them parade either to the free throw line or through the paint. And that killed them in the fourth quarter.
I'm glad you went there because I think if I could say where the most amount of my concern lies, it's not even that much on the offensive end. It's the fact that you play that way offensively and play this way defensively. If you just look at the quality of the possession, one of the sayings that goes in basketball for a long time is looking at okay, how does the shot look before it reaches the rim, essentially? When it goes up, how do you feel about the quality of the possession? And Toronto's quality of shots throughout the day were much, much better, and it really reared its head a ton in the fourth quarter. They had 0 options for Brandon Ingram at all. He scored 36. I know there were some fans who wanted to see Royce O'Neal come out and turn to a Rasheer Fleming, Ryan Dunn, Jordan Goodwin type of combination to give them some defense. But of course that ruins your spacing. Not ruins, but I would say in some ways compromises your spacing offensively. So it's tough decisions for Jordan not to come down to. But we talked about on-ball defense being a huge problem for this team all year long, and it was just way too easy for Toronto to sort of get downhill, especially with the size that they have. We've seen it all year when teams are bringing size, bringing length with guys that can get downhill. It's a real problem for this team. Here is Jordan Knott postgame on Brandon Ingram specifically, who had 36 points in this game, getting hot late with 8 points in the last 4 minutes.
I actually think he got in rhythm a little earlier. Maybe it was a third quarter where we had him struggling a little bit, and the ball found him on the perimeter. He got it kind of going into catch and shoot, and he's one of the best once he gets into the paint because of his length. He was just kind of able to get to a spot. Yeah, credit to him. They shot 52% from three.
And then Devin Booker on the late game execution.
Not that good. I feel like, the wearing down of a back-to-back definitely got to us on both ends. You got a little stagnant. New lineup out there, and, just didn't work out.
And with Jordan noting the 52% three-point shooting for Toronto, one of the best shooting efforts of the year, the Suns made 18 threes as well. So, they won't look at this as a make-or-miss loss at all. And, again, 18 made threes, 20 assists. Something's not adding up there.
Yeah, and look, I just don't like when players even use the back-to-back because guess what? You got Boston and San Antonio, which is going to be a much more difficult back-to-back. Look, you got to win basketball games at this point of the year. There are going to be no excuses. You go through Monday, Tuesday, Thursday this week, 5 of the next 7. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to look back. It's a bottom-line business. You're either going to get out of that 7 or you're not. And if you don't get out of the 7, even if you get through to it, then you're going to play San Antonio or Oklahoma City in the first round, and you're going to get knocked out. And given what they've done and accomplished to this point, I'm not going to say that's a failed season because it's not, but I would say that they're probably disappointed about it because I don't even know if they win a game in either of those series.
The Arizona Cardinals officially have a new safety. Andrew Wingard has officially signed with the team, but what will his role be in the secondary? Well, good thing you asked that because we'll ask him. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kel Nelson, John Lund filling in on Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Green getting grabbed by R.J. Barrett on the perimeter, able to get through it. 5 on the shot clock. Green still on the dribble. Crosses over on Barrett. Step back 3 on the way. He got it again. How about Jalen Green feeling it right now as he flexes going into the backcourt with 34 points on the night.
Suns at the Celtics. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30. 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hi, Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas and Matt Taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review review.
If you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
It's time to upgrade your arsenal with the Shields Field and Range Sale Event. Save on your favorite brands in ammo, firearms, optics, and more. You'll have to hurry, though. This sale only runs through March 22nd. Plus, with your Shields Visa, you'll earn an extra 10 points for every dollar spent on Vortex products at Shields, which means you'll earn even more My Rewards gift cards. Visit Shields or shields.com and save now through March 22nd.
The world is a vampire sent to drain secret destroyers.
Welcome back to the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson speaking. John Lund with me as well, filling in for Wolf and Luke. Want to give our shout out to our listeners in Cave Creek. Hello, Cave Creek, and we're excited to have on the other line with us right now new Arizona Cardinals safety Andrew Winger joining us from Cardinals HQ. Andrew, how are you doing this morning? I'm Kellen. This is John. Hello.
Hey guys, how you doing? Appreciate you having me.
Doing really great. Welcome to the Valley, man. If you could just take us through your free agency process and ultimately what led you to Arizona. We're excited to have you here.
Yeah, they showed early interest, and we kind of were wheeling and dealing, and then we said, all right, let's do it. So, you know, it was a successful year last year, and I'm just stoked to get the opportunity here. And, you know, as I look around this room and I'm seeing a lot of the color red, I'm thinking I'm going to look pretty good.
All right, I got to ask you this because I was so excited when we were going to have you on today, because the first thing that went into my mind, and this is not putting pressure on you, but if they cast a movie of the Pat Tillman story, you look like him. I think they might cast you. You know, you wear 42, which he wore at ASU. He wore 40 in the pros. He was a 7th-round pick. You were a free agent. But you guys had a similar path where you get undrafted. You're kind of overlooked. You go to the Jags. You're a great special teams ace. You get into the lineup. You kind of become this cult figure with the Jags. I mean, that's kind of the Pat Tillman story, and you look just like him, and you wear his college number. You with me, or is that too much pressure?
It's a lot of pressure, but I think I can handle it. And it's funny. I had a buddy at Wyoming who always used to he would call me Pat. So this is pretty. It feels eerie, like it's meant to be in a way. So hopefully I can step into the shoes of the long-haired white guy who flies around and puts his body on the line. So I'm looking forward to it.
Has anyone called you Dennis Gardeck yet around the Cardinals HQ yet? Because again, sticking to the long-haired white guy routine, you're filling in nicely in Dennis Gardeck's shoes, I suppose.
Yeah, and the best part is I got to play with Dennis last year, so now I know the aura of the guy. So I think I can bring a little bit of that psycho white dude to the table.
Do you have permission to use the sack dance so it's like a mirror image?
No, there's no way. No. I mean, that was his. I mean, they played that in every team meeting the night before games last year. So it's officially, I think it's a Jacksonville Dennis thing now. So I'll have to figure out my own thing. But that sack dance was something else.
Yeah, because you got to find the dance that works with the hair too, right? That was the secret behind his dance. So, I'm sure you're going to be thinking up stuff through training camp, and you're going to be in a good spot. I want to ask you about last year specifically in starting 16 games. I know you got those reps back in 2021, but if you just compare that first year of getting major starts in 2021 compared to last year, where do you think you grew the most as a player over these 5 years?
Yeah, I've really just rounded out my game in terms of when I first got in the league as a rookie, I was your prototypical box safety, get him down in the box, blah, 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 all that, all that BS. So I've really rounded out my game, and I've always been a great athlete. Everyone's always going to, oh, Wingard, he's not as athletic, this, and that, get out of town. I'm in the NFL. So I've rounded my game out, covering guys on all levels, having range in the back end. I only had one pick last year, but I feel like I put myself in such good spots that I didn't get as much action as I wanted to because I was in such good spots. So I'm looking to definitely increase on that interception number this year. But again, back to your point, I just really feel that I'm a 2026 and a National Football League safety, and that's how you got to be these days. It's not 1995 where, they're lining up in the wishbone and, you got to go down and take on blockers and fit the run every play. It's the game has turned into a running man, and it's an athletic man's game. So I'm kind of getting back to my roots and, not being as heavy weight-wise and making sure my speed is where it needs to be. That's kind of where I'm at. And again, I'm just looking forward to, playing with these guys, playing with Buddha, playing with, Dadrion, Taylor Demerson, all those guys. I've watched a lot of tape on them, and it'll just be exciting to get in the mix and really, put myself out there. And again, like I said, in the red.
All right, we got to know what to call you now. So I saw two nicknames that they called you. So maybe you hate them both, but you got to tell us what to call you. So Wingardium Leviosa was one, right, from Harry Potter.
That's a pretty good one.
And so you like that one. And then your teammates, I guess, called you Dewey after Dwight Dewey Riley from Scream, who survived everything. So both, none. What do we call you?
It's definitely going to be Dewey for sure, and I've survived at like 4 or 5 coaching staffs, so that probably bodes better. But Dewey, Morris the Blade, that's kind of my alter ego, so I kind of like to go by those two.
Like it.
Arizona Cardinals safety Andrew Wingard joining us. Dewey, or what was it? I'm sorry, the Blade.
Morris the Blade.
Morris the Blade.
I like that better. I like the Blade.
Go ahead. Kobe's like Mamba. Yeah, you kind of get into that. Zone where you kind of turn into somebody else. That's Morris the Blade for me.
I'm extremely bummed that Ron Wolfley is not here on the show right now, because once he hears that you go by Morris the Blade, especially, he is going to be absolutely stoked the next time he talks to you. I'm sure you'll catch up with him at training camp. With what you were saying about watching tape of Buddha and Rabbit, I'm really interested to see or hear from you right now about Nick Rawles's scheme and seeing how he uses safeties and moves you guys really all over the place. Was that part of the appeal in coming to Arizona?
For sure, and they definitely play a similar system to what I played in Jacksonville last year. And I know that Coach Rawles was with my one of my best buddies when he was in Philly, so I kind of have a little bit of familiarity because I watch a lot of his film too. So, and I just love how they play. They play really tight to the line of scrimmage. They challenge receivers, and I'm just excited to get in that mix and learn. And it's going to be good for me, having been on the same team for 7 years. I'm just excited to get just some fresh energy, some freshness, new coaches, new teammates. New identity for me. So I'm super excited to get in that mix. And that was the appeal, again, like you said, the way they play and how they play, always intrigued me when I watch them on film.
Do you have an expectation for what your role is going to be, whether it's starting or working with Rabbit and finding a role alongside Buddha?
Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't matter to me, to be honest with you. I'm just blessed to get the opportunity to compete, and I'm going to go out and compete. And my only, sole focus is when I'm on the practice field, I'm getting better at the game of football, so that when I'm playing in games, I'm going to fall to the level of my training, and my training is complete focus on getting better at football. So I'm not going to be worried about what other guys are doing. If the coaching staff wants me to start, that's great. If the coaching staff wants me to be a third guy, rotational guy, special teams piece, I'm going to do it, and I'm not going to complain about it. So that's kind of my thing. But again, I'm competitive as hell, and I want to be the best, and I see myself as the best. So we'll see what the work, what it produces.
I know you're a bad man because I covered some games on the sidelines for Wyoming for ESPN a couple times, and I've never been so cold. I've never felt wind chill like that. I've never felt wind like that in my life. So I know you're a bad man playing at Wyoming. But when you played there, Josh Allen was there. I know everybody asked you this, but did you pick him? Did you know? What was your relationship with Josh at Wyoming?
Well, that was my favorite part about Wyoming is we were all underdogs. You know, Josh was a 2-star and he didn't even have an offer. He was at JUCO, and we probably had in one recruiting class at Wyoming, which is just insane. We probably had like 8 or 9 guys who ended up going to the NFL, and I think there's still like 4 or 5 of us still in the NFL, and we all got there as no names. So. My memory of Josh was, hey, what's up? I'm Josh. I'm a quarterback. And, hey, I'm Dewey. I play safety. And, you know, he's one of my best friends. And, you know, obviously now that he's big timing me, we don't really talk as much anymore. But
Is he a bad texter? Like, does he not return? Hey, this is your old buddy. I don't know who you are.
Oh, yeah. I
have an actress girlfriend now. I don't even know who you are.
I don't even try texting him anymore. So.
Man, look at that.
Sorry, I was just taking a drink of coffee.
No, go ahead.
But yeah, no, he was. We had some really good times at Wyoming, and he's one of the best guys I've ever met. And I know why he's been so successful is because he's just one of the boys, you know. And he's such a competitive leader that, you know, when you see him, you know, break the pocket and he's trying to hurdle guys and front flip for first downs and stuff, that's just something where guys are like, wait. That's our, you know, $60 million quarterback doing that. You know, let's go. So he's an amazing leader, and to see his success has been super cool.
Andrew, Dewey, thank you so much for joining us. So with Rabbit, we've got like some It's Rabbit season sounders that we play, but now with Morris the Blade, we'll work on some sound effects with the sword. You know, we'll get that together.
That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect.
Thank you so much,
Welcome, man.
This was a ton of fun.
Great
Welcome to
having
Arizona.
Yep. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
All right, that was Arizona Cardinals new safety, Andrew Wingard. Again, everyone, Dewey Morris the Blade. Make sure when you tell people it's Morris the Blade, don't say it like that. Say Morris the Blade. That is what he would prefer. All right, are you as worried about Arizona's draw in the NCAA tournament, or are you an Arizona State fan reveling in the fact that this Arizona fan's kind of nervous about the NCAA tournament draw they got? We'll talk about all of that next. It's Wolf and Luke Kelnelson and John Lund filling in.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Foreman hits a towering pop-up just behind home plate. Foul territory, first base side, and the catch is made by Moreno for a quick first out.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. When you imagine retirement, brothers, what do you see? You know, I bet all of us have different goals, of course, and different goals require their own unique plan for the future. That's where Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors come into play. Let Trajan Wealth help you craft a plan that will meet your goals. Call Trajan Wealth today. Basinonians, just like I did. I thought I had things in good shape until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. Turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now, of course, I've got a clear path to retirement and way more peace of mind. Pick up the phone and give Trajan Wealth a call, 480-360-7900, 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign.
Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Save $10 on a pair of Rain-X Latitude wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Our professional parts people will even install them for free.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert, or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to amazonbusiness.com for support.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, sounds like Liberty GMC's making big plays this month.
Yes, we are, Dave. Our Slam Dunk Savings event is in full swing. Lease a brand new 2026 GMC Terrain for just $239 a month, or take advantage up to $6,000 off in total savings. Plus, the 2026 Yukon and Yukon XLs are arriving daily, with lease options starting just as low as $799 a month. If you've been waiting for the right time, this is it.
Stop by Liberty GMC or make your best deal online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The fields for the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments were announced yesterday. Arizona men's basketball is the 1 seed in the West region. The Wildcats will take on Long Island and San Diego on Friday. Arizona State women's basketball is in the first 4 and will face Virginia in Iowa City on Thursday. If the Sun Devils win, they will play Georgia on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns have a big one tonight in Boston against the Celtics. Tip-off is at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks host the Cincinnati Reds this afternoon at Salt River Fields. First pitch is at 1:05. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Retirement comes with stealth taxes, Medicare surges, Social Security taxation, and forced distributions. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we're nearly a week into the new league year, what do we make of the Cardinals free agent class? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hello, it's the Wolf and Luke show. Jesse, like the mic was off. You were looking at me like, start talking. I was like, brother, Rick, you're one of one, brother. I love you so much. All right. The NCAA tournament is here. The bracket, most importantly, John Lund is here. It's Kellen Olson, John Lund filling in for Wolf and Luke. I think the expectation here for Arizona, just to like start, zoom out a bit, and then we'll zoom in a bit more as we get into the segment. The expectations are very high. This is arguably the best chance Arizona has had at making a Final Four since they last made the Final Four 25 years ago. Even if you go back to the 2014, 2015 NCAA tournaments, even if you go to a few years ago when Lloyd had his first team that was a number 1 seed, the expectation is a Final Four, and they are becoming a popular championship pick here with the bracket officially out. They are in the West region. They will take on 16th seeded Long Island on Friday. Rick, Jamal, you will be thrilled to know that that is directly during our show. So if anything gets weird, you will watch me have a live psychological meltdown on live radio.
Oh, that's going to be amazing.
Won't that be great? 10:30, like the whole show, right in the middle of it. That'll be excited. Fun. I'm not. We should kill Long Island to be clear.
It would be funny if they just kind of kept it close for the first half. It was like tied going to break, and then you were nervous, and then U of A won by 18 in the second half.
I might have to like secede wolfing down your lunch. Like Mitch and Jesse just like talk. I can't function.
That actually might be cool, and then they just have the cam on you, and you're just nervous.
Sounds awesome.
It does sound awesome for everyone but you. It sounds
really
amazing.
great. So that's on Friday, and then potentially Arizona would play either 8th-seeded Villanova or 9th-seeded Utah State on Sunday. Now that the draw is in, John, I'll get to my thoughts in a second because I'm coming from like nervous, erratic Arizona fan who has been through so much trauma watching this team in the tournament over the last 10 to 15 years. How do you look at this draw for them in the West region right now?
Well, I mean, it's not as hard as Duke. It's not the easiest, but it can be, and I think all fans know this. When you're really close to a team like you are, you can see the warts a lot more than what other people do. I think they're going to the Final Four, which is probably the kiss of death because how most people make their betting living is to take my bets and then bet against them, which a lot of people have done really well, put kids through college and all that kind of stuff. But Purdue's an interesting one at the 2 because they were really great, then they struggled, and then they win the Big Ten. Gonzaga's Gonzaga. I expect them to go to a certain point. Darius Acuff Jr. could literally will his team like an Allen Iverson kind of thing.
He might be the best player in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, he's unbelievable. And then I know why you get PTSD over Wisconsin, but there's not going to be 4 number ones like last year. That's only happened over the last 40 years twice, 2008, 2025. So I don't think we'll see the dominance. But as far as the West is concerned, now, again, the main thing that I've heard from all the talking heads that think they know what they're talking about is they get nervous about the freshmen with Arizona. I do not. I mean, the great thing about freshmen in this thing, 9 of the top 10 freshmen that we're all talking about, they're going to change NBA teams next year, outside of the kid at North Carolina, Caleb Wilson. He's the only one that's not going to play because of an injury, but the other 9 are. Freshmen are not phased by this, I don't think, anymore. Now, we'll find out, and this is the fun part, is in NBA teams, you're going to go through this and see how these guys, this is not Tuesday against, some whatever university. But that doesn't concern me. Some people have brought up 3-point shooting with Arizona. That doesn't concern me. Some people have talked about depth. Look, teams in college, you go 7 deep. That's about it. 7, 8 deep on a college roster. They don't go that deep. You shorten the rosters and shorten the rotations in any way of what the coaches trust. So, look, any of the holes that you can punch in Arizona, you can punch at 10 other teams. So I think being far away from it, not nearly as close as you, it's probably the second toughest draw behind Duke. But if Arizona isn't in the Final Four, honestly, I'd be shocked.
They've just been such a well-rounded team with such few holes. Like, you really start to nitpick a little bit because the whole 3-point shooting thing, it's like, well, they dominate the paint on both ends. Right. Like, Modius Krivas is maybe the best rim protector in all of college basketball, and their perimeter defense has been so great, especially the last 2 months. And then offensively, we saw it when they won the Big 12 tournament. It can be anyone on any day. It was Anthony Del Orso in the semifinal. Him and Ivan Karchenkov were huge. And then Cole Peacock going in the final. Braden Burry started to get a little bit going in the final as well. Karchenkov got going as well. Bradley had good splits in both games. That's why.
Plus, don't you think the game against Iowa State, to win a game like that, that's what the tournament's about. And so it's about keeping composure. To me, it's about what you've been through. So he hits that shot at the end, I think, is huge. You just mentioned Koa Pete, who since his injury hadn't been quite what he was. He bangs out 21 points. Like, any type of thing you could say about Arizona, they're answering every single question. And even though the SEC overall has more teams in, I would argue at the top of the Big 12, you had to go through more consistently, and especially in that tournament. So I think they're tournament ready.
You can head over to ArizonaSports.com if you're an Arizona fan or you're curious about Arizona's path, or you just want to do some research for your own bracket. I went through pretty much the entire West region from a lens of, like, how does Arizona match up with some of these teams? I think it's going to be a walk in the first weekend. Long Island doesn't have any sort of numbers that make you worried that the game will even be close. They're the team that they're a 16 seed. They barely got in for a reason on the 16 line and being there, and they do not shoot 3-pointers at all. Conveniently enough, they are ranked just 1 spot ahead of Arizona in 3-point attempts per game, which is one of the 25 worst numbers in the country. Villanova, Iowa State, again, like, you go through this checkbox of, like, okay, do you play with physicality? Are you big enough? Do you shoot a lot of threes? How do you play defensively on the perimeter? How well-rounded is your team? Do you have a deep front court? Like, all of these check boxes you have to have just to be a threat to beat Arizona. I don't see Villanova or Utah State really meeting those qualifications. Where it starts to get nervy, and this is not just, again, my PTSD speaking from Wisconsin, from what Frank Kaminsky and Sam Decker have done to me as an Arizona fan emotionally in the past. Wisconsin is a tough draw. You can take it from me. You can take it from Jay Billis as well.
I think this is a difficult draw for Arizona. Look, they're all difficult draws, but some paths are easier than others. And look, Arizona is clearly the best team in this region, and I think they're going to make it through to, I happen to think they're a Final Four team. But having to go against either Wisconsin or Arkansas in the Sweet 16, I think the one you really don't want to see is Wisconsin, because they can rain in 15 threes in a game. That's when they did it, what they did to Michigan. And they've got great guards. Nick Boyd, John Blackwell, they're big-time guards if they wind up playing them in the Sweet 16.
Those two guys, Blackwell and Boyd, Blackwell a junior
We
guard.
watched them on Friday, you and I. We sat here and literally watched them almost beat Michigan on Friday, those two guards.
Yeah,
they scored every point just about the second half.
They beat Illinois pretty much by themselves. They scored a combined 69 points in that Big Ten tournament quarterfinal. When Blackwell scores 25+, the Badgers are 8-1. It's 7-1 when Boyd does it, but when Blackwell fails to crack 15 points, Wisconsin is 6-7. Then on the three-point line, to what Jay is talking about, 6th in three-point attempts per game, 55th in three-point percentage, so pretty efficient. The stat that really blows my mind, they attempted 1,108 threes on the season. That is nearly or just about twice as many as Arizona did, which was 555. So this is a thing where if for some reason Arizona isn't winning the battle on the interior, they're not getting to the free throw line as much as they normally should, and maybe those freshmen, Cole Pete and Braden Burries, have had in some big games this year, more notably at the start of the year, but even in conference play as well, where it's a slow start, Bradley has to do a lot, and then Wisconsin hits 6 threes in the first 8 minutes, and you're kind of shell-shocked, like, okay, here we go again. And then the other part of that equation as well is Arkansas, where Darius Acuff Jr. to me is arguably the best player in the tournament. I think he's the best player in this region. Yes, I am very aware that A.J. Debonsa, maybe the number 1 overall pick in the draft, is in this region as well. But Acuff over his last 14 games, 28 points and 7 assists per game. He's shooting 49% from the field, 47 from 3. He's been absolutely unbelievable. So, look, I'm extremely confident. I think people who have listened to my stuff long enough know that I can be a realist and go to logic at times, so I'm not afraid to pick against my own team. I'm not going to be a fan in that kind of way. With that said, I expect Arizona to beat anyone they play. Does that mean I'm not nervous? Of course not. Am I going to be rooting for high points so I don't have to see Wisconsin? Of course. And I also think the other element of this, John, is that I think the biggest threat actually looms in the Sweet 16. Like, I think Wisconsin or Arkansas is actually a tougher matchup than Gonzaga or Purdue. But the fun thing about those potential matchups, of course, is the Mark Few-Tommy Lloyd relationship in the Gonzaga matchup, and then Purdue, the past history there as well, and all the experience that they bring.
Yeah, look, if anything can happen in the tournament, that's what it's all about. But I think that they can clearly win that. Wisconsin, and I totally get what you're saying. Acuff, I totally get what you're saying. Gonzaga this year might be a little bit too young, and I'm not sure what Purdue is. If they're the team that was earlier, then they hit the skids a bit. But I just
crazy. They went 6-7 to end the year,
right.
And then they won the Big Ten tournament,
and they
which is
great.
arguably the best conference in all of college basketball. Yeah.
But to make you feel better, I mean, I think Purdue's the weakest of the twos. I mean, if you look at East, UConn's a 2, Houston's a 2, Iowa State's a 2. I mean, I wouldn't want to play in those regions. I think that Iowa State could beat Michigan. I think Houston could beat Florida. I think, UConn, I'm not really sure. But, I mean, look at that region with UConn at 2, Michigan State 3, Kansas, depending on what Peterson is. I don't know. One of the most egregious, and I don't think there was a ton of errors in the tournament in the way that they seeded, but St. John's is in a 5. And so to have St. John's in that region in the East with Duke, they could win that region. A lot of people are picking them. So it's not that Arizona's got an easy region. It's just I think it's funny that Duke, because I'm not a Duke fan, Duke is the number 1 overall seed playing in the toughest region. If I was Duke, I'd be pissed.
It's a crazy sport to be a fan of a team in, because you know that no matter how good your team is, it's going to come down to either that second round, Sweet 16 Elite 8. There's going to be like a 2-point game with 4 minutes left, and you just see what happens. And that's the beauty of the tournament. I cannot wait at all. Be a part of the legacy in every stride. Enter to win a family 4-pack for Pat's Run on April 11th in Tempe. Celebrate with us, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter to win race entry passes. What will it mean if Team USA wins the World Baseball Classic? We've got some questionable decisions by umpires to yell about next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
On the one hand, he's older. He's already had 3 contracts with the Arizona Cardinals. It feels like they've squeezed every drop of usefulness out of James Conner. But on the other, he's such a culture setter in that room for them that I can understand why they'd, especially if they brought him back, and I don't know this for a fact, but if they brought him back on a vet minimum contract, I don't know how you're supposed to say no to that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. Listen, if you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you, Basinonians. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust, of course. Listen, the DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world on best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, then text SPINE to 620-620. Text SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Experience opening day. Your Arizona Diamondbacks host the Detroit Tigers on Monday, March 30th. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from date of financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Maybe you've had your eye on a Fulton home. The premium craftsmanship, thoughtfully designed floor plans, resort-style amenities, and award-winning communities across the valley. A place where every detail feels intentional. For many buyers, homeownership can feel out of reach. But now, owning a Fulton home is more attainable than ever. With special pricing, limited time incentives, and interest rate buydowns on select homes, now is the right moment to make your move. From beautifully designed interiors to the legendary quality Fulton Homes is known for, every detail is built to stand the test of time. Visit any Fulton Homes community today or go to fultonhomes.com. Fulton Homes. You're proud to own. We're proud to build.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Which Diamondbacks are making a case for a roster spot and which ones are still in the World Baseball Classic? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Okay, I was going to wait for it to get to like the chorus and the drop, but it took 5 seconds longer than I was waiting for, and then it got there. Hey, this is Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson, and John Lund filling in. Jesse, I think maybe the coolest part of your guys' job is that you basically get to play music for 4 hours. Like, you get to do other stuff, of course, like talk about sports, but it's great.
Don't forget the long drops.
I do enjoy playing music because I don't know if you know this, John, but Wolf insists, like, most shows they have instrumental beds, but Wolf's like, instrumental music is not real music. You have to have the words.
I love your Wolf.
And Rick,
and it's got to rip your face off too. If it doesn't, does it get mad?
The watchers on YouTube do get to see us a fair bit, but when Rick doesn't have his microphone on, he's dancing. Like when we come back from break, he was boogieing a little bit over there, a little bit. Jamal, how do you rate his dancing?
How do you rate his music?
His music's not bad.
Oh, okay.
Okay, his music's not bad, and I love to see Rick dance. Doesn't make it great, but I do love to see Rick dance.
I'm a great sit-down dancer. Once I get on my feet, issues.
It's the shoulders. It's all the shoulders.
Exactly. The shoulders are always in motion.
Just drink
Should
more.
I expose some music that Jamal's never heard of?
Absolutely. That's what we're here for.
Juicy by Biggie. I had to teach him about that one. That was embarrassing.
Okay. There's a dynamic there for us to untap the rest of the show.
That's
I think
a rough start.
We can play with it a little bit. It was awesome to watch last night's World Baseball Classic semifinal. USA, Dominican Republic. It was like it was an all-star game with the highest stakes possible. And like the stakes couldn't have felt bigger just based on the environment that all of these games have given us. It was fantastic, John, to see a handful of the big plays made in this game and just like the next generation of baseball coming, whether it was Roman Anthony, whether it was Junior Caminero, whether it was Bobby Witt Jr. defensively. That part of this was great to see, and I wanted to start by saying that because a lot of our conversation, unfortunately, is going to come down to the last two innings, most notably how the game ended. If there is one guy in baseball, John, that I trust on a strike and a ball call, I don't even need to zone up. I don't even need to see the pitch. If Geraldo Perdomo says it was a ball, it was a ball. I didn't need to ask Jerry if this was a ball or a strike. Clearly a ball. A brutal way for a game that so many people had hyped up as like a potential final, semifinal, whatever. Everyone in baseball was waiting for this game. They got it. It lived up to the hype in terms of the drama. But for it to end this way was just painful.
Yeah, I feel bad for him because, well, first of all, you could tell right away that it was low. That's exactly why we have what we have, whether people like the new balls and strike system, we'll see as the season goes on. But you want to get it right. And Mason Miller, the way that he throws, doesn't need any help anyway. And so that was brutal because a lot of times what's going to happen is that's how people are going to remember the game. But to me, I think the thing that's interesting about it is, and I know we can't do this, we can't manufacture this, just like we couldn't manufacture Canada versus the U.S. and all the people that watched, and everyone's like, well, how come hockey can't do that? Because it's U.S. versus Canada. There's all these different circumstances. So we can't have what we had in Miami. You have all the Latin players and people, and I do think that the U.S., that was kind of a road game for them. So I just, everything around it, like I said, the home runs, the defensive plays, the energy around the whole thing, you're not going to be able to replicate that over 162 games. But for it to end that way, and especially because it's a D-back at the dish, it further tells you or shows you that's why we want to get it right. And you're in a moment there with with the best closer in the league. Nobody can touch him. He's throwing 102, and then he drops a slider down, and that's not even a close pitch. That's 4 to 6 inches like below the zone, and you miss it. So you hate to lose it, but I don't think it mars the whole thing.
I don't mean to speak for everyone because it's a subjective thing with how everyone enjoys their particular favorite thing or one of their favorite things. But to me, like that's the ideal baseball game to me, where it's like a pitcher's duel in some ways, but runners are getting on. Like there's great contact being made. There was like consistent energy within the game. Of course, Julio Rodriguez robbing Aaron Judge of a home run. Like Skeens only gave up a run. He had to dance out of some things as well. His relievers had to as well. It was great to see the Diamondbacks representation. We mentioned Geraldo Perdomo. How about Ketel Marte with 2 singles off Paul Skeens? Watch how many guys in baseball this year get 2 hits off Paul Skeens in a game. It's going to be a very short list. I probably won't need both hands to count how many guys do it. And Ketel did it in an environment like that. Rick, wasn't it just cool, by the way, seeing a ground ball hit to second or short by a Team USA player, and you're like, that's the Diamondbacks middle infield turning that double play?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, it was like Team USA, who I'm obviously rooting for, and then you've got the Dominican Republic with 2 guys that, I love from the D-backs. It's great.
So we'll see what happens in terms of a potential final. I saw, was I right in seeing that it could be Eduardo Rodriguez pitching in the final if they are to advance? It's Italy, Venezuela tonight, or am I behind?
Tonight, yeah. Tonight, and then the final would be tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, so they got to go. They got to go one day after.
Yep.
So Team USA gets an extra day of rest. Okay, how about that? Mark DeRosa spoke after the game yesterday. It feels like wrong playing sound for him because of how horribly inept he is at his job. So
did he know that last night was an elimination?
Yeah,
right?
did he know that it was a winner home? I think that he knew. This is what he spoke on the win.
Just hats off to our pitching staff, to be honest with you. Incredible lineup Dominican throws at you. Incredible respect for it. Just an unbelievable. That was high-level baseball at its finest. I mean, for our bullpen to come in and do the job they did, Dominican never stopped. It was like constant traffic. Never relaxed. Just a game we'll remember forever, right? I think for me, Tyler Rogers coming in, getting the double play, David Bednar having traffic, Griffin Jackson down the line, just getting it to Mason. Garrett Whitlock is absolutely nasty. So yeah, just and on their side as well, they held us in check. It was 3 solo shots decided the game. So proud to be a part of it.
To clarify, nothing official on Eduardo Rodriguez, just merely speculation. But if Venezuela is to win tonight, some do believe that it would be Erod pitching tomorrow. And you want to talk about it. It was Diamondbacks prospects on Twitter who tweeted, maybe even just as important, if not more important, than when he started in a World Series game. Like the stakes of these games, John, it's just been so electric.
Well, Julio Rodriguez came out, and this just tells you the difference. We are conditioned as American athletes, not we. I shouldn't say we because I'm not an athlete at all. But they are conditioned to win the league title. So it's World Series, it's Stanley Cup, it's NBA Finals. That's as you're growing up, that's the way it is. For the players from a lot of other countries, and they are conditioned to it. They want to win championships on an international level. The other thing that jumps out at me is, think about this. Paul Skeens has never really pitched in a big game. I mean, in college he did, but he's a Pittsburgh Pirate.
Yeah.
And it's spring training. So think about, I don't know how to make the correlation or the comparison in life to this. Imagine you're just kind of sitting somewhere and all of a sudden it's the most important game you've ever pitched in. He went from spring training down in Florida with the Pirates, tossing the ball around and hanging out and working on some pitches, to, oh, by the way, you're going to go in 2 weeks' time, you're going to be against the Dominican, basically a road game in Miami. And all we do is ask you to take this lineup that you went up against and make sure you don't give up more than 1 run. I mean, Camanero's home run, it was a bad ball and he hit it out of the park. That's all he gave up from a guy who's never pitched in the playoffs. He's pitched in the College World Series, but never pitched in the playoffs, never really a huge gotta-have-it game for Pittsburgh. And he goes from basically 0 to 100 to go to the World Baseball Classic, and that's the way he pitched. I mean, that is awesome.
And again, it was just so cool to see the majority of the biggest plays made in the game made by guys like are in their early to mid-20s. Like, baseball is in an outstanding spot.
Absolutely.
For the next handful of years. After another big performance for Jalen Green, is he now back in business? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Ron Wolfley. Choosing dental implants is one of the most important health decisions you'll ever make. That's why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility. With decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored, Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results you can trust. Unlike the gimmick dentistry you see elsewhere, bait-and-switch pricing, fake, limited-time offers, or surprise add-on fees, at Aria, you'll always know exactly what to expect. That's why they've earned over 500 five-star Google reviews from patients who felt truly cared for. This is your health, not a sales pitch. Come experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers. Go see my good friend Dr. Joe today. Their website is ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
The best in women's college basketball, the brightest stars in the game. And for the very first time, it's happening in the desert. The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix. 4 days of free family fun with tailgates, a concert, viewing parties, and more. April 2nd through 5th in downtown Phoenix. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
LinkedIn is pretty amazing at helping you grow your small business. We cannot stop your new clients from emailing you at 3 a.m. We can help you sell, market, and hire in one place. We cannot help you be in 3 places at once. And while we can't help you organize your calendar, LinkedIn can help you land more clients so you have a calendar to organize. Grow your small business on LinkedIn. Learn more at linkedin.com/smallbusiness.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The fields for the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments were announced yesterday. Arizona men's basketball is the 1 seed in the West region. The Wildcats will take on Long Island and San Diego on Friday. Arizona State women's basketball is in the first 4 and will face Virginia and Iowa City on Thursday. If the Sun Devils win, they will play Georgia on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns have a big one tonight in Boston against the Celtics. Tip-off is at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks host the Cincinnati Reds this afternoon at Salt River Fields. First pitch is at 1:05. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Suns are entering a gauntlet part of their schedule. How will they do tonight in Boston? We'll discuss our basketball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Well, this is unfair because you play the next song is the one where I really like. The other song I was just waiting to be polite. This is one that I want to wait for. Do you ever just wake up sometimes? You know what I'm saying?
This is you on Thursday.
Oh, me like sophomore in high school, not talking to anyone because I didn't have any friends, just listening to this, being emo in the corner. Oh my gosh. Just an all-timer. Do you bust us out of karaoke, Jesse?
No.
Oh, this would be such a good karaoke.
I will get active with this in the car. I will get active with this at karaoke bars. It is an audacious choice.
Oh, we got to see that.
But like the up and down nature of the song, just like right here, like we're going back to like just waving back and forth, and then we're about to go crazy because we're talking about that angels deserve to die. Oh.
I would pay good money to see you at a karaoke bar.
Oh, hearing me do this part too?
Yeah, that's what I want to see. I want to see that. It'd be amazing.
I love it. Jalen Green's hyped too. 34 points for him in the Suns' loss to the Raptors. 13 of 25 from the field. 8 of 16 from three. If you take his 14 made field goals against Indiana, add that with the 13 that he made in this game, 27 field goals. That is 2 more than his previous career high over a 2-game stretch. I don't want to focus the conversation, John, on like, is Jalen Green back? Because a lot of those conversations are going to inevitably end with us doing the if machine where it's like, well, in Houston, we've seen a couple of games, a couple of weeks, even like a month or two stretch where he looks like this guy, like an all-star, an all-NBA guy. His last 5 games, averaging 29 points a game, shooting 51, 39, and 77 from the field. I think more so what I want to focus on here, and again, this is just subjective. It's my own opinion. I had the assist stats earlier in the show where over the last 12 games, the Suns are 29th in assists per game. That is the game when Jalen Green came back and started being in the rotation every game. I'm not saying, again, there's a direct correlation there. Jalen Green's to blame. He's ball hogging, all this kind of stuff. What I will ask you is losing some of that, which has undeniably happened, worth getting him in a rhythm? Is that worth it in the long term? I think it is.
Oh, there's no doubt, because if we're being completely honest, this is a great surprise. This entire season is a great surprise. They weren't supposed to be this. They're getting to this point. They're not going to win a championship this year, so what are you trying to do? I mean, you want to go as far as you possibly can, but I think he was the number one asset in the Kevin Durant trade, so you want to get him acclimated, and you do want to find out as an organization what he is. Is he just a six-man off the bench who's a great scorer that maybe at some point, because we don't have a lot of ways to get this team better, is he your most tradable asset? Or is he a guy that, you know what, he is going to be a long-term piece? You got to decide exactly what he is. We know what Book is. We know what some of these guys are going to be. But there's a lot of questions to be answered, and right now what he's doing is, and I think it's too small of a sample size to have any definites off of it.
No, we need to make our takes absolute.
Exactly. It has to be.
You're either completely right or completely wrong on this. Yeah.
But if you look back in Houston, what he is, I mean, there's a reason why they included him. Now, there was a financial aspect that you have to make contracts match. But look, I covered that series last year. He scored 38. If Jalen Green had just been a consistent 20 to 25, they probably beat Golden State in that series. But he was 38, then he disappeared. So the fact that he's playing consistent basketball game after game lets the Suns know in a long-term kind of a way, okay, this is where we can fit the piece. It is him and Booker, and now we can kind of form the rest of what our team is, because if he is this, but again, I think we still have a little bit more to learn. I can't just say right now, definite he is or definite he's not. Before, we were too quick to say, oh, are they going to move him in the offseason? And now I think we might be too quick to say, well, he's a piece, what else? Like, where else do we move? I think we still have to see, but this is very encouraging.
And it's just how much time that the Suns have left to, like, figure out this dynamic, not only with him, but when Dillon Brooks inevitably returns. And something I wrote about last week, like, are the Suns and Jalen Green running out of time this season? People see that headline, they even like read the story, see all of the criticism, read the reasoning behind it, and can still see it as saying like Jalen Green's not working out here, or is Jalen Green not working out here? That's not really what I'm asking and what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is for this season alone, when you are trying to get to the 6th seed, when Denver is losing over the weekend and Minnesota's losing over the weekend, can you win enough basketball games while juggling the not interchangeable dynamics at all of your roster? Because Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks, especially Dillon in this new role this year that he's had never before as like this not primary scorer, but some nights he was the primary guy. Jalen and Dillon both do it in a very high usage way and a low assist way. So can you stick to the ball movement that, again, they are 25-5 when they get 5 or more assists? There is very clear evidence that that is when they are at their best as a basketball team. So can you figure this out in enough time by the postseason, whether that's the play-in, whether that's the playoffs? So you've got 15 games left. Let's say Dylan's back halfway through there. You've got 7 or 8 regular season games to figure out how this works between the 3 of them on the perimeter. But if it's a longer time period for Dylan and it's more towards the first or second week of April, now you've got 3 or 4 games left, and now you're kind of going back to the year that Kevin Durant got here, where he has that freak accident, he slips into warm-ups, and it's like, man, we only got like a couple of games to go. And I'll never forget, it was one of those big, like, if this guy's saying it and like how I feel, then like I totally believe even more what I was thinking, because I was one of the skeptics where immediately when Kevin got hurt, I was like, man, they really needed this 20 to 30 games to figure things out with him. I remember Chris Paul speaking after like I think a 4th or a 5th straight win. I was like, how much does this help with Kevin in the fold to like start winning games again? And he was like, we're winning, but we need to get healthy because someone else was hurt at that time as well. And like Chris was basically like, look, we have 5 games left in the regular season. We're running out of time. And that's what the Suns are going to have to figure out over these next couple of weeks once Dylan comes back, on top of just figuring out the Jalen and Book dynamic as well.
Yeah, and look, they probably don't, to be honest, to bring Dylan Brooks. But what it does is, and what Green's, explosion, the way that he's played lately does is, we know what Book is, we know what Green is. Brooks can go back to, because this is not the role that he was playing before where he's got to be a 20-point scorer. That's not really what it is. He can give you a lot of different things. Everybody kind of falls into their roles, and I think that this team learns about itself. But if they don't learn by the playoffs, then the macro picture for the Suns becomes, in the offseason, what do we have to do? What do we have to work on? Who do we keep? Who is a base? How do we move this thing forward without picks? All those things, they've got to decide what the major view of this whole thing is, because you're going to fold in Dylan Brooks, who's had a certain role that I think it's not going to change, but they don't need as much scoring from him. They need maybe more of the grittiness, what they thought they were going to get from him when they got him. So, look, these are all good problems to have, because the beginning of the season was, do you have enough? I think they do. They got a bunch of role players. They got a bunch of guys that I think can figure out their roles. But I don't know if you fold Dylan Brooks in and everybody, if they ever get healthy, the question that we've asked all season long, what exactly do they have? I don't know if we have enough games to figure that out.
And the most fun part about this is you've got a coach, to your point, like what did we learn between the start of the regular season now? You've got a coach that maximizes nearly everyone that he plays. And Jalen Green, the whole enigma with him was not getting enough out of his talent. So if this is him not only turning a corner for this season, but like in his career, you can look at Ott as a guy that's really helping with that. Before we go to break, here is Jordan Ott post-game on the balance Green and Booker have to find.
Yeah, you can see it at the end. We tried to go to those 2 guys in the middle of the floor. Again, it's something that's probably we haven't touched a ton because of the reps, but that's something that we're going to need. We know all these games are going to come down to the end of the game. You want your 2 best players in the middle of the floor. Just creates you an advantage, especially with some space. We just got to figure out where to screen, how to screen. This was a good test tonight to go through it, because that's, again, elite defense with elite perimeter defenders. So we'll take a look. It's a little blend of both. With the pressure, it's a little bit matchup based. But yeah, I thought early Jalen had it going from 3, and then we used the space for him. I thought he got downhill, even up, basically there to the end of the game.
The madness kicks off this Thursday, and we want you to become the next Bracket Bucks champion. Just text Bucks to 620-620 and fill out your bracket to compete for $500. Text Bucks to 620-620. Don't miss your chance to win. How much are the Diamondbacks going to be relying on Brandon Pfaadt in the rotation this season? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson, and John Lund filling in.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
And Lawler swings and crushes one. High and deep to left field. This one is way out of here. Gone. It's another home run for Jordan Lawler.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and if ongoing pain makes you feel older than you are, I've got some good news for you. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief, feeling younger, turning back the clock, jumping back into life at full speed. The medical professionals at QC Kinetics use the latest regenerative treatments that are backed by real science, treatments that take the powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need relief. This is how Mike is training for a marathon instead instead of giving up running, how Patrick's golf game is on fire again, and how I am back in the gym lifting more than I have in a decade. We are all grateful clients of these cutting-edge treatments that pro athletes have leaned on for years, and the sooner you start treatment, the faster you heal. Find out if these cutting-edge options work for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Jackson Hewitt has a great tax prep deal, $149 or less. Missing out is like ignoring the check engine light in your car. You'll regret it. Seriously, the price is only $149 or less, no matter how complicated, so don't wait. Like when you get a password expires today alert or you're shopping online and there's only one item left. It's like your taxes are in the cart, just complete the purchase. Hurry, this deal for $149 or less is like your phone at 1%. It's about to power down. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, Arizona, it's Vince Marotta, and springtime means it's time to clean things up, starting with what's parked in your driveway. Ford Truck Month is still rolling at Earnhardt Ford in Chandler with huge savings all month long. Jump into a new 2025 Ford F-150 and save up to $5,000 off MSRP, plus $5,000 in Ford bonus cash. Or grab the zeros. 0% financing for 66 months with Ford Flex Buy, 0 money down, and 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 truck month cash on select F-150, Super Duty XL, and XLT trucks. Need more room to fit your family? Save up to $8,500 off MSRP on a new 2026 Ford Escape. As Tex Earnhardt said, if you don't try us, we both lose money. Shop local, shop Earnhardt Ford, no bull for 75 years and going. That's Earnhardt Ford in Chandler or online at earnhardtford.com.
Most new vehicles include the no bull protection packages and added benefit. $699 for cars and SUVs, $1,598 for trucks. After all applicable offers on select new models. Exclusions apply. $0 security deposit. ATR terms limited. Available through Ford Credit. Not all buyers will qualify. Lessee responsible for excess wear and mileage over 10,500 miles at 20 cents per mile. Plus tax, title, license, and $5.99 dock fee. See dealer for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
At Sonic, the All-American Smasher is at the top of the burger food chain. Get it hand smashed and made to order with a side and medium drink for just $6. That's not just a big deal. That's a giant, massive, gargantuan, humongosaurus rex of a honkin' big deal for just $6. A deal this big shouldn't cost this little. Get the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher meal today.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Running a home service business in Arizona is a grind. Long days, emergency calls, nonstop crews. The last thing you need is marketing becoming another job. That's where Blue Aspen Marketing comes in. They're a local team that learns your business and handles the SEO, PPC, and website work that brings in real customers, not just clicks. And right now, receive a free growth audit to see what's working and where you can grow. Visit blueaspenmarketing.com to schedule your free growth audit.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Can the Suns get back in the win column in Beantown? We'll explore that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
The 0-2 to Campiasano. Check swing, he went around. And how about Brandon Pfaadt? I mean, he has been absolutely locked and loaded. Strikes out the side in the 5th inning as he's now retired 13 in a row. We head to the bottom of the 5th. D-backs 4, Padres nothing.
Welcome back. It's the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Wolf and Luke. Wolf back on Wednesday, and then you will have Luke Lipinski back next week. So yes, for all of you in March Madness season, like me, like if you're a listener in Fountain Hills, for example, and you're like me in Fountain Hills, I love hearing the BPI bracket breakdown from Ron Wolfley just as much as you, Kellen. It's coming on Wednesday. Everyone relax, calm down.
Is that sarcasm?
It's all going to be fine. No, it's not. And once, I don't know if you've heard it before, John, but you are going to be in for a treat. I'm in fact jealous that like you're going to be the person sitting here that gets to hear it from him like live.
Am I really in for a treat, or is he? Or is
Yeah,
Kellen
it's
just saying
hilarious.
that?
It's a great bit.
Just checking.
It's a bit for sure, But, like, that's the thing is, like, it's Wolf doing a bit where people assume that he's doing more bits than he actually is because that's just kind of how Wolf is. But there is sometimes where he's actually doing bits within the bit. Does the bit that I'm bidding at make bit sense?
Very confused.
Okay. Oh, well, I lost
I am
you,
looking
but I
forward to
got
it, though.
nods from Jamal and Jesse, and I'm sure the listeners who know.
How's your bracket?
Lore. There you go.
Couldn't have said it better.
Do you want to play the J.J. McCarthy one, too, while you're at it? He's going to find it. He loves that
For
one
me,
so much,
it's, that I call him 9.
God, I hope Michigan gets upset in the first round.
Oh, that Ohio State coming out of you. How do you feel about Ohio State's draw? You feel good?
Not entirely confident.
He's an Ohio State football fan.
That's
Don't listen to him. He's rooting for
mostly-
U of A this entire time.
College basketball, more players. Like, I'll root for Ohio State, but I root for players more in college basketball than I do anything.
They've got a really good guard. Thornton is fantastic, so they can do some damage with him for sure. Speaking of damage, Brandon Pfaadt not allowing any damage yesterday. 5 scoreless innings. Used a little bit of a 6-pitch mix, was getting in a little bit of everything. And when you run through the X factors of this team next year, John, it's like, well, obviously, if Corbin Carroll or Geraldo Perdomo or Ketel Marte takes their game up even a bigger level, that's the number one X factor. But you look at some of the young pieces around the team that have had inconsistent play the last 2 years, I would buy an argument if you want to put Brandon Pfaadt at the top of the list.
Yeah, and it's funny because what we tell ourselves in spring training from a negative standpoint is, Merrill Kelly wasn't great on Friday night, for example, but we sit there and we say, spring training doesn't matter, spring training doesn't matter, spring training doesn't matter. Then Brandon Pfaadt goes out and throws 5 no-hit innings against the Padres, and we go, oh, my God, it's a revelation. So, which way to look at it. But like you said, when you're looking for positives in a rotation where Merrill Kelly doesn't look like he's going to start the season on time, we've got our fingers crossed for Zach Gallen. Ryan Nelson hasn't been great. We'll see, Erod when he comes back from the World Baseball Classic. But you've got to take positives where you can find them. So because I think in the beginning of the season, we'll see where this rotation is. But to see a guy go out, and teams are starting more and more to play their regulars, not consistently, but early in spring training, you're not seeing those guys. You go out to a spring training game right now, you'll probably see, just outside of the World Baseball Classic, probably 7 guys that are going to be, regular starters. So you're getting the regular starters. They're trying to get ramped up. So if you want to say that it means something, you're not wrong. So for him to go out and throw those 5 no-hit innings on Sunday, that's a big deal. And I think the situation that Bob finds himself in, I think that he has more of a leash than I think people will look at it externally. And what I mean by that is, yes, he got the contract extension, all that kind of stuff. But we know that the pitcher is far better than what the numbers say, right. Which, by the way, like you look at it sometimes, you're like, it's really that high. Yes, in 83 career starts, the ERA sits above 5. It's 5.13 as well. The whip, not as dangerous, but still not great at a 1.3. Of course, some of the more advanced metrics, like his FIP, for example, is a whole sheet lower than his ERA. It's at 4.18, excuse me. And if you look at Mike Hazen's history of giving out extensions and how much he's hit on a lot of these, the fact that he gave Pfaadt that extension in spring last year was like, like they are totally not sold on any of these numbers, believe that he's in not only for a huge years, but a huge number of upcoming years. And that was not the case last year. I think that it was also just a weird transition for him with how much he had to do for the rotation 2 seasons ago. And then even last year, just sort of as like that consistent piece in the rotation for 2 straight years, maybe with less pressure on him now in that way. It will help him become a better pitcher. But this year there is still going to be pressure on him to perform because, look, the reality of this rotation is we can sit here and say, look, we'll wait till Corbin Burns gets back. Injuries are going to happen all the time. But there's a legitimate chance that all 5 of these guys in the rotation are healthy outside of Michael Soroka. So we could talk about 6 guys are healthy, and that one of these guys is going to have to make way for Corbin Burns. And the 2 candidates are, of course, Eduardo Rodriguez and Brandon Pfaadt. So both those guys, in a way, could be pitching for their job the first 3 months of the season. Yeah, and look, you always need more pitching than you think you need to going into the season. But at the top here, Kelly, we're not sure yet. Gallen, we're hoping for a bounce back. Soroka can be probably a 6. Burns, you're waiting on him. So anybody who can step up in the rotation and you have a day like that is huge because we saw it last night. I mean, look, you had in the Dominican one of the best lineups you've ever seen on paper, and Paul Skeens holds them to 1 run. So when people say, does pitching beat good hitting? We just saw it last night. It does. So when at the beginning of the year, as you're waiting for certain guys to come back, and we're going to get into injuries a little bit later, it looks like Gurriel could be back quicker. Mm-hmm. So as maybe you're waiting for the offense to come around a little bit, if you can get some great early season pitching and you stay in this thing. And I think that the theme for the Diamondbacks, both from a on-mound standpoint and hitting standpoint, is just kind of tread water to get to that point. So a guy like this who's adding depth to your rotation, that's huge when you get an outing like that.
And I do not expect the Diamondbacks to have like a top 10 rotation. Don't get me wrong with what I'm about to say. Maybe they can be somewhere between average to below average, but I think there's more potential to this rotation than people believe. Because if you get one of Zach Gallen's, not his best year, but just one of his better years.
He's going to bounce back. I really think he is.
And he bounces back. And again, he doesn't have to be like the 3.3 ERA guy he was for like after the break by any means, but somewhere in that range. Extremely confident that if Merrill Kelly stays healthy, that he is going to be one of the better pitchers in baseball, because that is just what he has been. If you get what Ryan Nelson has been for the last 2 years, then all of a sudden, really all it takes, and yes, there isn't like a definitive ace in that rotation, but then all it takes is just getting one of Eduardo Rodriguez or Brandon Pfaadt on track. Because again, we're not talking about these guys being 1, 2, or 3 in the rotation. The reality is one of them is going to be 5 in the rotation here in a couple of months. And then Burns comes back, and even if he's not fully himself, again, I'm like qualifying this pretty low. If all 4 of those guys at the top, specifically Burns, Gallen, Nelson, and Kelly, in July, August, and September are pitching to the capacity, through the capacity we expect from them normally, this can be a pretty good rotation. And the thing is, the Diamondbacks really, really need it, because they did not do much or really much at all to address their bullpen.
Well, let me ask you this, because, and I don't know how much you believe in this, but Fangraphs has their rotation as 21 in baseball, which I think they're shortchanging them here, but here's how they have it. They have Zach Gallen throwing about 182 innings, Kelly throwing 168, Pfaadt throwing 163, Nelson throwing 157, Rodriguez throwing about $124, and then Soroka throwing 60. They got Burns, I think they're shortchanging him at 39 innings, so that's basically your rotation. I think they're better than 21. And again, their 5 would be Gallen, Kelly, Pfaadt, Nelson, Rodriguez, and then whatever from there. But to your point, to me, for them to be contending, they've got to be, maybe like 10 or 12. They've got to be in the top half of Major League Baseball, and I think 21 kind of shortchanges them a little bit. What do you think?
Yeah, and what if Zach just gets back to being a Cy Young candidate?
Right.
Again, like I'm not saying that or claiming that I think he will reach back to the ceiling. And that's the thing is, like, I'm not talking about hypothetical stuff. I'm talking about things that these guys have done in the past. Like, Pfaadt over sustained stretches of a season has been this guy. Eduardo Rodriguez at certain points in his career has been this guy. So we talk about the lineup a lot, like the back half of the lineup. We talk about the bullpen a lot, but I really do think that the X factor of this team actually as a whole, when you look at the units, is their starting pitching, because of how much better it could be compared to previous years. What do the Phoenix Suns need to do tonight to slow down Jason Tatum and the Boston Celtics? We'll ask Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray next. He'll come to us live from the boom room that is on Wolf and Luke. Nelson and John Lund filling in here from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gardner Minshew was signed to be the backup quarterback to Jacoby Brissett.
I do think in the absence of a deal for Malik Willis, I'm not sure what other options you had.
Look, I was all in on Malik Willis, but if you tell me you can't get Malik, I'm all on board keeping Jacoby Brissett, because I don't like what else is out there. What are you, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith? Like, I don't think there was a good option. Just bring back Jacoby and give yourself a chance next year to go get one of those studs in the draft.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team.
At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
This week at Desert Wind Harley, buy any pre-owned Harley and get a $1,500 gift card. With access to the country's largest Harley inventory, Desert Wind Harley has hundreds of Harleys on site. Get a $1,500 gift card with the purchase of any pre-owned Harley at Desert Wind Harley. Finance specialists on site to get you approved and 100% of credit applications considered. Get a $1,500 gift card when you purchase any pre-owned Harley at Desert Wind Harley now through Sunday. Gift card cannot be used towards the purchase of a new Harley motorcycle.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The fields for the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments were announced yesterday. Arizona men's basketball is the 1 seed in the West region. The Wildcats will take on Long Island and San Diego on Friday. Arizona State women's basketball is in the first 4 and will face Virginia in Iowa City on Thursday. If the Sun Devils win, they will play Georgia on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns have a big one tonight in Boston against the Celtics. Tip-off is at 4:30, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks host the Cincinnati Reds this afternoon at Salt River Fields. First pitch for that one is at 1:05. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. When something breaks at home, every moment counts. Parker & Sons delivers home services in minutes, not days. Voted number 1 15 years running. Call or text 602-2REPAIR.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever.
Hello there. Welcome back to Wolf and Luke. It's Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Wolf and Luke. We are joined by Suns broadcaster Kevin Ray, coming live from the Boom Room, the Palace of Malice. I'm like trying to workshop other ones here for you, K-Ray. It's kind of your bit I'm stealing. I'm sorry. What's up, bud?
How we doing, Jets?
Doing great. What are you looking for out of this 5 games in 7 days? We know the NBA calendar will provide teams 1 or 2 of these a year, and it feels like the timing of this one is pretty interesting.
Yeah. We could get into the weeds of it and pontificate about the whys and the wheres when you consider tonight in Boston, tomorrow night in Minnesota, then you've got San Antonio. And, I think it's these gaps, and then all of a sudden you are, crunching a bunch of games into a small number of days. But look, it's the reality. Like you know it when the schedule comes out, you do your best to prepare for it. You can't always account for who's going to be available, when the schedule comes out. But, I think this comes down to, Jordan has talked about playing meaningful basketball in March. They're doing that. And now it's about executing in these meaningful games in the month of March. And, that's a little easier said than done. And we saw there, Friday night in Toronto, it was a tough one to take because they had control of that game for so much of it. And probably one of the worst fourth quarters, certainly, that they played in a really long time.
Okay, since you mentioned the fourth quarter, you led me right into it. They shot 65%. They sauntered into the paint. They had 20 paint points against the Suns, and they were minus 13 in that quarter. Is that just being tired? What would you attribute that fourth quarter to?
Yeah, well, look, Toronto is a team that has kind of flown under the radar. And so I want to give them some credit because they had been kind of going through it. They had dropped 6 of 8. They dropped 2 in a row. But Darko Rajakovic has done a really nice job in establishing, his philosophy, his culture there. And, it was interesting how sometimes one little moment can spark a team. And they had played and lost in New Orleans a couple of nights earlier, and they had a moment when DeJounte Murray stood over Jamal Shead and really just kind of, gamed him. And he was, standing over the top of him. No teammates from Toronto responded, and there was a pretty big hubbub from the local media about the lack of response from the team. So they kind of had their toughness called into question. I think Darko question it in his own way. And yes, while the Suns did have control of a lot of that game, I think that some of that, you could see a fiery huddle coming from Darko Rajakovic, especially there early in the fourth when he felt like they were that close to getting things turned around. And, as it turns out, that was absolutely the case. But I don't think any of the guys would, tell you that it's fatigue. I think that it was a combination of, maybe some tired legs from a couple of the vets. I think that if you look back, Jordan would probably like to make a couple of substitutions different in that game. Those are the ones that you pull away and you say, man, I wish I could have that 5-6 minute stretch back.
Kevin, it's funny how long an NBA season is because that Charlotte win was that was Suns basketball. The team we've seen all year, that was that. Right. It feels like 3 months ago, and it was just a few games ago. We have to remind ourselves of that all the time. I wanted to bring up that game because offensively it didn't feel like they had a ton going, but it was a huge defense fueling offense game. I know fans might be tired of hearing Devin Booker or Jordan talk about it or us talk about it, but that is a huge part of this team, right? And when they play defense like they did against Toronto, they're going to be stuck in a real bind.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And look, those teams like Toronto, and there's not a ton of them, but there's, probably 4 or 5, maybe a half dozen. They're all long. They're all athletic. They're big. They're physical. And those are the teams, as we've seen, Kellen, throughout the course of the season that have given the Suns probably their biggest challenges. And look, now they've got a little more data to put into the computer and crunch some numbers and look to see which rotations maybe are working better in these particular situations. But, you chalk it up, you move on. You just, you hope that game, and just thinking about it over the weekend, there's probably about 5 games through the course of this season. And every team has them. Look, every team has them. But there's about 5 games this season for this team that they will look back on and go, man, if only we had, and then you kind of fill in the blank. And unfortunately for Toronto, that was one of them because they were 6.5 minutes away from making it 5 straight wins.
Hey, Kay, as far as Boston goes, I'm amazed. I know Jordan has done an amazing job. Joe Mazzulla, I think, is the coach of the year. Not a lot of people are talking about Jaylen Brown and what he's done for the Celtics. But now you get Jason Tatum back. And maybe Achilles aren't what they were because he's at 20 points, 8.5 boards, 4.5 assists. I know his shooting numbers, both from the field and from three, aren't what they normally are. But pretty amazing that Jason Tatum could come back and be this effective this quickly after missing so much time.
Yeah, it is. And it's a testament to, his resilience, his willpower, his desire to get back on the floor. And look, everybody's body heals up at a different rate. I think you guys maybe even talked about it. You remember Adrian Peterson many moons ago had the ACL, and Adrian Peterson, we know, is just an athletic and a genetic freak. And Jason Tatum, you tip your cap, man, because he did not want to miss an entire season. And I know there was a lot of people questioning, why should he come back now? You're risking. Look, you step on the floor every night, and you always have the potential risk, whether you're coming back from injury or not. Is the rate a little bit higher in this case? Probably. But he knows his body, his training staff, his doctors, they all know his body. And it's just created that much more of an issue to deal with this really talented Boston team.
How have you seen Ott balancing this time without Mark Williams? Because Osugadaro's minutes have been incredibly impactful, but then you look back at Toronto, it's like, okay, 24 minutes, but then a whole lot of small ball. What have you made of this balance between the types of roles of front courts they're using?
Yeah, and look, I know that Mark was going through his struggles there before he went down with the injury, but I think for Suns fans who've been looking, at him, I think you've also seen the incredible value that Mark Williams has brought to that back line for this Suns defensively. And so I would just, caution fans. This guy has made a huge impact for what this Suns team has been able to do defensively. And kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier, I think that has also been a contributing factor when we look at what Toronto was able to do in that fourth quarter. But yeah, I think that he's trying to juggle and mix and match as best possible. I think looking to, when is the best time to plug in the rookie. You don't want to overwhelm him, but we've seen, a lot of positive signs from man, and then, playing the bigger small ball lineup as well. And I think that he's still probably like another 2 or 3 games, which he's definitely going to get because Mark's not going to be that, that quickly. And I think that once maybe we get to the end of this road trip or this weekend, and he'll have a better assessment of, what is working best in those kind of situations, guys.
Kellen's nervous about his Wildcats. Have you looked at the bracket? What do you think? What do you think of Arizona's road?
Yeah, I mean, look, they have been up to the task most all of the season, and there's always going to be, you're always going to have that one game. You hope it's not the first round, but as we've seen through NCAA tournaments of the past, but I do think. And this is the part that I hope doesn't come to fruition, but I do think that with the NIL now, we may not get as many of those Cinderella stories as we've seen in the past, and that's kind of disappointing. I hope that's not the case, but I think in the end, the Cats will be able to find themselves there in the Final Four.
K-Ray, great to see you. I miss you. I hate these road trips because I just don't get to see Kevin Ray back at the arena. But soon enough, in a week's time. Good to see you, sir.
Likewise, brother. Look forward to seeing you in person next weekend.
That's Kevin Ray, Phoenix Suns broadcaster, joining us live from Boston. Baseball season is here. We want to send you to one of the first 2 home games on March 30th or March 31st for the Diamondbacks season. All you have to do is text the word opener to 620-620 for your chance to win a 4-pack. Text opener to 620-620 for your chance to win. Who are our Final Four picks? We'll reveal them next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson, and John Lund filling in live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Green getting grabbed by R.J. Barrett on the perimeter, able to get through it. 5 on the shot clock. Green still on the dribble. Crosses over on Barrett. Step back 3 on the way. He got it again. How about Jalen Green feeling it right now as he flexes going into the backcourt with 34 points on the night.
Suns at the Celtics. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30. 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Hey, Bay Sidonians, Ron Wolfley here. You know when it comes to finding the perfect vehicle, there's only one place I trust, and that is Santan Ford. Whether you're looking for a rugged truck, a sleek sedan, or a family-friendly SUV, Santan Ford has got you covered. And let me tell you about the Ford Bronco. The beast is built for adventure. With its powerful engine, advanced off-road capabilities, and iconic design, the Bronco is ready to take on any terrain. Whether you're hitting the trails or crushing through the city, the Bronco delivers an unbeatable driving experience. Their team at Santan Ford is dedicated to providing top-notch customer service and making sure you drive away in the car of your dreams. Plus, with their unbeatable prices and financing options, you'll get the best deal in town. So why wait? Head on down to Santan Ford and check out the incredible lineup of Fords. Tell them Ron Wolfley sent you. I am Santan Ford.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
That sound? Yeah, that's not a good sign. Hey, it's Drew Brees. And when your car starts making noises like that, a big repair bill might be coming right at you. But with CarShield, you don't have to fear unexpected breakdowns. CarShield helps protect you from expensive auto repairs. I spent my career making tough calls, but this one is simple.
Visit carshield.com now and join the team that's helped millions of drivers save. Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at carshield.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Hi, this is Jan from Toyota. You're currently listening to my new meditation guide called Meditating with Jan from Toyota. Take a moment to find a comfortable position. Now soften your focus and visualize yourself off-roading in a rugged new Tacoma. Now, take a deep breath in. Not too deep, because that's patchouli you're smelling, and imagine taking a Corolla Cross to a music festival. Next, picture a bright light ahead. You're hitting the town in a sleek new Camry. Now engage your senses. What do you hear? A donkey. That's what you heard, because you're in a farm sanctuary now in a spacious new Grand Highlander. When you're ready, take a final deep breath in and go from dreaming it to driving it today. That's Jan's meditation.
Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Event ends March 31st. Toyota, let's go places.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Which Diamondbacks are making a case for a roster spot, and which ones are still in the World Baseball Classic? It's the Burns and Gambo Show. We start at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Hey, it's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Wolf and Luke. Don't worry, you will get your Ron Wolfley BPI predictions on Wednesday. We're going to sit here and go around the room and make our final four picks. We're basically going to work through the four regions together, make some picks, and then I want everyone to know if there's a player or a team you're watching, a big upset that you're picking. Let's toss those in too as well. Let's have some fun with this.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders
And
roll
on
in.
cue, we're having fun.
By the way, did you play It's Been a While because it's been a while since Arizona was in the Final Four? I picked that up.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, not really.
Oh, I thought you did.
I'm actually, Kellen pointed this out in a break that there's been ASU fans that are like bringing up past upsets of U of A. Just be happy that our women's team is in the Final Four or not in the Final Four. I'm sorry, in the first four in the tournament. Be happy about that. And
Retweet Molly Miller stuff, not the Princeton upset.
yeah, well,
okay? Just support your own team.
We don't need to be clowning U of A when they're a 1 seed. Just come on.
Okay, so we're going to work counterclockwise, and I think it's better I'm not just going to say East region. I'm going to say the number 1 seed, so it's going to be more helpful for the people listening at home. So we're going to start with Duke's region, and then we'll go counterclockwise to Florida, Michigan, and Arizona, and we'll work clockwise to make it even more confusing in the room. So, John, you go first.
Okay.
Anything you're looking at specifically here in the East region? Who are your picks? What are you looking at?
Well, it's the toughest region, and I'm going to pick Duke, and I'm probably going to be wrong, but Caden Boozer played a very nice point guard job against Virginia. Had 16 in the first half, was getting to the rim. Even though they're not very deep, but the problem is this is an issue with me because every time I don't pick Duke, then they go. Mm-hmm. And so I'm going to pick them. They'll probably get knocked out early, which is fine for me because I'd rather be wrong and have them out early than be right and have them deep. Does that make sense? I don't like Duke. And so if I pick them, they'll get knocked out. So by that, I'm picking Duke.
Completely understand that. Jamal, what do you got?
I got St. John's coming out of the East region.
Gambo will be very happy with you. You got them beating Duke?
I do. Well, no.
Go on. You have a certain team that you support beating Duke?
May or may not have a certain team beating Duke that may wear red. And, I have the Buckeyes beating Duke in the second round. Now, maybe that's a homer pick. Maybe it's not. But I think in especially.
What do you mean maybe it's not?
Of course it's a homer pick.
No one's picking Ohio State to beat Duke. Of course it's a homer pick.
It would just be like if you came here with like logistical reasoning, it'd be like, brother, you're just picking your team and that's okay.
And that's all right.
Well, I just think, and especially in the tournament in March, if you have one, maybe two like elite guards that can win you a basketball game, and the Buckeyes, Kelly, you and I were talking during the break, and Bruce Thornton, I think they give you a chance to go win you a game. Now, as much as I would like for it to happen, it's going to happen. I wouldn't bet any money on it. And St. John's, Rick Pitino, I think he can get that team.
Thornton is the type of guy who could put up 30 in any tournament game and make things really interesting. Rick, what do you got?
All right, so this is pretty chalky for me. Sweet 16, Duke, St. John's, Michigan State, UConn, Elite 8, Duke beats Michigan State, go to the Final Four. So pretty chalky.
They beat UConn for you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, they beat Michigan State.
Oh, they beat Michigan State. You got Michigan State over UConn.
Yeah, I do have Michigan State over UConn. UConn not playing the best basketball right now.
So I've got UConn over Duke. I think the Caleb Foster injury is significant. They've still got some Ngongwa questions. Their star center alongside Cameron Boozer, who I believe is the best player in the country. I got some fun upsets, too. I've got South Florida beating not only Louisville, but I've got them beating Michigan State as well in the Sweet 16. And then I've got Cal Baptist in their first ever appearance taking over and upsetting Kansas, who has been incredibly inconsistent this year. This is how my bracket always works out. I pick like 5 or 6 too many upsets, and they never work on. Okay, let's work out. Okay, let's move down to the South region, led by Florida. John, what's your pick there?
Let's see. In the South, I'm not going to take Florida, and I probably should just because they lost. It doesn't mean that they shouldn't win the region. But I'm going to go. I'm probably doing too many Big 12 teams, but I'm stuck on Houston. I think they're really difficult to deal with. So
I wanted to do this too. I found myself falling into this.
Well, because I'm looking at the Big 12 going, I can't pick that many, but I do think that Houston's going to come out of that. They got a pretty easy draw because even if, let's say St. Mary's wins, I love Randy Bennett, and maybe he's going to be at ASU, but they never are really athletic, and Houston is. So I think the first 2 rounds they go by easy. They could play Illinois after that, or I don't think they're going to play Carolina because they're hurt. So that's going to be a hell of a matchup. If it comes down to Houston, Illinois right there, that could be a really good game. But I'm going to pick Houston out of that region. And because Florida lost in the SEC, I don't know why, but I lost a little bit of faith in them.
I have that game circled as one of the games of the tournament, perhaps. Jamal.
I got Florida. Coming out. I think this is one of the deeper teams in the tournament, and I think, and again, obviously coming off of the national championship that they came off of last year, I think they'll win the South Division.
Just lost, but probably the hottest team in the country if you wipe out that loss in the SEC tournament. Go ahead, Jesse.
Bad loss by Florida in the SEC tournament. They're going to match up again with that Vanderbilt team. So I have that Vanderbilt team going to the Elite 8.
Oh.
And Houston beating Vanderbilt. to go to the Final Four. Another fun one I have. Shout out my mom's alma mater, VCU. They're gonna win.
Nice.
They're gonna win the first round game against UNC. UNC big injury there, so I think VCU gets to the round of 32. They're not going to get to the Sweet 16, so it's not going to be that much of a Cinderella run. Just they're going to get to the round of 32.
No Caleb Wilson there, big deal. I've got chalk with the top 4 teams seeded, Florida, Nebraska, Illinois, and Houston making it, but then I do not go chalk. I go Nebraska beating Florida. Nebraska, one of my favorite teams to watch in the entire country. They play really balanced, efficient, two-way basketball. They really do not make a lot of mistakes, and again, are just really well-rounded. I've got them going all the way, in fact. I've got them going to the Final Four over Houston as well. Love that Cornhusker squad. I'm not just sucking up to my boss, Tyler Bassett. All right, we will work our way to Michigan's region. That is in the Midwest. John, what do you got going on?
All right,
there?
a couple of things. If you're going to pick a 5-12, Akron, and we know that Texas Tech is banged up, so I take Akron in the 12-5. You always got to have one of those in your bracket. Make sure you do that. This goes back to the Big 12. They're very top-heavy. It's a great conference. I know the SEC has more teams, but I'm going to take Iowa State. I know maybe it's my hatred of Michigan. That's very possible, but I think Iowa State has a pretty good, you got Virginia down there too, is really good, but Iowa State's got a pretty good draw on their side, and I think they beat Michigan to go to the Final Four.
Jamal, the question is, do you have like a 16-1 happening over Michigan? Like, what lengths are you going to not pick Michigan?
Honestly, I probably should have done that. No, I have Michigan.
You don't think they could play UMBC, who's one of the teams that did beat a 1?
There you go.
So you could go that way because UMBC is, if they win their play-in, they would play them, and they beat Virginia for the first 16 to be a 1. So you could, you have an in there if you'd like to take it.
As much as I would like to, no. I got Michigan getting all the way to the Elite Eight, I believe, and Tennessee beating Michigan and coming out of the Midwest. So
love Tennessee.
Yeah, I love Tennessee a lot last year too. They kind of disappointed me, but and then I do have Akron beating Texas Tech, like Mr. John.
Jesse shrugging with disagreement at our Tennessee love. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, so this one's my fun region. So I have a couple good upsets here. I have Miami, Ohio. They're going to get to the Sweet 16.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're going to get to the Sweet 16. I think that they're going to be playing angry after losing in their conference tournament and then having to go to the first 4. So, yeah, I've got them going to the Sweet 16. I have Akron beating Texas Tech, JT Toppin's injury. And then for my Final Four pick out of this region, I have Iowa State beating Michigan going to the Final Four. Iowa State's a really good team. They absolutely destroyed ASU in the Big 12 tournament.
That's what I have as well. It's funny when you go into these, I was like, I'm going to pick Michigan to get upset pretty early because I feel like without LJ Kaysen, they're a completely different offensive team. They're still excellent defensively. Their front court, those 3 bigs are incredible, but their offense just isn't that good, and it's going to get stuck in one of these games, but I don't think it'll happen until the Elite Eight. I have Hofstra beating Alabama in a big-time upset as well. They've got some stuff going on off the court right now with one of their star guards getting arrested this morning. There's some Googling there if you want to look at. I've got Texas Tech still beating Akron because Akron can't defend the three-point line, but I've got Michigan State going through there, and then Tennessee falling to Iowa State as well. All right, the big one, Arizona's region in the West. John, what do you got going on here?
I think even though it's a really difficult region, I think Arizona's going to make it. I understand your nerves and the whole thing. In the Harvard of the West, Utah State, they'll get in the second round.
There we go.
Yeah, my Aggies aren't very good. Clark Kellogg went crazy right when High Point was shown in the 12-5 against Wisconsin.
Instantly.
He right away goes High Point, which again, Clark Kellogg knows his stuff. Darius Acuff Jr., watch him through the tournament. He's that good that he could push them a little bit further. And I don't think anybody's talking about Gonzaga, so they might be able to surprise. But I got you Cats.
Jamal.
I also do have the Cats. I have the Cats beating BYU. I love me some AJ DeBanso.
He's awesome.
Him and Acuff in the same region is ridiculous. It's a shame they're on opposite sides of the bracket, but to see those two guys play, who might be just the 2 best players in college basketball outside of Boozer, he's amazing. Jesse?
U of A to the Elite Eight. They will lose to Purdue because of Purdue's shooting. The U of A's it's going to catch up to them once it comes to the Elite Eight. Honestly, I would probably actually rather see U of A get to the Final Four than Purdue. Purdue's kind of an annoying team. I don't really know why, but yeah. But I still think that U of A shooting. You're gonna see one of these teams catch fire and beat and beat U of A, but I don't think it will be until Purdue in the Elite Eight. So, yeah, Duke, Houston, Purdue, Iowa State. I got Houston over Purdue in the national title.
Want to shout out Wisconsin, Arkansas. That's one as a college basketball fan. I'm hoping we get that matchup. Like, I'll be terrified if Wisconsin wins, of course, as the Arizona fan, but like that game itself will be very electric. I've actually got Missouri beating Miami and Purdue as well. We have seen a bunch of Purdue teams under Painter underqualify with what we expect out of them in the NCAA tournament, and this is a team that went 6-7 in its last 13 games. They did go on to win their conference tournament, but the warning signs are there that they're incredibly inconsistent, and this has been a team and a program in the past that has been inconsistent. Then I've got Gonzaga over Missouri, Arizona beating Gonzaga, and yes, let's go all the way through championship picks here before we go to break. I've got Arizona beating UConn in the final. What do you got, John?
I got Arizona taking on Houston in the final.
Ooh.
Arizona versus Houston and a rematch.
Who wins?
Round 3. That would be fun. Who you got?
I got Arizona. I think they're going to win it. I really do.
I got Arizona
no.
over Florida.
There's a lot of Arizona, Jesse.
Houston over Purdue.
Okay.
Wow.
There we go.
Interesting.
I like that. I couldn't have everyone pick Arizona. That would have driven me nuts. That was a lot of fun. Again, you can head over to ArizonaSports.com, the contest page, enter the Bracket Bucks thing. I guarantee that you will finish ahead of me. I pick a bunch of upsets. I always finish last on the leaderboard, and everyone always makes a whole lot of fun of me. Rick's ready over there. He is ready for Wolfing Down the Lunch. That's the top stories of the day coming up next here on the Wolf and Luke Show. It's Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We've arrived at this, Bick. It's over. The Kyler Murray era in Arizona is at long last over.
When the Cardinals put out a goodbye post on social media, somebody clapped back at me, "You happy now?" No, I'm not happy. I'm the one who advocated for him to come here in the very first place. I'm very unhappy it didn't work. I'm very unhappy Kyler Murray didn't become the Steph Curry of the NFL. I'm very unhappy that he didn't become that dude.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo. Men over 40, this matters. If you're working just as hard as you always have, but your body isn't giving you the same return, less energy, slower metabolism, weight that won't move, that's not about discipline, it's biology. After 40, things change. The same habits don't get the same results. Most guys just push harder, more caffeine, eat less, try to outwork it. But willpower isn't the problem, support is. That's why I like M-Drive Boost and Burn. It's built specifically for men over 40. Steady energy and metabolism support without extremes. No hype, just real support for real life. M-Drive Boost and Burn is now the #1 men's health supplement at Sprouts, and Sprouts is one of the strictest specialty retailers in the country. If you're over 40, don't ignore it. Go to mdriveformen.com and use code GAMBO for 20% off your first purchase. That's Gambo at mdriveformen.com. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
What if you had to skip breakfast and lunch and dinner? At St. Mary's Food Bank, that's a reality for many of our neighbors in need. 250,000 people rely on the food bank every day. Your donations are what makes feeding them possible. Donate and get a $1 Arizona charitable tax credit, up to $495 for individuals and $987 for couples filing jointly. Learn more at stmarysfoodbank.org.
Spring training is here, and Talking Stick Resort is your home base for all the action. Stay minutes from Salt River Fields and turn games into a getaway. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, incredible dining, and a perfect spot to relax after the final inning. Plus, take advantage of complimentary shuttles to and from the games at Salt River Fields. Make this spring training unforgettable. Book your stay now at TalkingStickResort.com. That's TalkingStickResort.com.
Home service pros in Phoenix, you work hard, but if your leads come in waves or you're relying on referrals to stay busy, it's not your service, it's your visibility. Blue Aspen understands how homeowners search, and they can help you get the response you need. They specialize in strong SEO, high-intent PPC, and websites built to turn clicks into booked jobs. No long contracts, no fluff, just real growth. Start with a free growth audit at blueaspenmarketing.com.
Saving money is easy when it comes to shopping for a new outfit. But when it comes to quality chicken, you want to spend the bucks to get the best clucks. Redbird Farms chicken is juicy, tender, and always full of mouth-watering flavor, all without using any antibiotics. That's why the Valley's top restaurants use it. So treat yourself to a quality meal by cooking up some Redbird Farms chicken tonight. Find it at Safeway, Albertsons, and Bash's'. Redbird Farms chicken. You can't put a price on great taste.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagus, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people enter retirement without a real roadmap.
They do, and it's really risky. You need to know how your income works, how taxes affect it, and how long your savings will last.
And you help people understand the whole picture.
Yes, we build complete retirement plans that are simple to follow and designed to protect your future.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP, or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The fields for the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments were announced yesterday. Arizona men's basketball is the 1 seed in the West region and will take on Long Island and San Diego on Friday. ASU women's basketball is in the first 4 and will face Virginia in Iowa City on Thursday. The Phoenix Suns have a big one tonight in Boston against the Celtics. Tip-off is at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks host the Cincinnati Reds at Salt River Fields today. First pitch is at 1:05. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, baseball fans' destination for game day eats with drink specials during the Valley's Best Happy Hour every day from 2 to 6. Text Rito's to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
And I'm hungry like the
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does it smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, halfway point of the Wolf and Luke show. A little late, so an expedited version of Wolf and Down Your Lunch with Jesse. We were going through our brackets, and we'll make this one a little bit shorter. Hi, Rick.
What's up? So the fields for the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments were announced yesterday. U of A is the 1 seed in the men's West region. They'll take on Long Island and San Diego on Friday. And shout out to ASU women's basketball turning it around. They were 10-22 last year and are in the tournament in the first 4. They're going to take on Virginia on Thursday. Our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now on ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, how will Arizona fare in the NCAA tournament? Lose in the Elite 8 or earlier, make the Final 4, reach the NCAA title game, or win the NCAA championship?
Yeah, we just covered this. I got them winning it all. I think that Duke and Michigan were the 2 teams I was the most worried about in terms of a matchup. Those 3 teams have been the 3 best in college basketball pretty much all year, but Duke dealing with a significant injury. Caleb Foster, their starting point guard, out for the year. LJ Kaysen going down for Michigan, their key reserve 6th man off the bench as well. As long as Arizona can avoid injury through the tournament, I think that they will cut down the nets, and I can't believe that's a real thing I just said out loud.
John?
I've got them winning the championship, but I've got a little bit different thought in terms of who might knock them down because I'm looking at the whole region. I'm not as concerned about Purdue. I know they just won the Big Ten and we're very, very good doing it. I know everybody's nervous about Wisconsin. I think people are forgetting about Gonzaga. I think they've got a good enough team, although it's younger than normal to do it. So Gonzaga would make me nervous, but I think they are going to cut down the nets.
All right. Since you guys said that, I will vote that. Obviously, as if you were listening to the last segment, I said that they're going to lose in the Elite Eight. But I will go win NCAA championship. Lose in Elite Eight or earlier, 37%. A lot of ASU fans voting in this poll.
I'm shocked.
Make Final Four, 35%. So skeptical but somewhat positive U of A fans are voting that answer. Win the NCAA championship, 20%. And then reach the NCAA title game is in last at 8%. The Phoenix Suns lost 122-115 to the Toronto Raptors on Friday. It was kind of a collapse down the stretch. Was the loss a product of the game being the second night of a back-to-back, or do the Suns have bigger issues?
I don't know if I would frame it as bigger issues per se, but they have some problems that reared their head. Like there were issues that we talked about in the Indiana win, and then there were some issues again in the Toronto loss as well. Their defense has got to start to really get back on track. Yes, their offense has been down over the last 6 weeks, but you can see how much of that is a byproduct of when they are not playing effective enough defense. And I think the defense that we've seen the last two games, it's just these little mistakes, some miscommunication here or there that leads to an open shot attempt, and those start to add up really quickly when you're not as effective offensively as you need to be as a team, because Booker and Green individually had it going for sure.
Back-to-back, talking about back-to-backs is just flat out an excuse. There's explanations and excuses in sports, and that's an excuse. They've got another one that's coming up tonight and tomorrow. So you just have to deal with it throughout a season, and lots of guys sit out anyway. So that can't be the issue. It's, as you just pointed out, they're going to score enough eventually, but defensively, and especially given the paint since Mark Williams has been gone, they've got to get better in that aspect. And then they've got to get it better in just playing four quarters. You've got that game. It's one of those ones, K-Ray just told us this, where later on you're going to look at the schedule and go, God, that one in Toronto, they had it. They got outscored 36-23. Can't do that in the fourth quarter and continue to win games.
Team USA advanced to the championship game of the World Baseball Classic with a 2-1 win over the Dominican Republic last night in Miami. What stood out more to you guys? The United States winning, or the terrible strike call against D-back star Geraldo Perdomo to end the game?
I'm going to write in my own third answer, and I talked about it earlier, just the overwhelming amount of talent that was on display. And it wasn't like in that Aaron Judge tier of guys that have been really established in the league for the last 5 to 7, 10 years. Like it was Junior Caminero, who had an unbelievable year. For Tampa, it was Gunnar Henderson with a home run. It was Roman Anthony. It was Bobby Witt. It was these guys where not so much on the rise with Witt specifically, but Anthony, Henderson, Caminero, those are three of the bigger stars that are coming and have established themselves within the past year, but are going to be even bigger in a couple of years. The future of the game was what stood out to me, Jesse.
Around here, at least, I don't think we'd be as upset about it if it wasn't Perdomo. We kind of have some the guy got screwed, but we're not going to see that in baseball. At least we don't think we're going to see it with the advent of the robo-ump and the challenges and all those kind of things. I think the whole thing is really cool. I mean, I'm very patriotic. You guys might not be as much, but I'm very patriotic, and I'm glad that the USA won. I thought it was awesome. I thought the whole thing was awesome.
Final on Tuesday, Jesse?
Final on Tuesday, yep. And I think it would be a really cool story if Italy makes it, and then it would be a rematch, and then Venezuela scares the crap out of me. They're good.
I believe, if I'm remembering correctly off the top of my head, it was Team USA in the Olympics in men's basketball that lost to France and then got to play France again in the finals. So that would be a path for USA in the World Baseball Classic perhaps as well. We'll see tonight. Can the Suns stay afloat during this upcoming gauntlet of 5 games in 7 days? We'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kel Nelson, and John Lund filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort studios.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Who doesn't love technology, am I right?
What a way to end the game.
Hates a fastball in the high outside corner. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 9-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
Cash
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ENJOY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ENJOY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
There's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing just rated #1 in Arizona, #1, and that's reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
When I was a kid, my dream wasn't a mansion. It wasn't a yacht. It was a 250cc Kawasaki dirt bike sitting in the garage. That garage and that bike represented freedom. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. At A1 Garage Door Service, we know your garage holds more than tools. It holds dreams. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling. Just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Back half of the Wolf and Luke Show. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in for Luke Lipinski and Ron Wolfley. For you loyal listeners of the program, Wolf back on Wednesday, Luke back next week. We'll be doing line changes all week. I think if I'm correct here, we will not have a consistent lineup for more than one day. John will be here through Wednesday. Paul will be here Thursday. Mitch will be here, I think, Tuesday and Friday. I'll be here Monday and Friday. Does all of that sound complicated? Imagine being Jesse Morrison and having to figure all this out. You and Lauren Colville coming together to make this work.
Yeah. It'll be pretty, it's pretty seamless now that everything's figured out. At the first, when it first happens, I was like asking John if he could do like a week and a half. And then I was like, oh, no, Paul's already in. And so, yeah.
We are in crunch time of the Phoenix Suns season. We are at just about a month, a little bit under that, in fact, left in the regular season. 15 games left for the Phoenix Suns. If you missed the developments in the last couple of days when it comes to the race for the 6th seed, the 6-7 line, if you would, between the playoff and the play-in, the Denver Nuggets losing in rather heartbreaking fashion against the Lakers. They should have had that one, to say the least. Luka Doncic hits the game winner, and then Minnesota was competitive with Oklahoma City in some facets yesterday afternoon before falling. Both those teams go to 27 losses, one fewer than the Suns, who dropped to 39 and 28. And John, I think what we can simply do now at this point with so few games left is that we can break this into two halves. And the first half that I'm looking at is the next 6 games, because over these 5 games in 7 days, which we'll run through right now, Boston today, 4:30 p.m., coverage beginning here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, at 3:30. At Minnesota the day after. Then you go to San Antonio on Thursday. You come back home for another back-to-back. Saturday, Milwaukee. Sunday, Toronto. And then you host the Nuggets a week from Tuesday. John, I think after that game, especially with it being against Denver, especially looking at the schedules for the other teams that I'll get to here in a second, I think that's going to be the point where we know, like, okay, are they still in the hunt for like 6 or 5 or 4 or 3, like how jumbled up this is? We'll have more clarity here in about a week's time.
Yeah, and look, these 3 games are really difficult. It's 5 and 7, and you called it the gauntlet. We actually do prepare for the show, and you had put out when you shot yours out and said,
believe it or not,
this is the gauntlet. Yeah, we don't just come in here. I mean, the brilliance does go through the speakers and through YouTube and all those things, but we do prepare, as crazy as it sounds. And you called it the gauntlet, and it is. But to kind of micro view this thing, the next 3, you can't go on 3 here. The back-to-back, the excuse of being tired, I don't care what it is. San Antonio's really good, gotcha. Boston's really good, and Tatum's back, gotcha. It doesn't matter. If you're a team that, and I'm sure Jordan Ott is this way, guys, you got to win all 3. Can you? Probably not. But the most important one comes up on Thursday, because right now you're one back of Minnesota in the loss column. Actually, you play before the end of the season in these last 15, you play Minnesota, you play Denver, you play the Rockets, you play the Lakers, all those teams, and you play the Spurs, so all the teams in front of you. But between the Lakers at 3 and the Suns at 7, there's only a 3-game difference there. So it's huge. Me, personally, if you want to macro view this thing, if you could somehow get to 6 and keep the Lakers in 3, you could win that first-round series against the Lakers. You're up 3-1 in the season series. So I know there's a lot of jumbling between that, but I'm just cutting to the chase here. If you could somehow get out of the 7, get to the 6, and the Lakers stay in the 3, I'd love that matchup.
And I think ultimately something we talked about last week and agreed upon is that there is going to have to be some fashion of a team falling. Like, this is not just going to be the Suns in these 15 games going 11-4 or 12-3. Look, maybe that happens and we can play this cutback when I'm wrong. I would love for that to be the case, but most likely the Suns are going to win 8, 9, 10 of these games, maybe fewer, and it's going to take a collapse from another team. Funnily enough, when you look at the schedule, the Lakers are the team in a position to do that, and I'm talking about the team that has won 8 of their last 9 basketball games. But over the course of the year, a major narrative in LA has been them against marquee opposition, even just teams over 500. After beating Denver on Saturday in overtime, they go on a 6-game road trip. They'll play back-to-back games in Houston, and then Miami, who is one of the hottest teams in the league, Orlando, who has started to figure some things out, and then one of the best teams in the league in Detroit before ending up in Indiana. So 5 of those 6 games will take place before that Denver game we talked about with the Suns. So I think with the Lakers too, it's like, okay, winning 8 of their last 9, how real is this and how much does it relate to factoring into this slate of 5 or 6 games? And if the Suns can really catch them or not, we'll see on the other teams. But for now, even if the Lakers are at 42 and 25 and 3 ahead in the loss column, they are still the most susceptible team to me to falling, and it'll be over these 6 games or not.
Well, and here's the thing too: you got to start looking at tiebreakers. So you got the Lakers, you don't have the Rockets, you don't have the Nuggets, you have the Timberwolves. So by that you're going to add an extra game to some of those teams. By that variance, the 2 easiest teams to catch potentially are the Timberwolves, who are just 1 back in the loss, and if somehow, as you said, the Lakers hit the skids. And the thing about the Lakers is, everybody knows this, it's not really about talent. You know, you start looking at chemistry and those kind of things. Like right now they're on a heater, like you said, they've won 5 in a row. But by the very way that they're hot, LeBron and Luka could not get along. There could be an issue that's just always out there for the Lakers, and they could just as easily lose 5 in a row. It's the same thing with the Rockets. I think their talent suggests they should be one of the upper teams, but they've kind of got a weird vibe going. Same with the Nuggets. They're not healthy enough yet, and I'm not sure what they are. And then the Timberwolves seem to, at times, as we kind of get closer, they get hot. But like you said, they lost a game over the weekend too. So look, they're in this thing. The thing that scares me about the Suns, and you're right, it has to be a combination of things. But the thing that scares me just in the right now for them is you're going Boston tonight, San Antonio after that, and then Thursday you got the Timberwolves. Those are 3 really big games, and Anthony Edwards tends to get up for those games. So now you're looking at Thursday. Let's say they could split these 2 games, which I think would be best case scenario, to either win tonight in Boston or in San Antonio on a back-to-back really hard. But Anthony Edwards is the kind of guy that rises up for games, and everybody knows in that game that could be for that spot right there, and it's just getting out of the 7. So here's Minnesota going, okay, we've got to beat these guys, and you've got the tiebreaker against Minnesota. So that becomes, and we're going to say this, how many games? 15 left. We're going to say that probably 10 times at the end of the season. This is the biggest game. This is the biggest game. This is the biggest game. But Minnesota, if they could split these 2, Minnesota becomes a massive game.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tonight, but Boston specifically, we're going to talk about this later in the show. It was like 3 possessions into the game here in Phoenix where I was like, oh,
it's over.
They have no shot. Just with what Boston was able to do and the way that they play, to your point, it's a terrible matchup. Minnesota's been a great matchup for them so far this year. We'll see if that remains the case. Now, I want to flip the standings because it's important here with the dynamics of the play. And again, to remind you, if you're more, not even casual, but you might just be like a diehard NBA fan and kind of forget how the play-in works. If you're at the 7 or the 8, you only need to win 1 game. The 7 and the 8 will play each other. The loser of that game would play the winner of the 9-10 game, and then the winner of that matchup would take the 8th seed. So the Suns will effectively have 2 chances to win 1 game. Now, you would prefer to win that first game because you'd play the Spurs as opposed to the Thunder, and we'll see what happens with that. But I will say the Clippers, who are surging recently, they took a tough loss to the Kings the other night. They are still 5 games back of the Suns with 15 games left to play. And how about the Warriors? They've dropped 5 in a row. Steph Curry's still not back. They're 7 games back. At this point, John, I think it's pretty clear that the Suns are going to be at worst a 7th seed, and even if you want to buy into maybe the Clippers getting hot late, it would take a whole lot with this few amount of games left.
Yeah, and the whole reason this is so big is because you'll either play, if you drop into the 7, you're going to play San Antonio or Oklahoma City. And look, you can be as optimistic as you want. You're not winning one of those series. If you play the Lakers in the 3-6, you got a chance. I'm not as optimistic about the Rockets. I'd be fairly optimistic against the Nuggets, and I think if somehow the Timberwolves were in the 3, I think you got a shot there. So 6 is so massive because, look, given the season that they've had, if you and I were sitting here and they I don't know, lost 4 games to 1 to San Antonio or to maybe to Oklahoma City, you'd still call the season a success. But you want to give yourself a chance to win in that first round. And I think any of the teams but the top 2 in the conference, at least it would be, if they didn't win the series, at least it would be competitive. They're not going to be competitive against San Antonio or Oklahoma City.
It's a great point because I think that if like the Lakers or the Rockets or the Nuggets, Timberwolves, like 2 of those 4 teams were more of like the flat-out juggernauts that we expected them to be. Like, in my opinion, I thought like the top 3, 4, 5 of the West was just going to be completely loaded. But those teams have been littered with inconsistencies over the course of the year. So there's just that like extra desire for the Suns to nail this because if they do get to 6 or 5, it is a totally winnable playoff series that they are going to be in, even with the amount of stuff that they would have to figure out. By the way, shout out to our listeners in Mesa. Hello, Mesa.
Mesa, hello.
Are the Cardinals tanking? I'm not even sure if they know the answer to that question, but we'll discuss it next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I know Colin Gillespie is considered villain junior, and Dylan Brooks is obviously Dylan the villain. And I think Jordan Goodwin is villain junior. I think he is, if Dylan Brooks is the Batman to the culture change of the Phoenix Suns, I think Jordan Goodwin is the Robin to the culture change. I really do.
Fair.
And so for him to be back, I think it adds that oomph.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, Windows. Install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
Howdy, everybody. This is rodeo announcer Doug Mathis for Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo, March 26th through the 29th. You know what goes great with rodeo? Ford Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Save on Ford F-150. Now available with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all remaining 2025 models.
Don't miss the Cave Creek Rodeo and don't miss Truck Month at Sanderson Ford.
Requires financing with Ford Motor Credit OAC. Offers expire 3/31/26.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at the spot price. At today's prices, those 33 ounces would be worth over $150,000. Smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals. That's why I buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's a crucial part of my balanced strategy. Gives me peace of mind given all the events that could impact the U.S. economy. See if holding gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you, too. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Just text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold help you diversify with gold. Now that's peace of mind. Text Dan to 989898. Again, text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
At Sonic, the All-American Smasher is at the top of the burger food chain. Get it hand-smashed and made to order with a side and medium drink for just $6. That's not just a big deal. That's a giant, massive, gargantuan, humongousaurus rex of a honkin' big deal for just $6. A deal this big shouldn't cost this little. Get the Sonic $6 All-American Smasher meal today.
Tax not included. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
If you want to live free, yeah.
Spring in the AZ, the best time to be outdoors, right? But does your backyard meet the moment? I tell you, at Casa Cal BC, we wanted more. We needed California Pools and Landscape, Arizona's most awarded pool builder. Speaking of more, California Pools handles everything. We're loving our new decking, landscaping, turf, shade structure. Start now so you can swim this summer. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul, and see our before and after pics at calpool.com/Paul.
A new diamond era begins. Desert Diamond Casino White Tanks is now open. An atmosphere sparkling with excitement and top names like the legendary Morton's Steakhouse and signature Starbucks coffee. Best of all, this stunning new destination is right at Loop 303 and Northern Parkway. So come and live the diamond life. Desert Diamond Casino.
An enterprise of the Donna Autumn Nation.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The fields for the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments were announced yesterday. Arizona men's basketball is the 1 seed in the West region. The Wildcats will take on Long Island and San Diego on Friday. Arizona State women's basketball is in the first 4 and will face Virginia in Iowa City on Thursday. If the Sun Devils win, they will play Georgia on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns have a big one tonight in Boston against the Celtics. Tip-off is at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks host the Cincinnati Reds this afternoon at Salt River Fields. First pitch is in just about 30 minutes at 1:05. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Low T, start for free. For a limited time, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
NFL free agency, I want to say well underway, but Jamal, Jesse, you would agree like we're nearly done now? It happens very quickly.
Yeah, what we're going to see now is just like random signings trickle in throughout the offseason.
So now it's safe to say we've got like a concrete base for what the Cardinals did in free agency, right? Like we're not really going to see any trades even out of nowhere in particular. Like we're
maybe in training camp. Like
maybe at the draft?
Maybe at the draft, yeah. Maybe at the draft, maybe at training camp. That's kind of how it goes at this point.
I'm laying out this foundation because of what we teased coming in. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olsen, John Lund filling in. Hello. We asked a simple question like, are the Cardinals tanking? And I think that a lot of their fans are either asking that question or outright believing that that is what the team is doing. If you look at the series of their moves so far, the needs that they have left to fill, who filled those needs in free agency, what they've decided to do at quarterback, there is at least like a lack of aggression, John, to say the least. And I think you can say
being nice.
Far more. It's probably the nicest I've been to the Cardinals on our airwaves in like 3 years. Yes.
Well, look, tanking is such a big issue in the NBA, and I'll correlate this to the NFL, and I'll do it quickly. But like, you're big into college basketball, and you know all this. Look, you could find teams right now for this group of freshmen that are coming out. I don't care. Utah's already been fined $500,000. You could find them $5 million. If they could get A.J. DeMonson down the road from Provo to Salt Lake City, they would do cartwheels and they'd pay any kind of a fine. And go on down the line to Acuff Jr. or Boozer or depending on what Peterson becomes. I mean, go on down the line. There's a ton of them. So these organizations are like, keep finding us. We don't care. This is a historic group, I think, of guys coming into the NBA draft. Well, if you look at the NFL right now, the way to turn your team around, and there are two teams that I think are going to do this. And look, to me, it's good business. It should be your decision. I get it that corporate sponsors get mad. I get it that fans get mad. But if the Cardinals are going to tank for Arch Manning, I'm for it. And it's the same thing. I think the Jets and the Cardinals are both doing this. I think the Jets, who would even be their quarterback? They traded Justin Fields to the Chiefs today. I don't know who their quarterback's going to be. The fact that the Cardinals went out and were like, oh, my God, we got to get Gardner Minshew before anyone else. Like, really? So that's their decision at quarterback, which tells me that they're unserious about winning. I mean, that's as simple as you can make it. And if Arch Manning, based on his name, he would have gone ahead of Fernando Mendoza this year. So if it takes a year of your fans getting more angry than they already are, and I don't know if Cardinal fans can get any more angry at the organization about what they're seeing on the field, if I was a fan, I'd be behind it, because what that means hopefully is 10 years of a really good quarterback, which is right now they don't really seem to have a way to acquire a quarterback because they're not going to come here on their own. So then that way you've got to go out and you got to get one through the draft. And it seems to me that 2027, well, it's not what the college basketball group is this year coming into the league. It's a lot better than it was in 2026. How are you going to get that guy? This is the way to do it.
I think everyone is going to have like their different sort of reactions to this. And what I mean by that is they're going to be like the diehard fans. And what by diehard I mean specifically is like these are the season ticket holders who go to every Cardinals game no matter how good or bad the team is and wants to see them win and wants to see them try as hard as they possibly can in every facet of the organization to try to win football games. That is obviously what is not happening with this type of move. There were certain trades that the Cardinals could have either pursued or executed on to bring in a quarterback that had a better chance of winning them football games than Jacoby Brissett or Gardner Minshew. They did not choose to take that path. For me, when I saw the Minshew news, I fist pumped in the office. I'm being totally honest. Because this is what I wanted to see the team do. I wanted to see them position themselves to have one of the top picks in the next draft. And I think that you have to do that delicately, because if you win, look, they went 3 if I would have told you before the year they're going to go 3-14, I would have been celebrating because like, great, we're going to get the quarterback. And then they don't get the quarterback because there's this 4-way tie for 1. And then for 2, a lot of the quarterback prospects dropped off. Fernando Mendoza, who wasn't even on these lists at the start of the season, is now the number 1 guy. I don't think that's going to happen 2 years in a row. I don't think you can look at what happened with all the quarterbacks like Nussmeier and Carson Beck and all these other names that were kind of around like Lenore Sellers and think that's going to happen again next year. What you have to be worried about is the chance that you win 2 games you shouldn't, and then all of a sudden you have 5 wins instead, and now you're picking 6th, and now all the quarterbacks are actually gone. Of course, the point of frustration is when you hear from your owner, Michael Bidwell, and here is what he said 2 months ago about his message to the fan base after letting go Jonathan Gannon.
We want to win. This was a decision that was based solely off winning. When I look at what other teams have done, and frankly, historically, we've done a quick turnaround in our not too distant past, I am looking forward to that, and I hope it's going to be in the first year, not in the second year. But we're confident that our search is going to be thorough, it's going to be broad, and we're going to select the right coach.
And I think if Michael Bidwell never says that, I think that at least the fan base is in a better mindset to digest the fact that their team is going to be pretty awful next year. And again, look, maybe they will be better than we expect. And by better than we expect, I mean 5, 6, 7 wins, not 9, 10, or 11 wins. But you can look at their moves across the board and for agency especially, and just break it down in a certain way. Like, look, Isaac Seumalo, he tried to clean up his answer after he said it, but he basically said he came here for the money. Kendrick Bourne did not have other teams that were interested in him. Tyler Algier probably came here because it was the only team to give him a 2-year deal. Gardner Minshew probably came here because the team gave him $8.5 million as opposed to the 6 or 5 he was getting offered by other teams. That's why those guys are here. And the guys that I am mentioning are not necessarily top tier names at their positions either. They are actually all like, if we're grading their free agency, like I would give them like a B- or a B. Like they've done pretty well with what they have in front of them. But to sit here and act like this is going to change things or not position them well to lose football games, it would be irrational.
Well, and here's the thing, too, is people, I don't know if they believe Michael Bidwell very much anymore, but owners don't always want to win. I know that people say, what are you talking about? Remember, these are businessmen, most of these guys who have run businesses, and they run it in a profit-loss kind of a situation, and that's what the Cardinals look like they do. Here's who wants to win. The Rams go out and get Trent McDuffie. They want to win. The Dodgers go out and spend 70% of their revenue on, and they put it back into their team. You can hate the Dodgers all they want, but that's what they do. They want to win. Mark Cuban, when he owned the Mavericks, wanted to win. Like Joe Lacob keeps going over the tax for the Warriors. He wants to win. Like you can say what Michael Bidwell just said right there. I want to win, but then it's actions versus words. You don't. If you wanted to win and really get a quarterback, and like you said, I have no issue with them not getting a quarterback in 2027 because I don't think there's a long-term solution. When everybody complains about there's no quarterbacks and then you give what I think is like Houston's going to give C.J. Stroud a bunch of money. They have to. Or Miami had to give Tua a bunch of money. They had to. He's going to pass this year because there aren't that many high-quality options. But if you wanted to win just on 1 year, you would have offered Malik Willis more money. And then because Miami's got an out, you would have went to the 49ers and said, tell you what, I know the organization well. I'll give you our high third-round pick for Mac Jones. He's a much better option than what they have. But the team is punting, I think, in 2027. What were the big signings? Look, we just have their safety on. He's a really nice player. They extended a long snapper, a kicker, and a punter, and they got Gardner Minshew. I'm just sorry. Those are not winning moves. Those are not we're winning. We're trying to win at all costs. They're not trying to win. He can say that, and some people will believe, but the reality of the actions of what they've done are not a winning organization.
And even with the base that they have, and a more than sturdy base, a base that is actually just the entire existence of this franchise since it moved here, it has one of the worst winning percentages in football when you go back to when they originally moved to Phoenix and then became the Arizona Cardinals. So I understand the base I'm talking about when I say this kind of thing, but they're playing with fire because if they win 5 or fewer games next year, it'll be the 6th time in the last 9 years that they've done that. And I'm at the opening home game. I'm at these games at the start of the year where I'm like, even at the start of the season, I look around at kickoff and it is not fully filled. Now the fans will come in and they'll fill all the seats and they'll get up there. But I'm seeing these games where there's like 70% of people in their seats or 80% of their seats at the start of the season when optimism is at an all-time high. And obviously that trickles down from there. Eventually you're playing with fire. I understand that the NFL is going to continue to print money, but ineptitude to this level can only last for so long before there are serious long-term consequences that start to come up. And that's the difficult choice that I think that they have to deal with at times because they could have tried their best to win games this year. I did not think that would have been a good idea. I think they would have just done worse anyway. They might have done just the same if they tried what they are doing this year, which is not really doing and putting their full foot forward, because even if you were able to sign Malik Willis, even if you were able to trade for Mac Jones or whichever like best case scenario quarterback could have been available for you on this team, they do not have the foundation to win with that quarterback at all. But it might have been better for their business long term to do that because they cannot keep putting together seasons like this. And look, if they do all this, they go draft the quarterback they want, and it doesn't work out with that quarterback. Now we're talking about over a decade that you've been at this level.
Right. But our original premise is, do you think they're tanking? Like, if you're in the front office of the Cardinals and you think to yourself, how do we get better long term? It's really simple in this league. I mean, it's complicated to get that person, but it's real simple. The fastest way is through a quarterback. Look at any team in the league, and you think to yourself, okay, they got that quarterback. Mahomes completely changed Kansas City. I can go through the whole thing. Josh Allen is the Buffalo Bills. You have to find that magic position, the most important in all of sports. And if you don't have that person, then building around that guy takes the other 22, and they don't have that kind of talent. So saying, look, let's punt to next year, I think that's an okay option, but it's obvious that's what they're going to do. So please don't come out and insult our intelligence by saying we're trying to win now. You're clearly not.
Calling all Suns fans, join us Tuesday, March 31st from 4 to 6 p.m. at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall for free Suns t-shirts. Sign up for the Ultra Suns Fan giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns versus Rockets on Tuesday, April 7th. You might see that fella Kevin Durant there as well. Plus, an exclusive pregame on-court experience where Kevin Durant will be. Head on over to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com for more details. How will realignment work if the NBA expands? It sounds like it's coming sooner rather than later, and we'll discuss that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
On the one hand, he's older. He's already had 3 contracts with the Arizona Cardinals. It feels like they've squeezed every drop of usefulness out of James Conner. But on the other, he's such a culture setter in that room for them that I can understand why they'd, especially if they brought him back, and I don't know this for a fact, but if they brought him back on a vet minimum contract, I don't know how you're supposed to say no to that.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
The Target, 422 Maple Drive. No tripped alarms, no broken windows. While you were sleeping, they made off with $50,000 in equity, and they didn't even use a getaway car.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites turn your equity into sawdust. We stop the heist before the damage is done. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, termites.
LASIK and EVO ICL from King LASIK gives you freedom from glasses and contacts. Refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision eliminates readers and cataracts. Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein have performed over 300,000 procedures, and I know from personal experience that they'll know the best procedure for you. Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No glasses, contacts, readers, or cataracts. K2VisionRLE.com. Hi,
Arizona sports listeners. Roller here with my friend Wayne from AMCO.
Hey, what's up, Roller?
So it's tax time. You filed, and that refund's just burning a hole in your pocket. Before you spend it all, let's talk about the one thing you rely on every single day, your car.
That's right, Roller. Before you book a trip or buy something shiny, please remember your car. Tax time is the best time to take care of all the car repairs you've been putting off.
Sure, because nothing kills a tax refund faster than a surprise car breakdown.
I'll say, delay, brakes, warning lights, transmission issues. If something's acting up, now's the time to handle it and drive stress-free.
Should we wait for our refund before getting repairs?
No way. AMCO payment plans let you get repairs now and pay when you get your check.
So instead of crossing your fingers every time you start your car or truck,
come to AMCO. We'll take a look, walk you through what's needed, and help you make smart choices with your repairs.
There you go. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Geraldo Perdomo's epic at-bat ends with a brutal call as the USA eliminates the Dominican Republic. Arizona's NCAA tournament draw includes early ease but major threats later. And ASU women's basketball gets at-large bid into NCAA tournament after Big 12 tournament run. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
You're right, Jesse. I did like hearing this very much. You were correct in your break analysis.
Stone cold.
The best. It, like, when you would hear it as a kid too, you could feel like you could like bench press a Honda Civic. Like the amount of electricity that would run through you when you heard the glass shatter and Stone Cold wasn't where he was supposed to be. And he was interrupting someone.
There's literally never not a better feeling in the world than hearing that glass break.
Are you patting yourself on the back? What are you doing?
I know,
maybe a little bit.
I know wrestling is, and again, this was one of the few instances where Jamal gave his input on the music, and he did so wonderfully. It's like, it's not sports, I get it, but like entertainment, concert, whatever you want to call it, like one of my few, like, man, I wish I was there, like seeing Jordan play on the Bulls, whatever. Like hearing Stone Cold's glass shatter in real life, incredible. Like they keep bringing him back, and just to bring him back for the pop they get whenever the glass shatters is worth it. Like I don't care that he
just
can't,
the pop.
He can't walk anymore. He can't wrestle anymore. Like even like the mic stuff's kind of weird now. He can't even drive the ATV really that well anymore. But to get the pop, to hear the glass shatter and everyone lose their mind and get that once in a lifetime experience, unbelievable.
I saw Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania, or not WrestleMania, at the Royal Rumble in 2019. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, was that the one? There was one at Chase Field.
The one at Chase Field. It was great.
Yeah, it was that in 2019?
2019.
Oh my gosh, I am so old. That feels like 2 or 3 years ago.
I was an
It
intern here.
7 years ago. It was like that was the Becky Lynch one, right? Where she like came back and all right, too much wrestling.
Too much wrestling.
We'll get into the NBA expansion talk right now. And if you're wondering the short of it from a Phoenix Suns perspective, why you should care, to start, there will be an expansion draft at some point. Now, it's 2 years away, and if you've heard me talk about this type of thing with roster construction, if we're talking about how your roster looks in 2 years, you might as well be talking about what your roster looks like in 10 years. Think about what the Suns roster looked like at the start of the 2024 calendar year. It's completely different to what we've seen now. We'll see where it goes. And the other part that could affect the Suns here is the realignment of conferences and the realignment of divisions. We might just see what was done with hockey, where they moved to 4 divisions of 8 teams now that there will be 32 NBA teams like there are 32 hockey teams now. The expansion will go through Seattle and Vegas, or is at least going to be voted on later this month by the owners. That expansion would not begin until the 2028-2029 season. So there would be 2 full NBA seasons before we go there. And John, there's so much like minutia to this, and like, why would the league do this? Can the league do this? There's so many different ways to approach the conversation. As Bobby Marks and Tim Bontemps elaborated on ESPN.com, money. It's mostly about money. Yeah. And what this does is it shortens the percentage that each owner will get in terms of overall league revenue. But what happens is when you sell one of these franchises and 2 more of them for $7 billion or $10 billion, Matt Ishbia will wake up with a new $500 million check off of the percentage that he gets from there. And also the league in the talent wise, I know the tanking stuff is going on right now, but we're in a position where the talent is ready for this as well. And those 2 cities are ready for NBA teams too. It all works out to me.
Yeah, and we talk to fans every day. So from a fan perspective, here's what would excite me. One of the teams, Memphis or Minnesota, will move to the East. Makes sense that Memphis would. But what's cool about it in respect to where we sit is now Vegas is getting another team. So I'd love to start getting, because I've lived in cities where you've got this direct competition of a rival. And so all of a sudden, I'd love to get something where in the NFL, the Raiders and the Cardinals were in the same division, because then you've got proximity of a rival. There's more to that than a rival. We all know that. But then same thing with Vegas, and probably LeBron's going to be involved anyway. So a lot of people love to hate LeBron. So LeBron's going to probably be involved in Vegas. And then, to be honest, they never should have taken the Sonics away, whatever. That's a totally different story. But now all of a sudden you're getting teams in the West, and you've got more teams around. So now the Sonics are back. You got a team in Vegas. It's better for the fans. It's closer. You're balancing out the league a little bit. As far as talent, it always works out. It's going to happen. It's going to be fine. So, look, I think it's always great. I think Seattle is more than deserving of a team. And look, whether people, and this is what I find to be hypocritical of the whole thing, is no matter what, you have all the old guard who is like, oh, you're putting another team in Vegas. You know how Vegas protects their money so well, and they know the algorithms and the problems. You're not going to have a problem with a team being in Vegas. The only problem is going to be like the players going out at night in a Henry Ruggs situation or anything like that. But in terms of, if anybody's watched the Summer League, it's just like it is here. It's 1,000 degrees in the summer, and yet these NBA players who could go anywhere on earth are somehow sitting in Las Vegas watching Summer League games. So Vegas is ready, Seattle is ready, and it's good for the league.
Yeah, and the base of basketball fans that they have built up in Vegas through the Summer League, NBA fans in particular, like, look, some of that is like a summer event, a summer vacation. Like, let's go to Vegas, let's go while Summer League is there. But as someone who has been to Summer League a half dozen times, even more, there are a lot of fans that turn out there, both locally from Vegas and then from around the league as well. That's part of the appeal here, from around the country, I should say. That's a lot of the appeal here. Some of the particulars, this is not a situation where it will be the owners, first of all. The players do not have a say in this at all. The owners, all it requires is a 23 out of 30 majority in the vote. So not a near majority or an absolute majority, but something pretty close to that as well. And then, of course, the rules that we don't really know are like how an expansion draft would work. In the past, it was typically 8 players, but rosters are bigger now. So could it be 9? And you look at the Suns and you want to do who would they protect and all that kind of stuff. Like what is Dylan Brooks going to be as a basketball player 2 years from now when he enters his mid-30s? I'm not saying they wouldn't protect Devin Booker. Of course they would protect Devin Booker. But looking at some of their marquee players, it's like, man, you don't even know who is going to be on this team in 2 years. And then the last particular of this I'll mention is these teams, when they enter the NBA draft, they don't even get handed like a first or a second overall pick anymore. Maybe they'll be put into the lottery now. That's going to be part of the intrigue behind what Silver does is. And there's all this minutia I could continue to break down, John. But you know what I care about more than anything is just seeing the Sonics back. That's it. They were one of the signature franchises of the entire league. That area really held to basketball. It was Corbin Carroll himself, who grew up from that area, who would tell us, when I was little, I remember walking to the arena to see Kevin Durant play as a kid. So sports fans in that area, it's something that former son and I, Jamal Crawford, talk about all the time because he takes a ton of pride in the Pacific Northwest and how it is a basketball hub of sorts. Portland has helped kind of take that in a little bit, but Seattle always should have had its team. So it delights me to no end. Yes, the branding, yes, all of that, whatever. But that is one of the best basketball hubs of the entire country, and the amount of talent that it has, and the fans that are there as well.
Well, and here's the other thing too. What I mean from a rivalry standpoint, I was covering the Blazers back in the day, and Paul Allen owned them, and he was down in Seattle, and his house had this gym in it, and the Blazer players would literally drive to Seattle, and you had a natural rivalry there, and it's the same kind of thing. You can have that with Vegas. And so I think there'd be natural rivalries there. You get more teams in the West. And like I said, Seattle is one of the best sports cities in the country. You don't have to like the Seahawks, but it's one of the major cities that's just like it is here, where college sports matter there. NFL is absolutely huge. The NBA, look, it was Howard Schultz. He took it out from under him. They couldn't get an arena done at the Seattle Center, and it's one of those things where, look, politics take over. It's all that kind of stuff. We know how all that works. They didn't get an arena, and Howard Schultz was all too, quickly to move it, and then Clay Bennett took it. He took it to Oklahoma City. They shouldn't have lost their team. And just like, they tried to get the Kings, the Kings shouldn't have lost their team. But it's too good of a city to not have an NBA team, period.
Up next, we'll talk about what John and I agree is one of the best moments of the sports calendar, if not the best. And the question, yes, is this the Arizona Wildcats year? We'll discuss that next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson, and John Lund filling in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Spring is here, and that means it's go time for you and your yard, because we all know what's next. The Arizona summer that turns grass into dust. Hey, it's Wolf, and that's why my friends over at Legacy Green Solutions, they want to get ahead of it now before the heat actually hits. They're the local team that upgrades your outdoor space the right way. Drought-friendly turf, rock installs, full landscape design, everything you need to keep your yard looking sharp year-round. You know, our backyard at the Wolfley compound, I can tell you, is a true oasis, man. They came out to our place and completely transformed it. The artificial grass, it looks incredible, and it's built to last. And right now, Legacy Green Solutions is offering 15% off. Yeah, 15% off. Right now is a perfect time to finally take care of those upgrades you've been putting off. So beat the heat and lock in that 15% spring special today. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com or text GREEN to 620-620.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, and a new year is a great time for something that's new and exciting. What do we have going on at Chapman BMW in 2026?
You're right, Big. There's never been a better time to buy a brand new BMW at Chapman BMW. Not only do we have a great selection, we have rates from 1.9% financing, the incredible trade values that we can give you right now, and let me help you put your dream into your driveway.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Baseball fans, spring training is here, and Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks Brewing is now invading game days across Arizona. Whether you're soaking up the sun, watching from home, or meeting your crew at Four Peaks, 8th Street Pub, before or after the game, Cosmic Daydream IPA is brewed to keep the good times invading all spring training long. Plus, for your chance to win tickets to a D-backs game, text SEATS to 620-620. Cosmic Daydream IPA from Four Peaks. Brewed for every inning. Best day rates may apply.
Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss, because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagus and Matt Taxis. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all of these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMPP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The fields for the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments were announced yesterday. Arizona men's basketball is the 1 seed in the West region the Wildcats will take on Long Island and San Diego on Friday. Arizona State women's basketball is in the first 4 and will face Virginia in Iowa City on Thursday. If the Sun Devils win, they will play Georgia on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns have a big one tonight in Boston against the Celtics. Tip-off is at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks host the Cincinnati Reds this afternoon at Salt River Fields. First pitch for that one is in just a few minutes at 1:05. This report is brought to you by the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Suns fans, get $1,000 off LASIK at Schwartz Laser Eye Center when you book your exam by April 12th. Restrictions apply. Visit teamidoc.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. Now that we're nearly a week into the new league year, what do we make of the Cardinals free agent class? The Burns and Gambo show starts at 2 on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7 FM.
Final hour of the program. It's Wolf and Luke Kelnelson and John Lund filling in for Luke Lipinski and Wolf Lee. This has been fun, buddy.
Yeah, really fun
show today and a fun show the other day. You will be back here tomorrow with Mitch and then with Wolf on Wednesday. Paulie and Wolf got you guys covered on Thursday before Mitch and I will do an Arizona Sports It Day from 10 to 2 on Friday. And if all this instability is freaking you out about your diehard Wolf and Luke listenership, don't worry. The regular duo is back on Monday. You two will be back too, right? So like the family is fully back together a week from today?
Yes.
Okay. That would be really annoying if, like, just as they're back, you guys are out, and like we do this whole song and dance over. That's supposed to be in the summer, and like it's mid-March. Like these are summer things.
It feels like the summer.
That's
maybe 100 later this week.
I don't really know the whereabouts of Wolf. I know it's some sort of vacation, and then
he went to Universal Studios. Is what he told me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he went to Universal Studios with the fam.
That's fun.
That rules.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
That's really cool.
I wonder if Wolf's a big roller coaster guy.
Oh, I could see him on a roller coaster.
You got to remember to ask him this on Wednesday.
Someone's got to take a picture of what you just did.
I never want to. I don't know if I want less to hear that ever again or see that ever again. I don't know which was worse.
Both.
About experiencing that.
That's just him on a roller coaster.
No, let's not do that. Ask him on Wednesday and let me know. But please don't do it. You can do it, but just make sure to warn me so I turn off the show before you do it. The only time
I'm going to ask him right away and see how close you got him, but it's pretty close.
There's no transition out of that. The Arizona Wildcats know their fate in terms of the matchups in the NCAA tournament that they would be facing. We'll talk more about the Wildcats here in a little bit, John, but to me, this is my favorite time of year. Whenever people talk about like their favorite times as a sports fan, like in the year, like you can certainly pick when football starts to get going. You can pick when baseball starts to get going. For me, these first 4 days of the NCAA tournament are my favorite because as a basketball purist, a basketball junkie over everything else, this is kind of when we get to do football. And what I mean by that is we take the Scott Hansen red zone experience, but we do it throughout 12 hours of 4 days in a row, so a total of 48 hours essentially, where we can just do our channel swap and look for the best games that are on, learn these kids, like we were just asking Lauren in the newsroom, like, who was the Oakland kid? Like Jack, whatever his name is.
There's always
Jack
a
Golke.
name that you like 2 years later, you can't remember.
We're checking in on DJ Burns from NC State to see what he's up to. Like there are these March heroes that come out of nowhere, and this is just like a beautiful time of year, and I'm really excited to experience it on the show as well. Mitch and I will be here on Friday breaking down everything that happens and reacting to everything that was happening. We were even doing it last Friday. Like it was just a conference tournaments, and we're watching this Wisconsin-Illinois game go down to the wire. It's so much fun.
Yeah, and and they've made it, some people complain about technology, but they've made it so great because I was thinking about this. They used to be like, you didn't have scores on the thing. Like if you want to go way, way back, and they would be in the studio, and then they'd throw to some game, and they wouldn't even really intro the game. It would throw to a game, throw to a game, throw to a game. Now you have like quad boxes, and they've made it so easy and all this different kind of stuff. So I was asking before the show, like I've been to Vegas and done it. I've covered it live, been at home. Like for you, I know you're going to be in studio here, but like if you had your druthers and you're going to be watching the game, like as an Arizona fan, wouldn't you want? Because I think most people are like this. Like if it's a casual thing, you can go to a Super Bowl party or whatever.
Sure.
But if it's like your team playing don't most guys like, okay, I'm going to sit in this isolated room. I want to be able to scream, yell, throw things at the TV, and I don't want anybody around. Is that if you said, this is my ideal situation to watch Arizona play, what would it be for you?
Yeah, it depends. I'm cool with watching with a couple of friends, but I need like everyone in the room to understand how I can be during an Arizona game to that point, or they'll just like judge me forever after that. Like I need trusted people that I love to
Are you a screamer and a thrower? Like, what are you doing? And then everyone's like, whoa, we got to go.
Well, John, listen to the show on Friday because you're going to find out because Arizona plays at 10:30 while I am doing a live radio show and driving.
You cannot miss that.
So
That's
that
going to be
will
amazing.
That's
a foul.
Exactly. We are really hoping, and by we, it's just only me and everyone else, including you guys, for entertainment perspective, and for the listeners, the Arizona State fans listening, are hoping for a tight game so they can watch me sweat in real time, yell in real time. And I was making the joke, but not really joke earlier. If the game is close and like we're at like 12 minutes left in the game and you're doing wolfing down your lunch at noon, I might just have to tap out for that segment where like I just might have to like say a couple of words and sort of move on. That's what I really
What about
like.
AI Kellen? Like you could do some, so maybe it could sound like
that
you.
is a step too far. I will live with the game being on while I have to discuss other things. That's totally okay. I like to do that as well. And then for the tournament, I think more so it's looking at the games like ahead of time. Like I was talking about this out in the newsroom, like looking, okay, like I love Akron and Texas Tech. That's a matchup of two teams that are going to take a bunch of threes. But then you can look at this as a college basketball fan and break down a couple of really intriguing matchups before even the more enticing ones come in the second round and beyond. But then there's going to be this game out of nowhere where we're like, wait a minute, Kennesaw State is tied at halftime. And then you randomly get invested in this team and these characters and these people that you never even knew before. And that's really the beauty of the tournament to me. Again, like we talk about March Darlings, like Ali Faroukmanesh. Like I'm never going to forget him
that's
from
a nice
15 years ago, like 20 years ago. Sometimes it's Ali Faroukmanesh. Sometimes it's Steph Curry. Like it could be like an NBA prospect not out of nowhere like Steph was, but getting the first glimpse at stardom. And something you talked about is this is as good of a year as we've had in terms of not only star power, but the amount of freshman talent that you're going to see. Because one of these guys, whether it's Cameron Boozer, whether it's Cole Peter Braden Burries, whether it's Darius Acuff Jr., whether it's AJ DeBonsa, Darren Peterson, we're going to see two or three of these kids be absolutely electrifying throughout the entire tournament. Illinois' Keaton Wagler is another one too.
Right. And look, I was thinking about this last night as I was looking at the bracket. Caleb Wilson is not going to play for North Carolina. Other than that, the other 9 of the top 10 freshmen, and I think they're all probably going to go to the draft, they're all going to be in this tournament. And people are wondering, like, I was getting this question last night, well, what do you think freshmen are going to do in the tournament? Freshmen are more ready to play in this tournament. They've played all season long. They're not freshmen anymore. I mean, they're going to make plays. And so I think it's a great tournament from a standpoint of there's a lot of good young talent, these freshmen that are going to go. I think it's going to be the best NBA draft ever. And so I think it's just going to be fun watching these guys. And like you said, a year from now, 2 years, 3 years from now, it's not going to be maybe the main guys. It's going to be a certain guy who hit a shot like Bradley did the other night for Arizona. Like there's going to be some of those in the tournament. And like you said, that guy's just going to kind of go away. I mean, it's just – It's awesome. Let me ask you this. Mm-hmm. So have you ever, because I feel this way sometimes on a Sunday, like let's say that they have an international game at 6 a.m. and I'll watch it and then I'll watch through Sunday night and I'll basically lay in the same spot and my wife will walk by disgustedly at me with, dishes and stuff
Hearing
right there.
like you fall off
of
the couch
you
when
could,
you get up.
if you were able to, I mean, we have to work, but if you were able to, you could go Thursday to Sunday. Like 4 days in a row from morning till night. Do you ever have like a guilty feeling that you've wasted a day of your life?
Oh, never guilty, no, because I love it that much. But like it's one of those things where I don't have the Apple Watch where it tells you like steps, but like I gotta have like 500 steps over 4 days.
Minus 5 steps.
Yeah, the only
today.
Steps are like to the bathroom, to the kitchen, or to go get food. Like those are the only steps that I'm taking. Over those 4 days.
You know how much money DoorDash is going to make over the next 4 days?
Gosh,
like you're not going to go anywhere.
Places, like it's going to be completely out of this world. To focus on Arizona for a few minutes, this is of course the moment that we have been waiting for Tommy Lloyd. And just to give you some background, John, I was extremely critical of Tommy Lloyd when this team entered the Big 12 because as it turns out, their weakness in Pac-12 play and the teams that they were losing to in the tournament, when you look at Houston, when you look at getting upset by Princeton, it was the slower, more physical and methodical teams that would beat them. And now they go to the Big 12 where that's the whole story. And now they've turned into the best team in the Big 12 at doing that. And Tommy Lloyd deserves so much credit because these first couple of years, okay, some of it is Sean Miller leftovers. And then these last 2 years, okay, a lot of this is Caleb Love doing unbelievable things for this team in 2 years. And this was like his first like real unit where it was all him. And it's turned into one of the best regular season teams that Arizona has ever had. But of course, a lot of this is going to only go to a certain point until Tommy Lloyd achieves things in the tournament, because in his first year, they're upset in the Sweet 16 by Houston. In his second year, they're upset in the first round by 15th seeded Princeton. In his third year, they're upset in the Sweet 16 by Clemson again. And then last year, it was like, okay, we'll take this as far as we can go. We'll lose to number 1 Duke, and it was certainly a step in the right direction. But this is the year where no matter how magical this year was and how it feels like their year, and we accept this is the tournament, anything can happen. If he does not make it to at least the Elite Eight, this is a gigantic failure. And if there are Arizona fans who want to go as far as saying it's a gigantic failure if they don't make the Final Four, I agree with that as well. It's totally fine.
Yeah, look, I would be in the Final Four camp. I think given the draw, while it's difficult, they should beat every team that's there. They've got just about every category. I know some people, we talked about it earlier, maybe three-point shooting, maybe some depth, things like that. But they've got a bunch of different guys who can step up. If you stop this guy, Bradley is going to be there. Or you just talked about the freshman. There's been other guys step up in situations. They've been tested enough times. They've played in enough tough atmospheres. I just think that this is their year, and I would go even more, because Final Four is really, when you're Arizona, and you know this better than I do, you're blue blood. This is what you're judged on. You're not judged on Sweet 16s or Elite Eights like some programs. You're judged on Final Fours and championships, and that's where Arizona is.
Which is why I don't think we're a blue blood. And when people claim we're a blue blood, it's like we haven't been to a Final Four in a quarter century. We can't claim ourselves to be that level of program. We're not consistently in the mix for national championships, not even Final Fours, not even conference titles, like to that level as well.
Bluish blood. That's what I would call.
Yeah, we have a bluish hue.
Yes.
But not a outright blue blood. We'll see if this year changes that. If we can bring down some nets in some form or fashion, I think we're kind of back in the taking steps in the right direction. Do you want to see Daniel Tosh in Arizona? Don't miss your chance to see Daniel Tosh live at Arizona Financial Theater on Friday, November 6th. It is the Daniel Tosh My First Farewell Tour. For ticket information or to enter your name to win, go to the contest page at arizonasports.com. Up next, we've got some Diamondbacks health updates, including if we're starting to already get worried about Gabby Moreno's health. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kellen Olson, and John Lund, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I wonder if Wolf's a big roller coaster guy.
Oh, I can see him on a roller coaster.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Foreman hits a towering pop-up just behind home plate. Foul territory, first base side, and the catch is made by Moreno for a quick first out.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray. At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. It's about everything in between. And right now, we've got supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500s. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Supplier pricing for everyone on new Silverado 1500 model. See dealer for details. Must take new retail delivery by March 31st, 2026.
You bought an RV, and you got an automatic discount from Progressive by bundling it with your home or auto insurance. That's great, but a serious word of warning every RVer should heed. You don't need to talk about things like dry weight or dump stations. And you don't need one of those expensive water filter straws either. Because the most extreme thing most RVers encounter is a campsite without hookups. So just enjoy yourself. And Progressive's automatic discount when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Annie's first oil change wasn't as hard as she thought because she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped her find the right oil and save on an oil filter. He explained the job and showed her free how-tos on AutoZone.com. When she was done, AutoZone recycled her old oil for free. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechanger.com.
I'm Dan Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, millions of people called us for representation. Why? Because trust grows when you win, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion and counting. When you call America's largest injury law firm, you're calling a family. You're calling an army, our army. You're calling somebody who will fight for you. Injured? Let our family fight for your family. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
If you don't have gas in your home, but something doesn't smell good.
Ew, what's that smell?
If it smells like rotten eggs, there could be a leak in your neighborhood.
Now what do I do?
If you suspect a leak, move fast, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
From a safe location. But I don't have natural gas in my home.
Gas lines are buried all around, so even if you don't have gas.
I know, call 911 and Southwest Gas.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. Can the Suns get back in the win column in Beantown? We'll explore that and a lot more starting at 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey there, it's the Wolf and Luke Show. Hope you're enjoying your Monday afternoon. We sure are. It's Kellen Olson, John Lund, filling in for Wolf and Luke. We'll be with you for the next 3 segments, and then some line changes happening throughout the week on our show. Wolf back Wednesday, Luke back next week. Don't worry, Rick and Jamal still here, putting in the work. Putting in some recent work as well. Torey Lovello just speaking about an hour ago, the Diamondbacks manager, on a bevy of subjects that have been relevant recently, namely the health of Gabriel Moreno. Here's the update from Skipper again just a few hours ago.
Gabby is starting to feel much better. He'll get out there and start to throw a ball, get back into a throwing program at some point next week. Pavin is scheduled to do much of the same, get back into the lineup at some point next week, whether it's Wednesday or Thursday, I don't know. Who else am I missing?
Did you say Moreno would start a throwing program next week, or get back on the field?
Get back on the field. Get back on the field and get a baseball in his hand. He hasn't thrown a baseball in a couple of days, but we know that he's been doing that recently, as of 3 or 4 days ago, since we reported this to you guys. So it's not going to be a major thing. It's just going to get back into the throwing program. It's not going to be a big ramp up.
So he'll be ready for opening day.
We feel very strongly he's going to be ready for opening day. Yes. Yes.
Shout out to our listeners in Surprise, by the way. Hello, Surprise. That point of clarification there, John, at the end, very important, because Gabby is a guy where you look at him defensively, he has established himself as one of the premier defensive catchers in baseball. The exciting part about Gabby, and while there's like specific trends where like he's extremely pull heavy and may have unlocked some things there last year, but whenever he has started to piece some things together at the plate, he has had not a significant injury, I'll phrase it as, but has missed multiple weeks at a time. So whenever injuries come up for Gabby, you start to get nervous, and it sounds like everything is A-okay here.
Yeah, and look, I'm not questioning whether Torey's telling the truth, but when he was asked direct questions, he still kind of did a bit of a tap dance around things. When your manager kind of forgets the injury report this early, I mean, we're not even in the season yet, and he's like, what else am I forgetting? Like, that's not a good sign. We're off to this whole thing of, Gabby and pitchers and Kelly and Gurriel and all these. it makes you a little bit nervous as a fan. You know this because you've been through so many seasons. It's like you're starting this early. Does it become a trend? That's what you're hoping to avoid.
With Gabby and the numbers, some more of what I'm speaking of specifically, if you look at the 2024 season and you go to the month of July before he would only play 4 games in August and then not return till mid-September, Gabby had an 864 OPS in the month of July, had gotten his number all the way up to 716, which isn't saying much, but he was getting back on the right track at the plate. And then he gets hurt. Similar thing happened again last year towards more the end of the year. Well, a similar part of the year as well in May. 931 OPS for Gabby, and then it's just a handful of games into June. Then he misses over 2 months. So this has been the story for Gabby where he starts to piece some things together offensively, then gets hurt. The good news, I'll say, John, is that in the month of September last year, Gabby an 844 OPS in August. So he ended the year strong and got the number way more back on track, a career high 786 OPS for a guy who is not going to hit 30 homers in a season. Maybe he's not going to be like a 25, 30, 35 double guy, but is a good hitter, and I think they're going to need him in the back half of that. Okay, some more news and notes if you want to get Tori Lavello's thoughts on the World Baseball Classic yesterday and Geraldo Perdomo's final at-bat. Here is Tori.
I was with my family, and I made the comment that Mason Miller ended our season last year. He was the one that closed out the game that eliminated us, and I know Jerry remembers that. He remembers stuff, and he's very motivated. Now he's playing for his home country, and I'm sure he was digging in for a lot of different reasons and remembering how effective Miller has been. It was an unbelievable at-bat. I think the one pitch he was a little bit upset that he gave away was the 1-1 fastball that was down out over. He wasn't sitting in that location, so he checked off of it. So that's a positive. You can't swing at the pitch you cannot swing at the pitch you don't look for. But he felt like he was engaged. He was gonna have an approach. It was gonna counterpunch him, and he was gonna put the ball in play or walk. So I've seen it. I'm guessing 1,800 to 2,000 times, just a rough guess for how many of his at-bats that I watched, and I knew that he was going to have a productive at-bat, which he did, because he walked. That's how the at-bat should have ended up.
Jesse, very excited that he said actually productive at-bat, which could be Geraldo Perdomo's nickname. He's got a few, but Geraldo productive at-bat Perdomo doesn't have a great ring to it.
Yeah, when we were sitting next to each other at opening day last year, Kellen, you said he's going to have a productive at-bat like every time he came up. And so every time that Geraldo Perdomo comes to the plate now, I say that he's going to have a productive at-bat, and it usually happens.
It was an 8-pitch at-bat, like he said. You have the expectation now that especially in clutch moments where Geraldo Perdomo was really great last year as well, he is going to find a way to impact it in that way, whether it's getting it to 8, 9, 10 pitches, whether it's putting the ball in play, or whether it's walking like he should have in that at-bat. Something else we talked about, too, was the fact that when you saw a ground ball hit up the middle to the Dominican Republic's infield, and the fact that the Diamondbacks shortstop and the Diamondbacks second baseman was there, pretty darn cool. Here's Tori on that experience of seeing Perdomo and Cattell in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, I loved it. I was proud of it, and that's what I told him. I said, your whole country's proud of you. You got a facility full of people that were watching, and you did everything right. You guys are all amazing. You're right. I think that Marte is ours. I look at him as a D-back. I know he was developed early on until 19 years old, I think, as a Mariner, but he's been here for 10 plus years. So, we look at that group as those two guys as D-backs, and when they were turning double plays, and it's like they were in the backyard playing as 10, 11-year-olds. That's the feeling I had. Like, you were just having fun out there, and it looked great, and they're ours. And I was really, really proud of the guys.
Felt like we just got like a blink of it. I wanted to see so much more of them playing together in that degree. Even if we already get to see them play together all year, it was different in a way.
Yeah, I wish they could add a series of that whole thing, because if people don't know the lineup, I mean, I'm trying to do this off my head, but obviously the up the middle was the Diamondbacks, but you had Vlad Jr. at first base, and you had Manny Machado at third, and you had Juan Soto at left, and Julio Rodriguez in center, and Caminero was the one who hit the home run off Skeens. I mean, just the lineup for both sides and the amount of energy that was in Miami. And it's unfortunate how it ended, but that's how baseball goes. They've already changed that with the way that balls and strikes are going to be called now. But I mean, that was just an awesome game. I mean, it really was.
Remarkable.
And to have this week, and just kind of, I'm going to harken back real quick to this week. So, look, I don't care if it's just playing on Tuesday. I love it because it's college basketball and somebody goes home. And then you got the World Baseball Classic on Tuesday, and then you get a reprieve. So, if you got anything to do it on Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Like, this is just, if you're a sports fan, ridiculous, because we're either going to get, the U.S. is either going to get another shot at Italy, or Venezuela's got a lot of great players on that team. I mean, it's just going to be a cool week.
And something that the Diamondbacks are going to have to deal with here over the next week is the increased heat in the Valley. Yes, like the increased heat in the Valley, if that was even a real thing, it's actually happening. If you're on the video feed and you see me not in a sweatshirt, that's why, because it's 95 degrees out in mid-March already, and we're facing a 6th or 7th month summer. That's awesome, but they're having to adjust as well. We don't have time to play you the cuts, but stay tuned for Burns and Gambo, Wolf and Luke tomorrow. More from Tori on how it's affecting their spring training scheduling, if you will, that they're going to have to go into these night games because it's so freaking hot. I do want to play one more cut here before we go to break, though, because with Cattell and Geraldo Perdomo and Carlos Santana being done, here is Lovello on those WBC players now coming back into the fold.
With regards to the WBC players coming back, I've had a chance to talk to the Dominican players, the Dominican group, Santana, Marte, and Perdomo. They're all going to be traveling back here today or tomorrow, ready for getting on the field on Wednesday. I had a nice conversation with Perdomo, and in a very professional way, much like Albert was saying. You know, the umpires do their best. They did what they could possibly do throughout the course of the entire tournament. And even though it looked like a ball and it could have been a ball, it's part of baseball. So it doesn't surprise me that Jerry reacted that way. It doesn't surprise me that the manager reacted that way, and that's what's coming out of Team DR. But we all saw it. We're all frustrated by it, and that group made us extremely proud, and that's what I expressed to Jerry.
It's really exciting stuff to see all the way around. Could the Cardinals shock the world and draft a quarterback at number 3? Oh boy, we'll discuss next. It's Wolf and Luke, Kel Nelson, John Lund filling in.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Green getting grabbed by R.J. Barrett on the perimeter, able to get through it. 5 on the shot clock. Green still on the dribble. Crosses over on Barrett. Step back 3 on the way. He got it again. How about Jalen Green feeling it right now as he flexes going into the backcourt with 34 points on the night.
Suns at the Celtics. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30. 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Think about this. In 2006, $20,000 equaled roughly 33 ounces of gold at the spot price. At today's prices, those 33 ounces would be worth over $150,000. Smart Americans diversify a portion of their savings into precious metals. That's why I buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's a crucial part of my balanced strategy. Gives me peace of mind given all the events that could impact the U.S. economy. See if holding gold in a tax-sheltered retirement account is right for you too. Birch Gold can help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold. Just text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 to receive your free info kit on gold. There's no obligation, just useful information. With an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and tens of thousands of happy customers, let Birch Gold help you diversify with gold. Now that's peace of mind. Text Dan to 989898. Again, text my name, Dan, to the number 989898 today. Message and data rates apply.
Heart issues don't always come with warning signs. That's why early detection matters. It's Gambo for Lifeguard Imaging. Right now, you and someone you love can each get a coronary artery heart scan for just $69 combined, saving over $1,000. In only 3 minutes, you'll learn your risk of heart disease before small problems become serious. Quick, comfortable, no claustrophobic tubes. Do it for yourself, do it for each other. shoulder, do it today. Text SCAN to 620-620. It could save your life.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Have you heard about refractive lens exchange? K2 Vision RLE means no glasses, no contacts, and no readers permanently. And you'll never develop a cataract. After 150,000 procedures, our team has the experience to tell you if it's your right time for K2 Vision RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult now at k2visionrle.com and enjoy life with no readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The fields for the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments were announced yesterday. Arizona men's basketball is the 1 seed in the West region. The Wildcats will take on Long Island in San Diego on Friday. Arizona State women's basketball is in the first four and will face Virginia in Iowa City on Thursday. If the Sun Devils win, they will take on Georgia in the round of 64 on Saturday. The Phoenix Suns have a big one tonight in Boston against the Celtics. Tip-off is at 4:30. Pre-game coverage begins at 3:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And the D-backs are currently playing the Cincinnati Reds at Salt River Fields. It is 1-0 D-backs at the end of the first inning. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. It's tournament time. Catch the madness at Talking Stick Resort March 19th and 20th starting at 10 a.m. Massive screens, food and drink specials, and nonstop hoops action.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Unbelievable work from ESPN. Why is NFL Live talking about the James Harrison 100-yard return? I don't know. Is it the anniversary or something? I don't think so.
No. You guys are watching it in there. What's the context of it?
Chase Daniel
we have it on mute, so I don't know.
I don't know, but
They literally just showed it.
Last summer, I was flying out somewhere, and you're just watching the airport TV where they show random stuff. They showed that play, and I was like, I'm not safe in the airport?
I almost just called my dad and started crying to him again.
Oh my gosh.
That's what happened when the game actually happened.
That might be like, if you think about like the lowest low, like in-game feeling, and the highest high, like when the seas part for Fitz, that's maybe like the highest high you felt non-Diamondbacks World Series run. And then like the lowest low, like the Harrison thing was just like, oh, we're going to lose this game 100%. Like you don't win games when that kind of thing
By the way, didn't you just say you almost kicked James Harrison's butt on a plane?
Well, okay, no, I did see him on a plane one time, and I thought about, kind of giving him one of those, like kind of making him flinch, and then I looked at him again, and I used my brain. I said, well, I don't have too many escape strategies.
Yeah, you're in a tube. He would have killed you.
Yeah, I would have just thrown a bunch of people in front of me and tried to block him off.
Yeah, like even like this late into his like post-playing career, that is like still all-time like dark alley. No, thank you. That's a very bad individual. Speaking of torturous Cardinals moments and potentially torturous Cardinals moments, could they take Ty Simpson third overall? in the NFL draft. Jamal was not excited with hearing that proposition. John, you had this come up as hypothetical.
Well,
somewhere?
there was, I saw it over the weekend that a bunch of outlets were saying that the Cardinals like Ty Simpson, which there's two ways to look at this. I thought they cleared their decks. I would think that they cleared their decks at quarterback to look at 2027, which I don't have an issue with. I just don't like who they got to get to 2027. I don't like the bridge. It's got problems with it. If it's Ty Simpson, I have a totally different thought because he just hasn't played enough, and it's been proven time and time again that the more starts you have, the better your opportunity is. There is no minor league really in the NFL. You don't get opportunities to try to learn this game on the fly. That's why so many guys. I mean, look, the NFL is terrible at developing quarterbacks. I wish they had a league in which they could play some minor league ball, and then you wouldn't be so worried. But to me, by the very nature that Ty Simpson at the second part of the season when the schedule started to get tough did not play well for Alabama. And there's a lot of people thinking again, mock drafts mean nothing, but there's a lot of people talking about it. Then all these mock drafts are putting him at the, where they get back into picking at 28 and picking him again. I just don't like it. Now, if he's on the Rams and you're behind Matthew Stafford and you get a few years with Sean McVay, I think that's his best case scenario. But I know what's going to happen with the Cardinals. They're not going to win it. They're not going to be winning. Brissett's going to just be okay. Minshew's going to not be okay. And then they're going to throw the guy in there. So they could have the best of intentions. But I think eventually on a team like the Cardinals or the Jets or somewhere like that, or the Browns, somebody who could take him like that, he's eventually going to play his first year. He's not going to be ready. He's going to lose confidence, and he's going to wash out.
To speak on a couple, I have a couple of thoughts on this. The first one being when we're talking about the idea of maybe him not going 3 overall. That's a bit insane to me. But the legitimate thought and the legitimate experience that we have in the past of seeing a quarterback grouping, whether it's 1, whether it's 3, whether it's 4 quarterbacks that are slated to go in the top 10 or 15 picks, it's okay, that next quarterback is a team that still wants a quarterback going to get desperate and move up for that guy. This is what I've coined the Ponder paradigm, which is when Christian Ponder was not even projected to be a first-round pick back in 2011. Cam Newton goes first overall to Carolina. Jake Locker goes 8th to Tennessee. And then 10th, is Jacksonville, Blaine Gabbert. Maybe Minnesota's sitting there thinking okay, we're going to get Locker or Gabbert. At worst, they're both gone. Oh God, what do? We need a quarterback. We built up all of our free agency, all this kind of stuff to go get a quarterback. And then they take Christian Ponder 12th overall. That did not work out, to say the least. So that's the type of thing that certainly can happen. Now, I think that teams have generally gotten more patient with this approach over the last handful of years, and more so the more commonality that we see is guys slipping. If Ty Simpson falls out of the first 2 rounds, I wouldn't be shocked because we've seen that type of plummet from a quarterback. But if we only did see the amount of quarterbacks, it's 1. It's Fernando Mendoza's going first overall, and then after that, it's going to be Ty Simpson at some point. But could we see him really take a tank on his draft stock? I think the only way this makes sense for the Cardinals to do, even at pick 34, I'm not even talking about trading up into the first round to get Ty Simpson. I'm talking about taking him at a reasonable spot at 34, is that you pretty much don't do some Tyler shucking of this. And what I mean by that is let's say Jacoby Brissett comes in, 8 or 9 games, he's Jacoby Brissett. Simpson comes in, takes over the back half of the year. All of a sudden, he wins 2 games he shouldn't. He's looking halfway decent. You're okay, maybe, and you're saying maybe a lot. Maybe this guy's our franchise quarterback, and you have the 4th overall pick, and you don't take the quarterback that's there. That's not what I want to see happen. If you take a young quarterback in this draft, it cannot be the reason you pass up on one of the top prospects next year, because all those guys that would be around if the Cardinals were to pick a quarterback in the first 5 or 6 picks next year are such better prospects than what Ty Simpson is right now.
Yeah, and look, it comes down to me, and I watch an inordinate amount of college football, but I'm not saying I'm a scout because, look, even the pros, they're less than 50-50 in picking quarterbacks in the first round, so we don't know. The second half turns you off of them, but also it's just the amount of games started. I mean, you can go back to, Mark Sanchez at SC, Trey Lance with the 49ers. It's proven, and Bill Parcells was the first one to actually coin it, X amount of games started, but you can even use Brock Purdy, who's from around here. I mean, everyone wonders how he did what he did. Well, he started 4 years at Iowa State. There is no minor league system. If there were, and there was an opportunity to go down to a G League or the minor leagues in baseball or whatever, and I think one of the glaring holes, and the NFL does just about everything perfect, but the glaring hole they have is they need some sort of minor league system because there's no way to get reps. They're not good enough in the preseason. It's not good enough to have it in practice. You need to see live bullets, and there's no way for a quarterback to develop. So once you get them out of college, not saying they're a finished product, But then, like I said, this is where the Rams would have the advantage, 2 years behind Matthew Stafford. You've got Sean McVay. So the difference between Simpson, I think it's this simple. If the Jets take him with their second first-round pick, if the Browns take him with their second first-round pick, if the Cardinals take him in the top of the second round, there's no way to develop for any of those teams. You're generally in a bad situation. You don't have great management. You don't have great – it's not – I mean, just the league all the way around, it's not easy to develop quarterbacks. So what do? I think what you said is right, because if you take a guy in the second round, it doesn't preclude you from taking one in the first round. It's just when you're the Cardinals and you have such a talent deficit, you should be taking David Bailey at 3 and an offensive tackle in the second round, and you're taking a flyer on Ty Simpson that probably is not going to work.
And the overwhelming expectation with him here as well is that because he was just a one-year starter, this is going to take time for him. So that might even be an audacious thought for me, that he can come in and start in the back half of his first season. He might sit out an entire full season. And if he does that, you're just the same football team that we were expecting you to be already, and you're going to be terrible, and you're probably going to draft another quarterback anyway, and you didn't even get to see Ty Simpson throw a football with any significance in the regular season. So it doesn't really add up to me. I wouldn't be surprised if it happened, but I wouldn't be surprised by it happening. Attention Diamondbacks fans, we're giving away 4 packs to the first 2 home games of the season. Just text the word opener to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to either the March 30th or March 31st game. Again, text opener to 620-620. What do the Suns need to do to beat the Celtics? We'll discuss next and wrap up Wolf and Luke. Kellen Olson and John Lund filling in here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Gardner Minshew was signed to be the backup quarterback to Jacoby Brissett. I do think in the absence of a deal for Malik Willis, I'm not sure what other options you had. Look, I was all in on Malik Willis, but if you tell me you can't get Malik, I'm all on board keeping Jacoby Brissett because I don't like what else is out there. What are you, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins, Geno Smith? Like, I don't think there was a good option. Just bring back Jacoby and give yourself a chance next year to go get one of those studs in the draft.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Oh, here's the secret to a fast, smooth move in Phoenix and the East Valley. Moving Team 6. They know the city and all of Arizona inside and out, which means smoother routes, faster moves, and less stress. Their brand new Mesa facility serves the East Valley with the same trusted services, local or long-distance moves, residential or commercial, professional packing, and secure climate-controlled storage. I also love how they support veterans, giving them real jobs and proper training. Every crew member is a full-time, experienced, and ready to get the job done right, licensed, insured, and fully equipped dude. When they move you, it's clear. They take pride in their work, efficient, professional, on time, and careful with every belonging. They don't consider the job done until it's done right. Over 25,000 moves completed, 15-plus years in business, and still family-owned and operated. For a stress-free move you can trust, go to MovingTeam6.com. That's MovingTeam6.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payment payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models. Must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
Running a home service business in Arizona is a grind. Long days, emergency calls, nonstop crews. The last thing you need is marketing becoming another job. That's where Blue Aspen Marketing comes in. They're a local team that learns your business and handles the SEO, PPC, and website work that brings in real customers, not just clicks. And right now, receive a free growth audit to see what's working and where you can grow. Visit blueaspenmarketing.com to schedule your free growth audit.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you know what's better than buying a new television from my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance? Buying one and getting one free. And that's exactly what you'll get through the end of March. Purchase any 75-inch Samsung QLED or OLED television or larger, you will get a 43-inch Samsung television for free. Take advantage of this great offer by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, wrapping up our Wolf and Luke show here. Been having so much fun filling in with John Lund. I am Kellen Olson. John will be back here tomorrow with Mitch from 10 to 2. Then John will be back here with a returning Ron Wolfley on Wednesday. It'll be Paulie and Wolf on Thursday. And then Mitch and I doing an Arizona Sports at Night edition of Arizona Sports at Day on Friday. Really looking forward to that show. I'm not kidding, even though Arizona will be playing at it, and you'll see a lot of my anxiety live on the YouTube feed and everywhere else with all of my yelling at the complaining at the officiating and the shot selection and all that kind of stuff. We're going to have the tournament happening during our shows on Thursday and Friday, so we'll be sure to give you the live reactions and all of the know-how within that. But we've got a Suns game to get ready for. The Suns are in Boston. They're halfway through their 6-game road trip. They began it with wins over Milwaukee and Indiana before falling to Toronto on the second game of back-to-back on Friday. And now they are in Boston taking on the Celtics, 4:30 p.m. Tip time, 3:30 p.m. coverage. That's when it begins here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. I'll be tagging in with Mitch and Bernsey and Gambo as well. And we've got our little segment here to go through a key for each game. I'm going to go a little more niche here, John, but there's a player that I've always highlighted with this matchup who's been a big problem for other teams in containing with his consistency. Your own Utah State guy. I'm going to Mish Queta here.
Oh, look at that.
Of the Boston Celtics. One of the most improved players in the league. I think should honestly win most improved player because the award will go to Jalen Duren or Jalen Johnson. One of these top 10 picks, top lottery picks that, you know, gets dramatically better like they're supposed to. Queta was a mid-second round pick by Sacramento in 2021, bounced around the league for 4 years, didn't really hold a role until last year with Boston, and now he's straight up one of the better centers in the league. And why I bring him up is because legitimate center size, legitimate center length. We've seen Oso Ighodaro try to deal with some of these matchups while Mark Williams is out, and while Nikola Vucevic is out for Boston as well. Queta is a handful. They're not going to feed him the rock in the post, nothing like that, but he's going to do all of the little things that teams want their center to do. He's really an excellent basketball player. I really do mean that when I say that, and they're going to have their hands full with him down low, like they did even when Mark Williams was playing in that game against Boston earlier this year.
That is a good call, by the way. The Utah State University, Harvard of the West, if you didn't hear that a little bit earlier. But what I'm looking at is, and look, I'm almost to the point where shouldn't do this because there's probably not a big enough sample size, but I'm going to assume for a minute that Jalen Green and Book play well again tonight together, which puts it on the other end of the court. And you and I actually started the show with this, which is defensively and especially getting to the rim. I think without Mark Williams, and you just mentioned the center for the Celtics, but more so, Jaylen Brown can get to the rim if he wants to. I think Jason Tatum with his – if he's struggling away because of the numbers are really good, but getting to the rim, doing those kind of things. I think Boston, clearly, they're one of the best coach teams. They're one of the best organizations. in all of basketball. They're not going to miss anything, and they're going to attack the paint. That's what they're going to do, and the Suns have to be up to the task. So they're not going to be stupid. They're not going to jack a bunch of threes. They're going to play within what the scouting report is, which is attack the basket against the Suns until further notice.
And their lack of on-ball defense, for sure. This is a really fascinating rematch because when this team was in Phoenix, Boston won 97-81. If you remember the offensive woes, especially when Devin Booker was out. We did not have Jaylen Brown play in that game. Obviously, there was no Jason Tatum in that game either, and then Book was out as well. Jalen Green, in terms of the heavy hitters, was really the only guy to play, and Jalen really struggled. He had 13 points on 5 of 18 shooting with 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 turnover in that game. Colin Gillespie and Grayson Allen both tried their best. 15 points for Colin. He was 6 of 11. He was efficient. Grayson was not. He was 2 of 12 from the field. Did get to the line a bunch, though. Was 9 of 10 from there. So to your point, John, this is just, you can look at like previous tape and look at previous matchups, like how Queta, to my point, had 14 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, and 2 blocks in that game and was plus 29. But this is just a completely different dynamic. And the thing that has happened that we kind of saw happen for the Suns in some aspects, John, was Jalen Green misses the first half of the year, basically, which completely allows Dylan Brooks to explore the game that he wanted to play for this team, because going into the year, we would have said Jalen Green is your number 2 option. Instead, it turned into Dylan Brooks. And look, it probably should be Dylan Brooks the rest of the year because he's been fantastic in that role when healthy. Jaylen Brown had already achieved a whole lot in his Boston Celtics career, but he legitimately looked the part of an MVP candidate before Jason Tatum comes back. And the beauty of Jason Tatum is he can be a gap guy. He comes in and he's your number 1. He's your alpha in many senses. But if you need him to just be a rebounding playmaker who plays really hard on defense and hits open threes, he'll do that too. So I'm really excited. This will be my first time watching them with those two back together in the fold with the changes in their game right now.
Well, and you know, from an organizational standpoint, they're the team because Brad Stevens gets kicked upstairs. Joe Mazzulla takes over. They're just a model franchise. And if you look at it, it's not exactly right, but when Jason Tatum went down, I think everybody thought Boston was just going to go to the bottom of the East, kind of like when Tyrese Halliburton went down for Indiana. But so to me, and I'm a little bit perplexed by it only because Boston's a major market. The Celtics are a marquee team. I think Jaylen Brown should be getting more love for MVP. It's going to be SGA. It could be Victor Wembanyama. It could be, I doubt it's going to be Jokic. But, you know, there hasn't been a lot of talk with him. But for them to do what they've done, and now what happens when you get Tatum back, all these other guys, like you just mentioned, have stepped up in roles, and now they've got this team that I didn't think they could win the East, but now that Tatum's coming back playing the way that he is, who knows?
I think a minor subplot to watch here is Kaman Malawach and how much the Suns further embrace small ball. No Nikola Vucevic, so I assume Boston is going to spend some time playing small. That's what Toronto does as well. And Malawach only played 4 minutes in the loss to Toronto on Friday. He had previously played 14 against Indiana and 15 against Milwaukee. His minutes, for the most part, have been impactful, but the thing that can happen for him in these stretches, like it did against Toronto, to be honest, is, okay, like 3 mistakes in 90 seconds, and all of a sudden you really need to be impactful elsewhere to sort of make up for that. So now with the emergence of Rasheer Fleming and Haywood Highsmith becoming consistent, is this more of what we're going to see now while Mark Williams gets healthy and Kaman starts to fade out of the rotation a little bit? Or is this just a game-to-game scenario with these two matchups? I'm really fascinated to always watch the growth of these youngsters, but how their roles change throughout the year.
Well, at this time of the year, I know fans always scream for Malawach, but this isn't the time. They're not in a learning process right now. You mentioned this earlier. There's 15 games left in the season, and you can't wait to pull plugs or change rotations or whatever. Fleming's earned his spot. There's no doubt about that. But you're not at the point where you're teaching guys or learning. You're going through things. You just mentioned the 3 mistakes. You make a couple of mistakes, a wrong rotation, you know, you're going to be out of the game as a young player because they can't afford it, and especially tonight. You can get blown out by Boston easy tonight like you did the first time around. San Antonio the same kind of way. Early in the game is going to dictate how you're going to stay in this game or whether you're going to get blown out early, and that's what happened here when Boston came here.
We'll see if Devin Booker can keep it rolling. We, of course, know in Boston he has had some really memorable performances, most notably 70 points, but he's also always played very well in not only that building, but just buildings that hold like basketball significance historically. He always does well in the Garden. He also does very well in the Madison Square Garden itself. Detroit, New Orleans, these places that he has a closer connection to. 27 points or more in 6 straight games for Book. He's averaging 30 a game right now in the month of March, including that 43-point brilliant performance against Indiana as well. Curious to see who guards him because Derek White was the guy that was really hassling Grayson Allen, actually, of all people, in the matchup here. Will he be taking on the Devin Booker side? Because Derek White is we talk about how underrated he is all the time, so I feel like he's properly rated. Right. But then there's all this Jaylen Brown talk, and I'm like, well, like I'm not saying Derek White should be MVP, but he's pretty darn good at basketball and is just one of the best defenders in the league.
No, he's the second best player in the team that was doing what they were doing, and then Peyton Pritchard has stepped up, other guys like that. But, yeah, he's not underrated anymore because he's one of the better two-way players. And so, look, I think they got to win one of these two games, either tonight or San Antonio, and then the big one comes up for positioning in the West on Thursday against Minnesota.
Again, that'll be coverage beginning here at 3:30 p.m. Burns and Gambo will take you through 6 segments of their lovely program. Then they'll stick around with Mitch Vareldis to have Here Come the Suns, and then our coverage from Boston will begin at 4 o'clock. Again, thanks to John Lund for filling in with me the last 2 days. Been a delight. Thanks to you two behind the glass, Jamal and Jesse. Had a lot of fun, guys. Appreciate all your help throughout the last 2 days. And again, thank you for listening to the program as well. Plenty coming throughout the rest of the week. Again, Wolf is back on Wednesday. Luke will be here at the start of next week. Until then, you'll have Mitch and John tomorrow at 10 a.m. on Wolf and Luke. Have a good rest of your afternoon. Listen to Burns and Gambo and Suns coverage coming up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports April 11th in Tempe for the 22nd annual Pats Run presented by Tech Systems. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run presented by Shields and Phoenix Children's Hospital. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. After the run, it's the Tillman Tailgate presented by Gila River Resorts and Casinos. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, everybody. Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, Liberty GMC makes service simple. What can customers expect?
What's up, Dave? We're making it easy to win. Drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. and we'll have you back on the road by the next morning. Plus, mention this ad and receive $25 off any oil change. And when you buy 3 tires, you always get 1 free.
And don't forget, you can also lease a 2026 GMC Terrain for just $239 a month for 36 months. Schedule your service. Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com and start saving.
Hey, it's time to find that F-Series truck you want at a price you can't afford to miss because it is Ford Truck Month. Yep, and Ford Truck Month is about the only way that America's best-selling line of trucks for 49 years running gets better. Ford Truck Month at our Desert Ford dealers. Hey, Paul Calvise here. Man, we wait all year for these amazing offers. The Ford F-150. America counts on it. We get to drive it. And that's not all we get. Check out these savings. How about 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. We're talking on the job site, hauling the family camper, off-roading. F-150 trucks are icons of muscle and performance. And again, during Ford Truck Month, get 0% APR for 60 months with 0 down, 0 payments for up to 90 days, plus $1,000 in truck month cash on a 2025 Ford F-150. But it all ends March 31st. Just click buyfordnow.com.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The fields for the men's and women's NCAA basketball tournaments were announced yesterday. Arizona men's basketball is the 1 seed in the West region. The Wildcats will take on Long Island and San Diego on Friday. Arizona State women's basketball is in the first four and will face Virginia in Iowa City on Thursday. The Phoenix Suns have a big one tonight in Boston against the Celtics. Tip-off is at 4:30 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Diamondbacks are currently hosting the Cincinnati Reds in a Cactus League matchup. It is 1-0 in the middle of the third inning with the D-backs on top. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at k2visionrle.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo.
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing over there? We good?
I'm doing good. I'm good. Do better than Geraldo Perdomo.
Yeah, better.
Yeah, better
than Geraldo Perdomo. God, that was such a bad call.
It's such a bad call.
Such a bad call.
Yeah.
I mean, I know USA, and all that.
I wanted USA to win, but man,
of course. I mean, but geez,
Perdomo doesn't. He's the best in the game at taking pitches and working the count, and he's not going to swing at a bad pitch. It was a ball.
I get it. You're not always going to get it right. You can't get it that wrong. You just can't. And not in a moment like that. You can't get it that wrong.
Just
so
I felt bad for him. I actually felt happy USA won, though.
Yeah, I felt bad that it ended that way. And of course, good luck to your fighting Italians tonight.
It's gonna be tough tonight. It's gonna be tough.
Venezuela. It's gonna be.
We got a puncher's chance.
Sure.
You know, we made it to Miami. We're there.
Haven't lost yet, right?
Yes.
Haven't lost a game yet.
I got a message from my cousin on it. I'll just tell you what he said.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what he said. He says, in Italia, nessuno guarda il baseball. In Italy, no one watches baseball. I'm like sending him all these pictures. I'm so excited.
Well, isn't that?
Yes. In Italia, nessuno guarda il baseball. In Italy, nobody watches baseball.
National pride at its finest.
Yes. He's like, I don't care. Stop sending me this stuff.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
care.
all excited. It just stops. I know, but we don't watch it. We don't care.
Bunch of dudes who are born in Ohio who are playing for Italy. We don't really care.
Yeah.
It's not that big of a deal.
The last time I went to Italy to see this cousin, we brought baseball gloves, me and Quentin, and we gave him one. And he took a left-handed glove and he put it on his right hand. He didn't even know how to put a glove on. It's true.
Let's weigh in on our top story of the day here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Long rebound taken by Quickly. He's going to bring it in the forecourt, and this is going to do it. Quickly to the rim for the easy deuce. 122 to 115 as Royce O'Neal throws the long inbounds pass. The last shot from Green is no good, and the Raptors win it tonight. 122 to 115, the final at Scotiabank Arena. They come from down 11 to knock off the Suns and end Phoenix's 4-game win streak.
That's the last time we saw the Suns play. That was on Friday night against Toronto. They're back at it tonight against Boston, the first night of a brutal back-to-back for the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, they got that Tatum guy back.
Yeah, I've heard he's pretty good.
Yeah.
And then they're in Minnesota tomorrow in what's going to end up being a very, very big game. But the loss against the Toronto Raptors for the Suns was a tough one to take because that was about a 10-point lead with about 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, and they just fell apart.
It was a disaster watching the game. Because you could just see that, okay, we want to play small, And it was like, okay, that burns you in that game. It burns you. Oso got into the game, and I was charting all of this. And, you know, they start off with a small lineup. Then they bring Oso in the game. Oso misses 2 free throws, and they pull him out of the game. He misses 2 free throws. Like, he was barely out there for 3 minutes, and they decided to go small again. But they got buried by it. They just got buried by it. Like, Jalen Green was doing a great job in that fourth quarter. They seemed to be comfortably in front of the game. They seemed to be like, okay, they got this. You know, they were ahead by 10. They were ahead 100 to 90. They were ahead 105 to 95. And then all of a sudden, it just went, they couldn't score. They couldn't get a stop. R.J. Barrett hits a 3. They get a block shot. They come down. They score again. Royce misses a three. RJ drives the lane. The Raptors are up 112-110. Book misses a three. Ingram hits a mid-range shot. How good was Ingram in that game?
He was fantastic.
Wow, they could not stop Brandon Ingram. And all of a sudden, the game got away from him. Just like that, it's like you're in complete control of the game. And then in just a little bit of a few minutes spurt, it was gone. It was gone.
Jordan Knott, after the game, talked about what went wrong in the fourth.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out. It's always in between. You watch the film, it's in between. Shot making, they're in. Are they amp their physicality up? It's always somewhere in between. Anyone can look at the box score and see it wasn't good enough. They won't, we were good enough for 3 quarters, and it just, BI got going. It's the NBA.
It was not a great Devin Booker game, even though he had 31 points on 10 of 20 shooting. He had no assists. He had 5 turnovers. The first time, I got this note from Kellen, the first time he has played in a full game and finished with no assists, you have to go back to November of 2021. The last time he had a full game with no assists and 5 or more turnovers, you have to go back to the dark years, 2017, when this team was no good. It was a lot of Book. It was a lot of Book forcing it. There wasn't a lot of sharing. He was responsible for, I think, 2 of those turnovers in the fourth quarter of that game. Probably should have gotten Green involved more.
Yeah.
Colin Gillespie, has vanished in the last 2 games. The ball movement has vanished in the last couple of games. Don't get me wrong. It's great that Book is scoring, and it's great that Green is scoring. But I don't know. My eyes are kind of telling me I'm watching a basketball team that has become really ultra-dependent on those 2 guys to score. And they've kind of lost their way on what made them special, and that's moving the ball, sharing the ball, finding the open guy. It's a lot of just those 2 guys going one-on-one. When Colin Gillespie is, 4 points for the game, and he was just as bad against the Indiana Pacers, that's a problem. I don't think that's the Suns at their best, Gambo.
No, it's not. They pulled him out of the game with 7:37 left. That's when they started to go a little bit bigger, and they brought Oso back into the game. But then, you want to get his ball handling back in, so, he comes back in. But if he's not making shots and he's not getting them easy baskets, then everything became really hard. And sometimes they just kind of settle. At the 6:05 mark, Allen came back in for Gillespie because it's just not working, right? It just wasn't working. And so they're trying to figure out, how do we get some easy baskets? And the ball movement in that fourth quarter was stagnant. It wasn't going anywhere. They were just forcing shots. Royce forcing 3-pointers. And, it was a Book that had that. Jalen. Jalen had that shot block that it went down the other end and scored. Like, wow. Okay, they were flying. The Raptors were they had an 8-0 run. I think it was part of like a 23-5 run or something like that, where they just took complete control of the game. We always talk about how the Suns are able to wear down opponents. Well, they got worn down in this one.
Yeah.
It was the exact opposite of what we had been seeing lately. Instead of them wearing down their opponent, they got worn down in this game.
Yeah, I just think they're better offensively when they're sharing the ball a little bit more, and I think the ball tends to stick a little bit with Jalen Green, even though he had a fantastic night shooting it. I think the ball tends to stick a little bit with, at least it did that night with Devin Booker, and I understand taking Colin Gillespie out of the game, but he's just so good at keeping the ball moving and being kind of a connector and getting the ball where it needs to be, that when he doesn't have a good night that night, I think they struggle to do it too. And the other number is the assists. The assist number is really low. When the assist number for the Suns is that low, they tend to not do very well. So it was just kind of an awkward night. It wasn't a particularly damaging night. They still are very comfortably in 7th. They still very comfortably have a shot
Absolutely.
at moving up. Tomorrow's game against Minnesota in that regard is going to be huge. They've already got the tiebreaker over Minnesota, so any kind of tie they could pull into with Minnesota would kind of guarantee them the 6th, and Minnesota falls into the 7th. They got to get by Boston tonight first. They're awkwardly trying to reintroduce Jason Tatum into things, and it hasn't gone super great, but he's obviously one of the best players in the world.
It'll figure it out.
Yeah, they'll figure out a way to get him back involved. This is about as tough a back-to-back as you're going to find the Phoenix Suns having to go through this season. In Boston, fly to Minnesota, play them on the second night of this. Is going to be a big test for the Suns.
And then, Denver next week is here.
Yep.
That's a big one with Denver here. It's just, there are mush games, but then there are some difficult games. And whether they can get out of the 7 seed and get into a 6 seed spot would be great. That's yet to be determined. I mean, they've got to play better. It's tough. You don't want to go back and look at it. Now, I don't know if Toronto, one of those games, like if they miss out on the 6 seed by 1 game, we're going to look back at some of these games over the last month and a half of the season. Oh, that Toronto game was well in hand. It was well in hand. Like they had them. They had them at double-digit lead midway through the fourth quarter, and then they just couldn't get a stop, and they couldn't make a basket, and they couldn't figure out. It's one of the few times that Ott's decisions didn't work. To play small really didn't work on them. And there were some good moments for Fleming, and Jalen was playing great. But I think sometimes I have a hard time when Book comes back into the game in the fourth quarter, too, getting him going. Sometimes it takes a little time, and so I think that was part of the struggles they had.
Phoenix Suns have the third toughest remaining schedule in all the NBA from here on out. 15 games left, a winning percentage of .538. For what it's worth, the Suns have the third toughest. Minnesota's got the 14th toughest. The Lakers have the 15th toughest. Denver has the 16th toughest. Houston is 18. And then you get to the bottom where Golden State is 23 and the Clippers are 27. So the Suns, as it goes, you talk about the mush. And, of course, there's still some mush to go. There's still Utah. There's still Memphis, Chicago, Milwaukee. It's one of the most brutal, thin slice remaining schedules any team's got to face the rest of the year. I'm sure they can hold on to 7. I'm not worried about the Clippers. But getting out of 7 and finishing 6, those head-to-head games where you're playing Minnesota and Denver and one more against the Lakers, those games are going to – Houston, you've got one more against them. Those games are going to matter a whole hell of a lot.
You look at all these teams being, stacked up where they are. I mean, you might we look at the tiebreaker. You might have a 3-team tiebreaker. Who knows how it's going to end up?
Sure.
You might have multiple teams tied at the end of the season.
Be a part of the legacy in every stride. Enter to win a family 4-pack for Pat's Run on April 11th in Tempe. Celebrate with us, honoring Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com to enter to win race entry passes. The brackets is set. And after all the talk about U of A's great regular season, this is where the rubber meets the road for the Wildcats. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Green getting grabbed by R.J. Barrett on the perimeter, able to get through it. 5 on the shot clock. Green still on the dribble. Crosses over on Barrett. Step back 3 on the way. He got it again. How about Jalen Green feeling it right now as he flexes going into the backcourt with 34 points on the night.
Suns at the Celtics. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30. 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
The Lund Mortgage team does an absolutely outstanding job of helping you with all your mortgage needs, refinance, new home loan, getting you pre-approved for a mortgage. That's what the Lund Mortgage team is all about, helping so many people in the Valley right now, too, because rates have come down. House prices have come down, too. A lot of people that have been renting are saying this is a good time to buy, and I wouldn't wait anymore because house prices have come down. You could save on that, and then with the rates being down, you save there. You're double dipping right there. It's a good time to buy a house. Let the Lund Mortgage team get you pre-approved, absolutely free. Won't charge you anything. Get you pre-approved for free. It's your first step in the process of being able to go get that house that you want. Now, if you're looking to refinance, the Lund Mortgage team will help you with all of that as well because, again, rates are down. Might be a good time. If you got a rate that was really high just a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, might be worth it to look at a refinance. The Lund Mortgage team is local. Call them at 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
Bunker to Bunker is celebrating the return of spring with their 4th annual Spring Fling 2-person Scramble Golf Tournament on Saturday, April 18th at the Augusta Ranch Golf Club with proceeds benefiting PGA Hope. The event is loaded with prizes, raffles, breakfast, and a special sneak preview of Augusta Ranch's spectacular Top Tracer Range practice facility. There's even a coupon for a second round of golf, all for just $115. It's open to the public, but space is limited, so register today at bunkergolf.com.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing, just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi Plus. Right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with JT Lee. That's right, all the legendary JT, Moving Team 6. Moving Team 6 actually has a culture.
Amazing culture. What I look at is it's God, family, country.
Love it, man. It's how you do things that make you guys different.
We just want to go in, get the job done with perfection, and make sure the customer's happy, and that's what matters.
That's MovingTeam6.com. Go to MovingTeam6.com. Your move. It's their mission.
My uncle's Maytag washer lasted over 37 years. His motto, buy once, cry once. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello. When I started A1 Garage Door Service, I thought about my uncle's Maytag. Most garage door springs get about 10,000 cycles or 3 to 5 years. Our Max Life springs last over 100,000 cycles. That's a minimum of 30 years. From repairs to upgrades, call A1 Garage Door Service today or schedule online at a1garage.com.
A1 from day one.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Suns at the Celtics. Pre-game this afternoon at 3:30. 4:30 tip on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
That's right. We're a little bit of a shorter show today on the Burns and Gambo show with this East Coast road trip. Phoenix Suns are on. Short today, short tomorrow. We got another one coming up on Thursday, but we'll do the best we can in the time that we've got with you. And that includes shouting out our audience in Chandler for joining us here on the Burns and Gambo show. We appreciate everyone out in Chandler for hanging out with us on this Monday afternoon. As fully expected, the Arizona Wildcats clinched their #1 overall seed. They didn't need to win the Big 12 tournament over the weekend. They did. That game on Friday night was something special against Iowa State. That was a special basketball game.
It was incredible. I mean, that shot by Jaden Bradley to win it was, people were saying, like, Pat Forty wrote a column, like, stop with these stupid courts. You don't need any gimmicks when the basketball is this good. Most people watching, like experts, would say this is the best game of the year. Yeah. This is absolutely. It was 3 for 3. That kid from Iowa State could not miss a shot. He hits a 3, they'll also hit a 3. He hits a 3, they'll also hit a 3. It was like at one point they're like 8. These teams are great defensively. They were like 8 straight made baskets. I thought Tommy Lloyd did a great job after they tied it. Not calling a timeout. I think there was about 12 seconds left. We're not going to let them set up their defense. We're going to let Jaden Bradley take it. He was covered like glue. Like that guy was all over him.
He was.
And he just found a way to break free, get a little bit towards the baseline, put that shot up, and knock it down. And then they got through Houston. Listen, this is the best college. This is the best conference in college basketball. I mean, to go through that gauntlet of teams, to win the regular season title and the Big 12 title, tournament title, incredible accomplishment. And then you look at the bracket and you're like, I think it's, John Willen was like, oh, they got a brutal bracket. I'm like, I think it's good. I mean, Purdue somehow won Purdue's not that good. And they ended up beating Michigan, and they got onto the 2 line. So I think you've got a team that was destined to be a 3 on your 2. I think the bracket sets up really, really well for Arizona.
I mean, I think when Arizona, look, this is probably the best resume that Arizona's basketball has had in, 20 years, right? Like in terms of who they've beaten, because it's not just the Big 12. It's what they did in the non-conference too. It's the wins at UConn, Florida, UCLA, Alabama, right? Like you add those to what they've done. I don't know if there's been a team, an Arizona team, and I have to go back and look, better prepared to succeed in the tournament than this one is. But, we can look at the bracket and go, okay, this team, that team. Some of the names, though, that stand out.
Wisconsin.
You can't
lose to Wisconsin again.
It's the ghost from Christmas past.
I know.
All right?
I know.
Gonzaga and Tommy Lloyd having to beat his old team potentially to get in. That looms like there are There are ghosts haunting U of A's bracket, okay? And while you can look at it and say, oh, this team's not that tough, that team's not that tough, they've got a fairly easy run, Arizona should, without question, advance to the Final Four based off of what they've done this season and how well they've played. There are ghosts in that house, Gambo. There are ghosts. And one of them is named Wisconsin, and one of them is named Gonzaga. And U of A, I'm telling you, it's going to be harder than people think for U of A to get to the. I believe it's going to be harder than people think for U of A to
I think you pencil them right into the Sweet 16. They beat LIU and they beat Villanova, Utah State. Now you're in the Sweet 16. You probably play either Wisconsin or Arkansas. You should win that, get to the Elite Eight. Then in the Elite Eight, then it could be, it could
be Gonzaga.
It could be Gonzaga. It could be Purdue. Yeah, it could be
potentially could be BYU. I suppose, if they want to run.
I was happy with one thing. God, I didn't want Houston as the number 2 team in their bracket. That team is so good. I get scared the hell out of me, Houston. I'll pick Houston in their bracket. I mean, I'll just tell you right now. I will take Houston to get out, to beat Florida and get to the Final Four. Houston is that tough.
Well, just looking at it, knowing how they assigned the number 1 overall seeds, I mean, Florida was the 4th number 1 overall seed. Yeah. So Houston was the first number 2 overall seed.
I did not want Houston, and I didn't want Iowa State either. And so they didn't get either one of those. And then honestly, like UConn, I would rather have Purdue than you. Purdue wasn't that good.
Yeah.
They got hot, and they snuck into that 2 line, and they probably shouldn't be there.
Jay Billis on ESPN yesterday says, beware of the ghost of Wisconsin.
I think this is a difficult draw for Arizona. Look, they're all difficult draws, but some paths are easier than others. And look, Arizona is clearly the best team in this region, and I think they're going to make it through to, I happen to think they're a Final Four team. But having to go against either Wisconsin or Arkansas in the Sweet 16, I think the one you really don't want to see is Wisconsin, because they can rain in 15 threes in a game. That's when they did what they did to Michigan. And they've got great guards. Nick Boyd, John Blackwell, they're big-time guards if they wind up playing them in the Sweet 16.
Look, I haven't gone through the entire West, but one of the first things I'm going to do when I go through it is to find out the teams that, like Wisconsin, rain it in from 3, because I think those are in part the ones you have to worry about a little bit.
Utah State does it too.
You know what? I started scouting them a little bit today. I noticed that Utah State takes a lot of threes, makes a lot of threes. Those are, I think, some of the teams you got to worry about, because those are the ones that if it's their day and they get hot, look out, right?
Arizona's got one of the best defenses in the country.
I know, but
so they have. I know, but you're right. You're right. I mean, it's something. Yeah, you can't just pencil them into the Final Four. It's not that easy.
You can't. And it's them. It's their path. It's their own history. 21 years since a Final Four, 10 years since an Elite Eight. It's like all of the things. Look, I looked at the betting odds today. There are 3 teams that are favorites to win the championship. It's Michigan, Duke, and it's Arizona. Everybody else is a distant, if not very, very distant, odds-on favorite to win the championship.
Chances are one of those teams is going to get upset somewhere.
That's
one of those
that's
3.
Exactly it.
One of those 3 will get upset.
And so you look at the other burden that Arizona is going to carry with them this March, and this is undeniable. They are the favorite. They are.
Jay Billis picked them to win it all.
Jay Billis, Jay Williams, Seth Davis. Who was the other one on CBS who picked them to win it all? Kellen was telling me on The Athletic they've got a piece where they did all the predictions. Just about everybody picked Arizona.
They've been the best team in college basketball all year.
They should be the favorites. They should
have been the best team.
Heavy is the head that wears that crown going into this thing.
Listen, this is what it's all about now. I mean, this will be a colossal failure of a season if they get knocked out before the Final Four. I mean, that's it. And you know that I root for this team, and I love this team, and I get knocked on it on X sometimes. Why are you rooting for a team in Tucson? Like, shut up. I'll root for who I want to root for. I've enjoyed watching their basketball program. It's a great program. They send a lot of kids to the pros. It's a great program. So to me, it's been like you won it's nice to have those trophies. Big 12 regular season champ, Big 12 tournament champion. But this will be looked at as a colossal failure if they don't make the Final Four.
I think those trophies are kind of empty, to be honest with you. Those trophies are nice. They're nice in November. They're nice in February. I think they're kind of empty trophies. This is a program that man, you look at some of the teams, like some of the true blue bloods that have been to the Final Four multiple times since U of A was last there.
25 years ago.
U of A is conspicuous in its absence on that list. I mean, like, it's really noticeable that just like every blue blood in the sport has been to at least 4 Final Fours in the time that U of A has been there. So yeah, I think all of that stuff is virtually meaningless now that we're in March. It's nice, and it's an accomplishment, but you got to get to the Final Four. They're going to feel that pressure. They're going to feel it.
I'm going to say this to close on this. That's the best conference in basketball. What does the ACC have? What does the ACC have? Duke and Virginia? Virginia? What's the Big Ten have? Nebraska? Like, come on. Like, seriously. Like, you're talking about Houston, Iowa State, Kansas, Texas Tech, BYU, Arizona. They're so battle-tested that if they don't come out of this, again, colossal failure, because they are more battle-tested than anybody else because their conference is better.
Baseball season's here. We want to send you to one of the first 2 home games on March 30th or March 31st. All you have to do is text the word opener to 620-620 for your chance to win a 4-pack. Text the word opener to 620-620 for your chance to win. Geraldo Perdomo did Geraldo Perdomo things last night, but it wasn't enough. The USA lives on. Barely. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Way out of here. Gone.
D-backs fans, win a 4-pack of tickets to either the March 30th or March 31st D-backs game. Text the word opener to 620-620 for your chance to win. Text opener to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about Lifeguard Imaging, and right now, you and someone you love can get a heart scan for $69 total. 2 people for $69. The normal price is well over $1,200. So you are saving a lot of money when you do this. Getting a heart scan is early detection saves lives, right? Early detection saves lives. Maybe you have heart disease that runs in your family. Maybe you got a high-stress life. Maybe you just want a baseline to see where you're at so you and your doctor could go over it. These are not provided by insurance companies. You can't just go get one and your insurance company covers it. So, if you want to pay out of pocket, you're talking about over $1,200. But I can get it to you for $69 for 2. $69. You and your dad, you and your mom, you and your spouse, you and your brother, whoever it is, your sister, you can go get 2 scans, 1 each, of your heart. Maybe prevent a heart attack or a stroke, but all you have to do is text SCAN to 620-620. I'll send you the link. That's text SCAN to 620-620.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon. Typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at k2visionrle.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we all know how important the home court advantage can be in sports, and that's exactly what you'll get from my friends at Advanced Window Products. They are a local window and door manufacturer that sells directly to the public. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means you get faster turnaround times, no middleman markups, and windows that are custom built for your home, not generic sizes, retrofitted on on site. Now, most window companies are just resellers, not advanced window products. They'll build your windows, install your windows, then guarantee them for life, and that installation is done by vetted, trained, full-time crews, not subcontractors. Their windows also engineered for Arizona's extreme climate, which lowers your energy bills year-round, and during their spring special, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call at 480-764-2110. Find them online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns have the first night of a back-to-back. Tonight, they're in Boston to face the Celtics. Dylan Brooks, Mark Williams, they both remain out for Phoenix. Celtics will be without big man Nikola Vucevic, so we will see Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum tonight for the C's. Tip-off is at 4:30. Pre-game coverage will start at 3:30 here on 98.7 and on the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks continue spring action today. They're back at Salt River Fields. Ryan Nelson on the bump today. Currently in the top of the fourth inning. He's still working out there. 3 2/3 innings, 5 strikeouts. He's allowed 4 hits, a run, and a walk as well. Diamondbacks are routing the Cincinnati Reds at the moment, 6-1, again in the top of the fourth inning. And Team USA of the World Baseball Classic awaits the winner of tonight's semifinal between Venezuela and Italy. I wonder who Gambo's rooting for. The winner tonight advances to the final tomorrow. First pitch from Miami is at 5. This report is brought to you by Sanderson Ford, doing business the right way for over 70 years. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The Suns are entering a gauntlet part of their schedule. How will they do tonight in Boston? We'll discuss our basketball team. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Who's Gambo rooting for?
Può esserci un'occhiata in seconda, il caricamento, batte Rosario, alza una volata,
Cadi dentro,
Gasso Moravito, sì!
L'Italia vola Miami! L'Italia è in semifinale al World Baseball Classic! È tutto vero, Italia! Wow!
And the country doesn't care.
Wind up. It's a fly ball inside. It's all true. Italia's flying to Italy.
Italia's flying to Italy?
Yeah, so they bowl. Italia.
Okay. Well.
Italy will fly to Miami. Miami.
I was going to say, Italy's flying to Italy?
No. Yes.
Wait, what?
No. Yes, Italy is flying to Miami.
Are you sure you speak
Yes.
the language?
Yes,
okay,
of course.
So just lift the plane up and then put it right back down.
Hey, tutto vero. It is all true. It is all true.
Italy is going to Italy.
Yeah. The first part was you take a look at the runner on second, and it's okay. Here's the windup, and he lofts a fly ball inside, and then he erupts into just the excitement of Italy beating Puerto Rico.
And as you told us in the last
flying
segment,
to Miami,
people in Italy just don't care. They really don't care.
Did I say
They're
that
not
on the
into it.
show? I don't think I said. What did I say to you?
Yeah, like in the last segment, you said you were texting at the beginning of the show. You were texting
Italia,
your
in Italia, nessuno guarda il baseball. That's my cousin Francesco. In Italy, nobody's watching baseball. We're not watching baseball.
Yeah, we talked about that at the beginning.
We did. I thought we did it inside.
Oh boy.
Okay, I'm losing.
Yeah,
my mind.
we had that.
That all kind of runs in.
We had that conversation at the beginning
Anyway,
of the show.
even my
but that's
family's
okay.
not that excited about it.
Apparently not.
Beat
but-
Puerto Rico. Tough game.
They got Venezuela tonight.
That's gonna be hard.
That's gonna be hard too. In fact, Eduardo Rodriguez is the only member of the Diamondbacks.
The last one.
Still alive. Yeah, in the World Baseball Classic. Everybody else has been sent home. Last night, a bunch of Dominican Republic players who belong to the Diamondbacks got sent home. The most notable of which is Geraldo Perdomo. And the sport is still talking about that call. No ABS system in the World Baseball Classic. It does not exist. Perhaps the technology will be around the next time we do this.
It wasn't close.
It wasn't close.
It's amazing how people could argue on Twitter that, the pitch wasn't close.
No.
It's a ball. It's a ball. If you had the ABS system, it's a ball. Perdomo's not swinging at that pitch because he's he's got one of the best eyes in baseball. Nobody works the count better than Perdomo. Nobody. It was a ball. But they called it. Mason Miller was throwing 102 freaking miles an hour. It was unbelievable what that kid was able to do. And it was a terrific game. It was a terrific game.
Fantastic game.
Aaron Judge robbed of a home run by Julio Rodriguez. What a great play to rob Judge of a home run.
High drive center field. Rodriguez going back. Did he get enough? He did not, because Julio scaled the wall.
Incredible. And then Judge threw out Tatis at third, trying to go from first to third. What a great moment that was.
Witt had a great play at shortstop.
Incredible. Like, it was such a good baseball game. And I'm again, happy USA won, but man, it sucks that our guy got called out on the third strike when it wasn't even a strike.
I mean, and that's the thing, I guess, because the focus is on the umpire and not our guy. I don't feel that bad. I feel bad for our guy. He certainly should have seen at least another pitch. And who knows, if he gets on, then it's Tatis, and then it's Ketel. So maybe Ketel has a chance to impact that game or put his. But like Geraldo Perdomo, so totally, completely did his job. Man, and I guess if nothing else, and this is going to be like a real Pollyanna, everything's awesome kind of take here. Man, we get to watch Geraldo Perdomo put on at bats like that 4 times a game with the and he's so good at it.
I swear to you,
8-pitch at bat. It was classic. Geraldo Perdomo, he's so good at an at-bat
We're
like that.
watching the game. My wife loves baseball. She just loves baseball. So we're watching the game, and Perdomo's coming up, and I'm like it'll be a 3-2 count. I said it to her before the at-bat. I go, it'll be a 3-2 count, because he's just so good at working the count. He's so good at it. Then after he had 2 strikes, like, he'll foul like 2 off, and he did. He fouled 2 off. I go, then he'll work out a walk, and he should have worked, because that's what he does.
Yes.
He will battle and battle and battle, and it's 7, 8, 9, 10 pitches. You get that guy out inside of 4 pitches, you've done a masterful job, because he is as good as. And I said that he's going to take the first pitch. He goes, what if it's right down the middle? He will take the first pitch. He doesn't swing at the first pitch. Like, he's so good at working the count. He's great at it.
Yeah, Albert Pujols, the manager of the Dominican team, he did not want to really have the ABS conversation.
When you see that last pitch, do you think at all in 10 days with ABS that game ends differently?
I just said it in Spanish. I don't want to focus in the last game, in the last pitch. Obviously, it didn't go our way. Disappointed about the way that the game ends, but I don't want to criticize any of that. It wasn't meant to be for us. I think both teams pitched well, played well. Our bullpen really did an outstanding job. Severino did a great job as well. So I don't really going to focus the whole game, especially a great game like it was tonight, on that last pitch.
And that was probably, beyond how it ended, that was probably the key thing to take away from that, is that Dominican team, which is just stacked. Stacked with one great hitter after another, after another, after another.
Incredible. That lineup was so scary. 1 run.
They were averaging about 10 runs per game.
Yeah.
And the United States held them to 1 run. And it wasn't
Here
just the
comes
work
Soto.
done.
Here comes Machado.
Right. And it wasn't just the work done at the beginning with Skeens. It was every reliever that came in Bednar did an unbelievable job of getting that double play when he did. It was high. It's what you expect when, and I saw this note on ESPN, the 2 rosters combined features 25 players who are ranked within the ESPN's top 100. The 2 lineups for the semifinals are combined 56 All-Star games, 31 Silver Sluggers, 9 Gold Gloves, 5 MVPs, with Cy Young Award winner and Paul Skeens. It had everything.
And Severino pitched great until he gave up the home run. Was it Gunnar Henderson?
Yeah.
Hit the home run. Severino was pitching great, so he gave. I was looking at Austin Wells, who went to Arizona, played for the Wildcats. He's on the Yankees. I didn't know he was. I'm like, Austin Wells on a Dominican
team? Yeah. Well,
I had to look it up. His mother's from Dominican descent.
Like I told you, everybody on the Italian team, they were all born in Ohio.
No, New York and New Jersey.
They're all from the Midwest.
There's some guys from Italy on the team. There are some from Italy.
Not a lot.
No. But Pasquantino said it. Look, a lot of people knocking us, because but we're representing our heritage. We're representing our family.
And I'm not knocking it. I think it's great. It just makes me laugh when you look at where these people were born, and there's only a couple of them that are born in Italy. Look, I think the biggest takeaway too, and truly, good luck to Italy tonight against Venezuela. It'd be cool to see a U.S.-Italy rematch, given the shock that was the first time around.
Yeah.
This event, and it really is a shame that it only comes around every 3 years. It's tremendous. It really is.
It could be better.
It's so good. How could it be better? I know I'm asking.
How many guys from Puerto Rico weren't they didn't have their best? They didn't have their best players.
Okay.
Like some of the best players from Puerto Rico weren't playing.
Yeah, because they can't get insured and their teams won't let them play and they're not there. Yeah,
it could be better if the best players, really played.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that. It could. But it's still pretty good.
It's still good.
It's still pretty good.
Oh, it's really good.
And we learned this. We were reminded about this during the Olympics, and we saw this during the Four Nations, and we even see this during Olympic basketball, men's or women. Man, there's just something about these international competitions where you get
what makes
country
it great?
versus country, and everybody's pride level goes up, and it amps it up. It raises the stakes, and it really leads to a better sense of investment as a fan when you're watching it.
And I think what makes it great, honestly, have you ever gone to like a USA-Mexico soccer match and how many fans of Mexico were there cheering on their team? The amount of fans rooting for Puerto Rico, rooting for Venezuela, rooting for the Dominican Republic, like their fans come out.
Yeah.
Like they're like, I get a chance to see all my heroes from my home country. And man, they turn up. They buy tickets. They buy merchandise. They cheer loud. It makes for a great environment. It really does.
It is time for Bracket Bucks with March Madness upon us. A shot at winning $500. Text the word Bucks to 620-620 to fill out your bracket and be a part of the madness here at Arizona Sports. Text the word Bucks to 620-620. Corbin Burns, he's throwing a baseball again. How good is that to see? We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. Dump to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
The before and after photos, it's incredible to see what Pro Smile Dental has changed, how they've changed people's lives. It really is. It's rewarding. It's incredible. Their doctors, Dr. Mehta, Dr. Valangi, Dr. Hassini, what they're able to do and the way they change people's lives. Just go on their website, ProSmileAZ.com, and take a look at the before and after pictures. If that's you and you don't have a good smile, you don't have good teeth, you have gaps in your teeth, you have short teeth, you have big gum lines, you have missing teeth. Pro Smile Dental offers cosmetic veneers, the All-On X implants, financing, 2 years interest-free. 2 years interest-free. You say, okay, it's still a little pricey for me. How about up to 10 years? A small payment each month for 10 years for you to have the most beautiful smile you could have ever imagined from Pro Smile Dental. They do it all themselves. Everything's done right there. They use oral surgeons, not regular dentists to do the surgery. You're getting the best care possible with Pro Smile Dental. All you have to do is go online at ProSmileAZ.com or call 1-888-GO-SMILE.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my great friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can make your car buying dreams come true.
It's true, Dan. I can't tell you how many times somebody has called or emailed me and asked for me by name and said, hey, Dan Bickley sent me to get the hookup. And you know what? We make it happen. So put me to the test. I will make your dreams come true.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
When it comes to custom closets, there's only one name experienced homeowners trust: Space Solutions. For more than 2 decades, this Arizona family has designed and installed custom closets, garage systems, pantries, and laundry spaces built to fit your home and your lifestyle. Get more storage, more space, more organization, and do it with a company that's grown right alongside Arizona families. Custom spaces for the life you live. Call now or go online to schedule your free design consultation at spacesolutionsaz.com.
Phoenix just had its hottest start to March on record, and summer hasn't even started yet. Before the real heat arrives, let Parker & Sons tune up your AC unit for just $89. Already a member? Your tune-up is already covered. Just one of the many perks that makes membership pay for itself. And here's our promise. If your unit breaks down this summer after we service it, we'll refund every penny. That's our no breakdown guarantee. Don't wait till it's 115 degrees and your AC gives out, call or text 602-2-REPAIR to schedule.
Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort are two of Scottsdale's most iconic entertainment destinations, elevated by one premier loyalty experience, Salt River Rewards. Earn points on gaming, dining, and purchases. Then redeem for free play, cash, or exclusive savings on dining, spa treatments, and hotel stays with breathtaking valley views. Join today and get up to $25 in free play. Salt River Rewards at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
All right, back here to say about Global Credit Union, all the benefits that come with being a member of Global Credit Union, all of the money that is saved through better rates, all the money that's saved through fewer fees on your accounts. It's one of the big reasons why my wife and I are currently in the process of, we just have a car loan with Global Credit Union, moving many of our things over to Global Credit Union because, quite simply, membership has unbelievable benefits at Global. Better rates, fewer fees, 24/7, 365 live U.S.-based customer support. You don't see that at very many banks these days. Easy access to your paycheck up to 3 days early. And joining is super, super simple at Global Credit Union. You can sign up online at globalcu.org. You can stop by any of their 9 Phoenix area branches and join and take advantage of all the benefits. Global Credit Union, better rates, fewer fees, real savings, and the kind of service that makes your money work smarter for you.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll, presented by Sanderson Ford.
Poll question time. We welcome Lauren back to her show, her trip to Chicago to see the Big Ten championship.
And even though Illinois lost in the first round, she was pleasantly not the first. Was it first round? Second round.
First round for them, which was
right.
really the third round.
Yeah, they had the double bye.
She was still happy. She was still happy.
Lauren's a happy person.
Yeah.
She got to drink Goose Island beer and watch basketball all day. Sounds kind of nice.
Did you go to
actually.
a Chicago pizza place?
I did not get deep dish, but I did go to a pizza place.
Okay, but not deep dish.
Not deep dish.
Is that allowed? Are you allowed to go to Chicago and not get deep dish, or is that?
I believe so because I was not arrested when I left Chicago.
Okay,
so I ate a nice little thin crust pizza in Chicago. It's delicious.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Because we were worried about you. We were worried that you. Yeah. We even asked the question, what's the furthest you've gone to watch your team lose?
Okay, I will say I saw the poll question while I was in Chicago, and I felt like that meme of like, is this about me?
It was about you.
Yeah, and I assumed it was about me, and I could have cared less.
I used to always go, the first thing I did when my daughter played, she played 4 years at Loyola Chicago, soccer, and every time I'd go, me and her would go to Lou Malnati's. That was the pizza place we would go to.
Lou Malnati's, Gino's East is fantastic.
Oven Grinder.
Oven Grinder, is that okay? I'm not as familiar with that one.
Yeah, with the pizza pot pie and they flip it upside down and serve it to you. Yeah.
Okay, there was a Gino's East right by Wrigley we went to. It was really, really good. Anyway, the Chicago tour is over because it's snowing in Chicago now. We're moving.
It's snowing in Chicago. It's going to be 102 here.
We're moving Cactus League games because it's going to be 107 degrees and 15 degrees higher than our normal here, and it's snowing in Chicago.
What the hell?
I know, it's nuts.
Yeah, half my family is
here?
trapped in Chicago, and the other half made it home.
15 degrees higher than normal is what we're going to be putting up with this week.
I will say this till my grave. I would much rather be in cold weather than hot weather. I'd rather be snowed in than 105 degrees in March.
Yeah, we were supposed to be at a D-backs game on Wednesday.
Not happening.
And we canceled the broadcast. It's just going to be too hot for us and our equipment to be out there.
We might die.
That's it. We might die. Therefore, we were not going out on Wednesday.
What's our poll question today so we don't die?
To Gambo's point, though, I did walk to the semifinal game of the Big Ten tournament in the snow, Gambo. It was snowing on me.
And it's great. You can cover up. You can get
fantastic.
warm. When you're cold, you can make yourself warm. When you're hot, there's not a damn thing you can do. You can't even go in the pool because the pool water's piss warm. You can't, you can't do anything. When you're hot, you're just screwed. When you're cold, I can put a jacket on, I can put a hat on, gloves. I can go outside in the cold. I'm fine.
All right, our poll question today does have to do with college basketball.
Okay.
And you guys talked about it at 2:15, but now we threw it to the audience, which is, How will U of A fare in the NCAA tournament?
Just not ready to answer this question.
You have no choice.
Oh.
Yeah, it is the
You don't have a
poll
choice.
question of the
That's
day.
a poll question. You're required to answer a poll question.
All right.
Are they going to lose in the Elite Eight or earlier? Will they make the Final Four? Will they reach the NCAA title game, or will they win the championship?
They're going to win it all. They are the best team in college basketball. They are going to win it all.
They'll lose in the Elite Eight earlier.
Oh, man.
They'll lose in the Elite Eight earlier.
I was so hoping you'd say that just for his reaction.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Wow. He went there, too, apparently. He says he went there. I don't know if he did or not, but he says he went there.
Well, he went to every school,
That's
so
true,
at
I
this
did.
point.
I need to get my master's from GCU so I can complete the quadfecta or whatever. The quadfecta.
Rolls off the tongue.
It sure does.
34% of our audience going with both make the Final Four and win the championship.
Okay.
25% going with lose in the Elite Eight or earlier, and 7% going with reaching the title game.
They shouldn't. They shouldn't lose in the Elite Eight or earlier. They're too good.
They're too good.
They're too good.
And they got a senior point guard, and they could shoot. They do have Del Orso could shoot the three, and they're big and they're strong, and they're defensively with Krivas and Awaka. Like, the only thing I worry about, it's not really if some team gets hot from three. It's foul trouble. It's not if somebody gets hot from three, because they've dealt with teams that can shoot the three all year long and beat them. It's foul trouble. If Krivas or Nawaka get in foul trouble and they lose their size and their strength, they're in a little bit of trouble.
The poll question, you can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page at Burns and Gambo. So now I'm locked into my bracket. I have to pick them to go in the Elite Eight or sooner. Who will I have beating them?
We've got a poll here.
Wisconsin.
Will it be Wisconsin?
There's
will
no
it
way.
be Gonzaga?
No, I just love a good storyline.
Oh my
I mean,
God,
Wisconsin.
seriously.
Oh, that's so good. Mark Few, then, so good.
Wisconsin versus U of A would be rich.
I don't
mean,
want to be
just
anywhere near
rich.
Gambo on
I know.
that day.
Can't
I
lose
know.
to Wisconsin
I know.
again.
That would be So that would be a Sweet 16 game, right?
Yes.
So that would be Thursday or Friday.
They got to beat
of the next
Arkansas.
week.
They'd have to beat Arkansas to get there. It's not an easy task. But
No, it's not. It's not. But
U of A will punk Wisconsin this year. They'll punk them.
You've talked so much smack about U of A the
Should
last
I write
5
this
years.
down right now?
Yeah, you should.
For
They will,
if something happens?
they will punk Wisconsin.
You should write this down. In the meantime, boy, good news from the Diamondbacks pitching-wise over the weekend.
Oh, Brandon Fott.
The 0-2 to Campiasano. Check swing, he went around, and how about Brandon Fott? I mean, he has been absolutely locked and loaded. Strikes out the side in the 5th inning, as he's now retired 13 in a row. We head to the bottom of the 5th. D-backs 4, Padres nothing.
Yeah, he was terrific
That's
over
your
the
boy.
weekend. Yeah, maybe
that's your boy.
Do you think I was a year early?
It might have been a
on
year
my
early.
Brandon Fott projection. Maybe
That
I
was sensational. Like, he was incredible. That was 5 innings. Listen, I told you, this is the year where he either like stays as a starter or you make him a bullpen guy. Because if he's going to pitch to an ERA of 4.85 again this year, close to 5, then he should be a bullpen guy. He should not be a starting pitcher. He needs to show everybody and prove to himself that he can go out there, take the ball, and give you 6 good innings with 3 runs or fewer, and not pitch to an ERA close to 5. He's got to prove that he is worthy of being a starter every 5th day. I think he could do it, but he's got to go prove it.
He held the Padres without a hit for 5 innings. He struck out 6, 1 base runner just due to an error. He was great. And, you know, there's always a risk a little bit in looking at spring stats and trying to project them. But there are just certain guys that we needed, you know, for our own comfort. I think we needed to see them have good springs.
He's one of them.
He's one of them.
Maybe the first.
Jordan Lawler is another one. We just needed to see him have a good spring to
Did
believe
he hit
that he
another
could be
home
a
run?
part of
Because he was crushing the ball last week.
I don't believe he did over the weekend, but he continues to do really well. And then there was the injury update from Torey Lovello on Lourdes Gurriel Jr.
It might be a Cactus League DH very late in the camp. So I'm not sure. He's getting live hot at-bats. And the other day he was supposed to hit and run for one of the first times, but he had a home run and struck out twice. So he didn't get a real good opportunity to do that.
And then there was Corbin Burns, who threw a 15-pitch bullpen over the weekend.
On the mound.
He threw another one today. He mixed in some breaking balls. He was asked about the sense of urgency to come back. This was from today.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You want to be back playing, right? You're the most value that any of us can provide to the team is being healthy and being on the field. So, not that we, guys drag out rehabs, but if you can kind of push the envelope a little bit in a safe manner, then why not do it?
He said after his first outing, this is the part of the rehab where he thinks it's going to get a little tough because it's going to be slow from here on out. There's just only so much he can do.
Yeah.
There's only so many bullpens you can throw, and there's only so much you want to stretch the arm. So he almost expects to be a little frustrated over the next month or two, but still, looking at him on a bump throwing a baseball, it's hard not to get a little excited about it and wonder when he can come back. You know?
I look at the early part of that schedule, and I want to Gloria Gaynor it. I want to survive.
Yeah,
I want to survive that. What? It's a good song. I will survive. It's not a bad song.
And one of the best covers of all time too. Cake's version of "I Will Survive."
I will survive.
Was really, really good.
I want to survive that gauntlet of a schedule. And I would love to get to around the All-Star break, right in that 500 mark. And then if you could get him back and Puck's back and Gurriel's back, I think you'll have a shot at making a wild card.
Here's where he talks about it being tough, being patient.
Yeah, it takes a lot in me not to try to fire one off as hard as I can. So you got to kind of trust it, keep the effort level, 80, 85%. It's just good to get off the slope again. Yeah, it's definitely tough to trust the process of the slow build to get back to it when historically once I start throwing bullpens, it's the 3 or 4 that I'm in game. So it's gonna be tough next week. I try to throw about the 3rd or 4th one and I'm ready to face hitters.
And by the way, after another outing over the weekend, it is looking more and more like Paul Sewald is going to be the closer for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Nobody said as much.
What did we say?
But it's what you predicted from almost the word go.
I said
when
he's
going to
get the first crack.
Yep, and it looks like he very
well
could get the only bad news. Gabriel Moreno and Torrey said today he feels very strongly that Gabby is going to be ready for opening day, but they did kind of shut him down and cool him off for a couple of days because he had some tightness in his forearm. So you're dealing with that too.
All right.
Yeah.
Hopefully he'll be okay.
Attention Diamondback fans, we're giving away 4-packs of the first 2 home games of the season. Text the word opener to 620-620 for your chance to win tickets to either March 30th or March 31st. Again, text the word opener to 620-620. The Suns over the weekend kind of in a similar spot as they go into one of their toughest stretches in the remaining season. We'll talk about it next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Morata mornings.
The Minshew news and the underwhelming nature of the quarterback signing for the Cardinals, a quarterback-needy team, I think threw a blanket over all the other stuff.
Overshadowed everything. There's no doubt about it.
Yes.
You got a backup running back from the Falcons who's really good in short yardage situations. You got a wide receiver out of 49ers whom solid number 3. Yeah, I've never had a problem with Kendrick Bourne.
Overall, they filled some needs. I like the Sayamalo signing a lot.
All the other adjacent moves, they look pretty good.
Bickley and Morata, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Love telling you about M-Drive, the daily supplement I take every single day to make sure I'm at my best. I was at the gym today. Powerlifting was on the menu for today. A lot of powerlifting, so was great with that. M-Drive helps me get through those lifts and also gets me ready to go back again tomorrow and do it all over again. Yes, I mean, that's the thing about working out constantly. You do it one day, and then the next day you got to do it again. M-Drive gives you the ability for endurance, stamina, and the ability to recover. Now, there's a lot of guys I know at the gym that are in good shape, but they'd love to lose 5 or 10 pounds, and they can't do it. They're eating right. They're eating health. They just can't do it. That's why M-Drive's Boost and Burn is the #1 selling men's health brand in Sprouts. Yes, more people choose Boost and Burn because it helps you boost your workout and your energy levels, but it also helps you burn that excess fat that biology is not allowing you to burn. That's why it's all about M-Drive. Go online at mdriveformen.com. Put Gambo in the promo code. We'll get you 20% off. That's mdriveformen.com.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
Hey guys, Tom Chambers here with a faster way to pay off your mortgage from my friends at Galaxy Lending Group. The Ownership Accelerator loan helps you pay off your home decades faster using the income you already make without changing your lifestyle. Many Galaxy clients pay off their homes in 5 years, not decades. Schedule a free 10-minute call to see how much faster you could pay off your mortgage. Visit GalaxyLendingGroup.com/radio or text Galaxy to 620-620.
NMLS ID 142766 and Equal Housing Lender. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here, and there are so many reasons to shop at Waltz TV and Appliance, where you'll find great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, where they'll match any price you bring them, where their service and expertise is unparalleled. And here's another reason. Stop by Waltz, you can enter to win a free Samsung Freestyle projector with no purchase necessary. And remember, drop my name, you get 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. Find Waltz off the I-10 in Warner, online at waltz.com.
Jackson Hewitt will do your taxes for $149 or less, no matter how complicated. So if you're a delivery driver, /handyman, /wedding DJ, you pay only $149 or less. We're talking to you, waitress.
Check, please.
/pet sitter, /influencer. Just $149 or less. Want your refund to work as hard as you? Hurry. Don't wait. File with Jackson Hewitt today. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Hey, it's Vince Morata with some great offers going on now at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. Right now, spring into huge savings with a new 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab and save up to $12,236 off MSRP. Or qualified buyers can grab 0% APR financing on select models. Hop into a new 2025 Hummer EV or pickup SUV and sweep up to $20,000 off MSRP or choose 0% financing there too. If luxury is your style, check out select 2026 Buick Enclave models with up to $6,000 off MSRP, 0.9% financing, plus no payments for 120 days. But don't wait, these savings aren't in season for long. You want it? Earnhardt Buick GMC's got it. Find them in Mesa or online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 protection package unless otherwise stated. After all applicable incentives on select models, must be current eligible owner or lessee for certain offers. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all buyers qualify. Finance charges accrue from dated financing. Excludes some models. Not available with lease and some other offers. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See deal for details. Offers in March 31st, 2026.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns back in action, continuing their road trip. Tonight is the first of a back-to-back. This time it's in Boston, taking on the Celtics. Dylan Brooks and Mark Williams remain out for the Suns. Celtics will be without big man Nikola Vucevic, but they will have the services of both Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, two guys who did not play the last time these two teams squared off. Tip-off will be at 4:30. Pre-game coverage starts at 3:30 right here on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks continue spring action today. They're back at Salt River Fields. Ryan Nelson got the start. He held the Cincinnati Reds down for 4 innings. He allowed just 1 run. It was a home run. 4 other hits, or 3 other hits, 4 total hits, a walk, and he struck out 6. Right now, the Diamondbacks are doing business against the Reds. It is 10-4 in the bottom of the 5th inning. Home runs from James McCann and Lou James Groover providing some offense there. And Team USA of the World Baseball Classic awaits the winner of tonight's semifinal between Venezuela and Italy. The winner tonight will advance to the final tomorrow. First pitch from Miami is at 5. This report is brought to you by Rito's Mexican Food, baseball fans' destination for game day eats, with drink specials during the Valley's best happy hour every day from 2 to 6. Hey, that's a good time range from 2 to 6. Text Ritos, R-I-T-O-S, to 620-620 for exclusive offers.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Cactus League teams pushing back times to avoid extreme heat this week. ESPN's Jay Billis picks Arizona to win the 2026 NCAA tournament. And Arizona's NCAA tournament draw includes early ease, but major threats later on. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Back to the Burns and Gambo show here, where again, because of this East Coast road trip for the Suns, we're a little short today. We will be off the air at 3:30, but we won't go anywhere. Mitch will come in here and we'll do Here Come the Suns until 4 o'clock. Somewhat same drill tomorrow. We're on a little bit later with them in Minnesota, and then we got another one coming up on Thursday as they close out this road trip, I believe, in San Antonio. For the Suns, it's been a little hit and miss lately for them. Obviously, some big wins and big moments. The schedule's kind of mush. Schedule got tough on them again on Friday. They didn't respond very well against the Raptors, especially in the fourth quarter. Jalen Green had an unbelievable game. Devin Booker scored the basketball well, but there weren't a lot of assists. They weren't moving the basketball very well. The one thing that has worked out extraordinarily well for the Phoenix Suns, and it certainly bodes well for the future, and that is Rasheer Fleming very much becoming the player that we had all hoped that he would be, that they needed him to be when they moved around on the draft board to get him the night of the draft. He has turned into a major contributor for Phoenix.
And you could see the trust level that Ott has in him. Somebody put a highlight reel up the other day. I can't remember who, so I apologize. I like to give credit, but I can't remember. It was like, watch Rasheer Fleming for 45 seconds here, running up and down the court, blocking a shot, hitting a three.
It was Kellen. I saw the video. It was Kellen. It was 2 blocks and a 3 that he had, like a 45-second span.
And just running like a deer, up and down, up, back and forth. It was so much action. Great job, Kellen. I really enjoyed that video. I was watching the game, but he put it together in a 45-second bit. John Voida pointed out that over the past 10 games, nobody has a higher plus-minus on this team than Rasheer Fleming. He's also shooting 51.4% on threes since he entered the Suns rotation on a full-time basis. Here's the guy that we know how tall he is. We know how long he is. We know how fast he runs. To see him kind of put it all together right now, it's like, wow, just wow. Like, if they hit on him and he could be a top 7 piece for them going forward, that is a great get, because they had to work to get him.
Yeah.
3 draft day trades. The day of the second round, they were at the bottom of the second. They needed to get to the top. They made 3 trades to get there. An incredible job by Brian Gregory, and they ended up with Rasheer Fleming, and he is looking like he was worth it.
Yeah, he has, because, those 3-and-D guys, those elite 3-and-D guys, they're what every team in the NBA covets. A guy who, and I think the most important thing for me, he's not going to shoot 51% from 3. Obviously, he's going to cool down at some point. But seeing his confidence in that shot, right? Seeing his belief in that shot and their belief in him to take that shot, I think is huge. And I think it's kind of a bit of a telltale sign, the guy whose play has come at Rasheer Fleming's expense, and that's Ryan Dunn. He didn't play on Friday night against the Toronto Raptors. He's not gonna. No. Because
he's out.
They don't have that trust in him to make that shot. He doesn't have that trust in himself to make that shot. He's been trying at it.
And Highsmith is here.
He's been working at it, and Highsmith is here.
Highsmith is here.
And it gives them somebody that they feel better at with their ability to shoot, who can also defend at that high level. Dunn's defense hasn't even been that elite this year. Like, not the way you would expect. That doesn't bode well for them, because he was also a high pick. He was also a first-round guy, and you don't want those to not work out, given you don't have very many of them. But for now, Rasheer Fleming and Haywood Highsmith have absolutely squeezed Ryan Dunn's playing time to next to nothing.
When they had that draft, and Dunn was a later pick, and those later picks don't always work out. But they got Dunn and they got Oso, and I think for a while we all thought that Ryan Dunn, Oso was, maybe he'll work out, maybe he won't. But there was a belief that you just got one of the best defensive players in Ryan Dunn. He's one of the best defensive players in the country. He's going to come in here. They need defense, and you were hopeful, but he just has not been able to shoot the ball well. Like, he'll get some dunks and some rebounds, and his defense even hasn't been great. It's been okay, but it's not great. It's not elite. So, he's been squeezed out for sure.
Yeah, and I'm only pointing out the thing about Dunn. I mean, look, teams miss on draft picks all the time. It's the NBA. It's just when you have so few of them, and you've got control over so few of them for the next 5 years. The Suns have picks. But because they're all so mortgaged out and traded out and swapped out and things like that, you really can't afford too many misses on the ones that you do pick. And I would even count Ryan Dunn and Oso Ighodaro in that group of, like, you need to hit on as many as you possibly can because you just don't have that many to use.
Yeah.
You know, and it's too bad that Ryan Dunn hasn't worked out. But I'm glad Rasheer Fleming has.
Yeah,
because he's unbelievable.
I said it last week. That on draft night, the Suns will have 2 picks that they can trade, 2 first-round picks that they could trade. One of them is the 2033 becomes available to trade. I'm hoping they don't. I'm hoping they hold on to these picks. I don't want to, I kind of like what they've got going here until they feel like they're a piece away. I'd like to see them not do anything.
I wouldn't mind them mortgaging for more picks. Like if you want to sell those picks for more picks to give you future flexibility to move around.
Like what they did with the Jazz. They gave up that unprotected pick for 3 picks.
To a certain extent, right, just to give them kind of power. That's the only circumstance, I think, in which I'd probably like to see them move any of those picks just to get more picks back because everything's so swapped out. As for the Suns, they're in Boston tonight, taking on a Celtics team that just recently welcomed back Jason Tatum. It's been a little rocky, his return to their lineup. It hasn't gone perfectly for them, but he's one of the best players in the NBA. They're one of the best teams in the NBA. They will figure it out. It's a brutal back-to-back for the Suns. They're in Boston tonight. They're in Minnesota tomorrow. Their positioning in the West so far is standing by, and they're right where you would want them to be. Still in the 7th spot, still very much in reach of the 6th spot. They're still, game back in the loss column from Denver at 5, Minnesota at 6. They're now 3 back in the loss column from the Lakers at 3 and the Rockets at 4. So 3 and 4 have created a little bit more separation. Not a lot. It was 2 games last week. Now it's 3. But the Suns still very much in reach of the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. They do not have the tiebreaker against the Nuggets and will not get the tiebreaker against the Nuggets. But they do have it against Minnesota no matter what happens tomorrow.
And they have it against the Lakers.
Yeah.
And it'd be fascinating to see what would happen if there was a 3-way thing. The Tatum thing's going to be interesting. He didn't play Thursday when they played the Thunder. They gave him, time management off because he's managing that right Achilles injury. He missed most of the regular season and he came back. He hasn't shot the ball well. He's shooting 29% from 3, about 39% from the field. He's scoring some points. He's shown some flashes, which you would expect because of how great he is. But the leaping ability and the stuff that made him just a superior athlete, that hasn't been seen so far since he's come back.
Calling all Phoenix Suns fans, you can join us on Tuesday, March 31st from 4 until 6 at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers at Paradise Valley Mall. Free Suns t-shirts. Sign up for the Ultra Suns Fans giveaway. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Suns Rockets on Tuesday, April 7th, plus an exclusive pregame on-court experience. So head on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for more details. Free agency for the Cardinals is a week old. How does their lineup look right now? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The D-backs 2026 Cactus League season is underway.
Who doesn't love technology, am I right?
What a way to end the game.
Hates a fastball in the high outside corner. Diamondbacks win it by a final score of 9-6.
The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball. Arizona Sports on YouTube. The Arizona Sports app. Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. That's the website where you can do all your shopping and buying from home. But if that check engine light is on and you need to figure out what's going on with your car or it's time for routine service, I'll tell you why you should take it to Liberty GMC, because they have the fastest, most efficient service drive in the valley. You drop your vehicle off by 8 p.m. They've got this late night shift. They'll have it back for you on the road the next morning. You get an oil change, you'll get free wiper blades with any oil change. When you buy 3 tires, you get 1 free. These are things that always are happening at Liberty GMC, and you can take advantage of those deals. That and the fact they've got some great deals, especially on the trucks right now. $12,250 off the all-new 2026 Sierra 1500. Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
If your workplace needs a spring reset like mine does, now's the time. The Staples Spring Savings Event is happening this week only with savings up to 50% off in-store and online. Plus, join Easy Rewards for free and save even more. Deals in March 21st. Staples. That was easy.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
How can you grow your business from idea to industry leader? With smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need. Go to amazonbusiness.com for support.
It is truck month at Sanderson Ford, and a lot of people like March. The temperatures get warm, don't want it to be this warm, but they do warm up. Spring baseball is back. The Sanderson Ford Cave Creek Pro Rodeo is right around the corner. And you know what goes great with the rodeo? Ford Truck Month, where you could save big. Right now, save on America's #1 selling truck, the Ford F-150, with 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 bonus cash and 0 payments for 90 days on all the remaining 2025 models. Or let loose and let go in the small but capable 2025 Bronco Sport. Get up to $4,000 cash back or lease one for as low as $289 a month for 36 months. If you want to make this March 1 to remember, choose the Cave Creek Rodeo March 26th through the 29th. And for your next vehicle, choose Sanderson Ford.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
What is on tonight's the games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Suns basketball is on tonight, 4:30 tip time. We're taking on the Boston Celtics. It's the reason why we're exiting stage left a little early. We're still going to be around. Mitch is going to slide in here and do Here Come the Suns along with us. So 4:30 tip time between the Suns and the Celtics. And then what time does Italy play tonight?
Italy.
What time does Italy
taking on Venezuela?
And, what time is that? 5 o'clock? 5. 5. It's either going to be Venezuela versus the U.S. or Italy versus the U.S. in the World Baseball Classic Championship tomorrow.
Yes. None of my family in Italy even cares about it. I'm bragging about how good the Italians are doing to my family.
And they don't care.
Sicily.
And they don't care.
Well, what time is it? If it's 5 p.m. here.
It's about an 8-hour difference usually, so it's probably 11 o'clock at night now, I think.
So they might be sleeping.
Yeah, of course. Let me see. Time in 11, so 8-hour difference. So
Okay.
It's 11:17 at night.
But still, you think there'd be some,
pride.
National pride. And a bunch
You know
of
what they will
American
do is they'll
board-
have a shot of espresso when they wake up. That's their national pride.
They were going to do that anyway.
It's all over the newspapers. Like, the newspapers are all, talking about it. You know, the Italians doing so well.
But the people that, at least your family doesn't care. They don't seem to be.
They
seem
could
to
care less.
Move the needle much. Aaron Nola is going to start tonight for Italy.
How about that? I thought they might have gone with Lorenzen, but they're going to go with... So Nolan and Lorenzen will probably both pitch.
Yeah, probably. Keter Montero, 25-year-old right-hander, is going to go for Venezuela. So that game's also on tonight.
Yeah, and he's about to get rocked.
The Italians have yet to lose so far. It's been a tremendous story.
Yeah, they
It's been
could
a
go
lot of
out
fun.
today, and it is a tremendous accomplishment. Their whole goal was to get to Miami, and they've never been this far. This is the furthest they've ever got. It's going to be a tough challenge. Venezuela is so good. But the Italians have played great. They haven't lost a game yet.
So, Lauren, thumbs up, thumbs down. The Arizona Cardinals sign wide receiver Devin Duvernay to a one-year deal, presumably to be their special teams specialist. Kick return, punt returns, yes, no?
Yes.
Yes?
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up on that?
Thumbs up on that one.
Okay, this former Chicago Bear has now found a home, and presumably Greg Dortch is now exit stage left as well for the Cardinals. You would think he takes his spot pretty much as the primary return guy. Dortch is a free agent right now. So that's the latest signing from the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah, and you know, you look at it and you try to look at what they're doing and the moves that they're making, and a lot of guys are being signed to one-year deals and, you know, some to two-year deals. And I think they're really just plugging some holes right now and trying to reshape the roster a little bit. They haven't done anything real dramatic. You know, I think a lot of people think the best signing they had was probably Algier or Siamalu were the two significant ones. So, and I think both of those guys one guy got a 2-year deal, Algier, and then a 3-year deal for Siamalu. Everybody else has been plugging holes at about a 1-year deal. And we'll see. We'll see what else they have. You know, there's a lot of talk about the cap space and how much cap space they have left. So apparently they still have some cap space if they want to go out and make another move. But a lot of the top free agents now are gone. So a lot of the top guys that you wanted to get are now gone.
Yeah, and it would seem like I'm sure there's still a move or two. I read something over the weekend, and maybe we'll talk more about it tomorrow, about how the Cardinals could have just a ton of cap space next year, like a crazy
And that's what they should shoot for. And I know there are people that don't want to hear this, and I know there are people that don't believe in this, but I'm all in on making next year the year you get the quarterback, and making next year the year that you try to really hit it in free agency. And if you got to take your lumps one more year, the quarterback's not there. He's not there in free agency. He's not there via trade. He's not there in the draft. Could roll with what you have and then try to get one of those top guys next year.
Yeah, that being said, I know you sent me a link to a story, somebody kind of taking a first stab at, you know, like a depth chart or at least a starting lineup for the Arizona Cardinals. And that being said, you know, it's there's some things to like. There's curiosity about some of the new guys. There's certainly some questions on defense and how it's going to work out. I mean, it looks like a roster as of right now that, quite frankly, is a long way behind the rest of the division in the NFC West. It looks like they got a long way to go.
Listen, put it this way. When people start giving you the win-loss projections for the Cardinals, it's probably going to be somewhere around 4.5. Over-under is going to be somewhere around 4.5. It's not going to be 6. Not going to be 7. You know, people are going to think this team's going to win 4 or 5 football games, somewhere in that category, because, again, they just don't have the roster to compete. Now, you know, they've got James Conner, Marvin Harrison Jr., Michael Wilson, Kendrick Bourne in the slot, Trey McBride. So you can see some talent there offensively. Defensively, I think it's really gonna matter what some of these picks that have come in from Monty can do. How good is Will Johnson going to be? How good is Walter Nolan going to be? You know, how good is some of the Cody Simon, Denzel Burke, some of these guys that Monty drafted that we believe are good football players? These guys got to find a way to pop this year.
Rabbit Taylor Demerson is another one.
Yeah,
who's got to
of course.
find a way to pop. Yeah, just kind of looking at it because they're going to lean on those young players. They didn't sign another inside linebacker. Now, maybe they will at some point. Free agency isn't done, and you can still sift for deals and things like that. But as of right now, Cody Simon is your projected starting inside linebacker. He's got a lot to prove. Denzel Burke is one of your starting corners. I thought he actually played pretty well last year. I'm intrigued by him. Max Melton, let's see what he can do now that his job kind of got threatened a little bit. Garrett Williams' availability. What does that look like? We haven't really heard a whole lot about Garrett Williams and his availability.
And then they signed the Wingard, Andrew Wingard, at safety, so that gives you some competition there, right? After you lost Jalen Thompson, you've got Baker, you got Taylor Demerson, but then you've also got Wingard.
Yeah, and then, of course, that offensive line, Sayumalu is the guy they spent big on. Isaiah Adams is another draft pick who needs to pop. This time a year ago, he was the projected starter at guard. And by week 5, we were begging for Will Hernandez to get back. And by week 12, we were begging for Isaiah Adams to get back because it was just like nothing was working over there. And by the end, he played okay. Is he the answer at guard? Is Elijah Wilkinson the answer at right tackle? I saw where he
ripped the
throwing
Falcons.
some dirt on the Falcons on his way out the door, right? Like called them a clown show of an organization or something like that.
Yeah, he got into a social media battle with Atlanta fans blasting his former team. He deleted the comments. He said, "Good luck with that clown show over there." He said he spent 3 of the past 4 years with the Falcons. He had a 1-year stopover in Arizona in 2023. He goes, "LOL, y'all in hell right now, having fun being a blank team." So he was kind of going at it in social media with the fans of the Falcons.
Now, so we'll see if there's any more signings. But obviously, as the month of March, we're kind of in the middle of it now. We get a little closer to the end of it. We will fully turn our attention to the draft, the number 3 pick, and what the Cardinals do there. But free agency isn't done. There's still some guys out there. There's still some decisions to be made.
Justin Fields got traded today to the Kansas City Chiefs for a 6th-round pick. The Jets had given him a 2-year deal with like 30 guaranteed, and it flopped. So they traded him to Kansas City. They pay a lot of the money, but they get a 6th-round pick back. The Chiefs wanted somebody with a little experience behind Mahomes as he's recovering from the injury. So we'll see what other moves. Kirk Cousins still out there. No decision yet on Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers. Some people think he could go to Green Bay to be the backup. We haven't heard anything there. So there are some still landing spots for him as well.
One other note from the NBA, switching gears here in our final moments of the show. The initial injury report in advance of tomorrow's Minnesota Suns game is out.
Okay.
Anthony Edwards will not play. Right knee soreness. He is out. He will not play. And Naz Reid is questionable with right shoulder contusion as well. So the Minnesota Timberwolves might they haven't been playing well lately. They've really, I know we're going to probably talk more about them tomorrow. They've lost 4 of their last 5 games. They have been one of the worst teams in the NBA since the All-Star break. Their defense has not been very good. It's been a struggle for them lately.
There was that year that I thought the Pelicans were on the verge of being great. The year they won 2 games against the Suns in the playoffs. And I think, last year and the last 2 years, you looked at the Timberwolves, you're like, oh, that team is so close to kind of bursting out. And they just haven't.
They're gettable. You wish they were on the first night of the back-to-back and not the second.
Yes.
You really wish that if you're a Suns fan. That's going to do it for us, but we're not going anywhere. Here come the Suns with Mitch and the 2 of us next. Stay with us here on Arizona Sports.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Way out of here. Gone.
D-backs fans, win a 4-pack of tickets to either the March 30th or March 31st D-backs game. Text the word OPENER to 620-620 for your chance to win. Text OPENER to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Love telling you about Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. And every time we turn it on the TV and one of the games is over, we see the Asset Preservation Hour. And tells us, as your guy, Stuart Willis. Yeah, Stuart's done a tremendous job of helping me with all of my financial